Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. This is a Sunday book study, of course, and today we're going to focus, hopefully, our conversation on the first chapter of this book, which is Mantra and Yantra, written by one of our favorite Swamis, Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. And essentially, he sums it up, at least the science of mantra, he sums it up best right here on page 25. And basically what he says here is, the science of mantra is a sequential process of harmonizing, integrating, and awakening the experiences of the lower mind and the higher mind. And that's what classifies mantra as a type of yoga, because ultimately the definition of yoga is union, the union of the two opposites, or the two seeming opposites, the higher self, the lower self, the higher nature and the lower nature, the macrocosm and the microcosm. It isn't talking about any two specific opposites, but yoga represents the union of two polarities, basically. And in this case, what he mentioned right here in this sentence on page 25 is that the science of mantra is the sequential process, meaning that it takes place step by step by step. It's a sequential process. He says that the science of mantra is a sequential process of harmonizing, right? Harmony. It's a sequential process of integrating and also awakening the experiences of the lower mind and the higher mind. So this is what makes this so important. There's many different ways that we can go about the unification of our different aspects. Mantra and yantra just represent one or two different processes of doing so. So, welcome, and thanks for joining. Peace to Society Ejects. Peace to MC Maestro. So I was reading a little bit of prana and pranayama, and there's some really good information there. The whole first portion is about the science of prana. That's extremely important, and I think I'm going to go through that quite a few times so that I can really get a great understanding of prana. But throughout the rest of the book, you know, the second half deals with the science, and the third half deals with the different types of practices that you can do. And already I'm seeing different simple practices that I can add to my daily routine. So if you were on the live stream where I was reading the first chapter of this book, I did mention this one. This would be a good one to get. It is kind of thick. Don't let that scare you away. One thing that I've noticed about all these Bihar School of Yoga books is that they're broken up into sections. And really, if you can just get these books and focus on some of the beginning sections, that's going to be a great practice, and then maybe later on you can move on to the other parts. I also saw this in Swara Yoga and the other one that MC Maestro suggested to me about the crown chakra. Yeah, they're written in different portions, and to me that helps me to absorb the information, because I don't really read through the entire book, you know what I'm saying, the first time. Usually I read parts of it because certain parts relate to what I'm currently studying, what aspects of information I'm currently studying. But anyways, this would be a good book to have in your library, because prana and pranayama is but another aspect of that union, right? By the way, how's the audio? Is the music too loud? Is the mic too low? Do you still hear that buzzing sound? Let me know in the chat. Will Trent, peace bro, peace. The Junkyard Jedi Podcast, peace. Kufunya Ife, salutations. Welcome. But yeah, let me know if there's an issue with the audio, because it sounds fine on my end. I don't know how it sounds to you. Okay, so We're going to cue the astral plane sparkle in 3, 2, 1. That's not the astral plane sparkle. That's the astral plane sparkle. All right, enough of that. So, a lot of interesting things were said in this first chapter. A lot of useful information was talked about. In particular, it helps to understand the beginning of this science and how it relates to where he's headed specifically. In other words, it's good to look at this as a wide view and then zoom in from that gradually. There's a book that's called Words That Change Minds, and it is a lot about how people understand and how people process information. And one of the different ways that people process information is that some people understand the bigger picture, but they need help with the details. And some people understand with the details, but they need help with the bigger picture. Personally, I think I do a lot better with the bigger picture, and then I guess a lot of my work is to figure out the details. And that helps the bigger picture become more clear to me. And I see that same approach being used with the Bihar School of Yoga books, and that's probably why I gravitate towards them so much, is because they fit my learning style. Nico AFH, peace and greetings. So with that being said, as far as the learning style of starting big and chunking down, or starting small and chunking up, in this case, with the first chapter of this book, what he really goes over is the philosophy of samkhya, S-A-M-K-H-Y-A, the philosophy of samkhya, and that is a particular type of understanding of the universe and creation that a lot of these works are based on. And according to samkhya, reality is it's where we are, right? How we perceive and how we configure and move through the world, we see it as a duality. And that duality is reflected all across the board. It's reflected from the highest levels down to the lowest levels. All right. And what that duality actually is a duality of consciousness and energy. Okay. Now, when I say duality, we think about a pole. You guys remember the Kabbalion? You know, that's a book that I used to mention all the time. So really, if you've been following my channel, you should have that book and should have read it and at least know the 7 Hermetic Principles. But when we look at the principle of polarity, we're dealing with two polar opposites. And in this case, the two polar opposites are consciousness and energy. Now, the beautiful thing about consciousness and energy is that although consciousness is what we would consider the all, the container of everything. No, let me take a step back. In this instance, what he mentions is that the container of all is called Brahman. Right? He starts off the book talking about Brahman. Brahman being the principle of all inclusion, of totality, the most high. Right? Brahman being this principle of the biggest thing you can conceive of, the most divine thing you can conceive of. Not a man in the sky with a long beard, but the principle of everything, God, right? We can call that state of existence Brahman. Now, if you take a step down from that unification, a step down, it will be split from consciousness and energy. Now, consciousness is pure, undifferentiated awareness, right? It is the knowing, whereas energy is the being. Energy doesn't have a mind. Energy doesn't know anything. Energy moves. Energy moves, and energy has different forms and different states. Energy has cause and effect because movement exists in a space of cause and effect. So energy has beginning, middle, and end. Energy also has different stages as far as density is concerned. So energy can be very light and very fine, or it can be very, very dense, very coarse, very gross. For an example, we can look at water. Water is a form of energy, and water can express itself as a solid at a very slow rate of vibration. It can exist as a liquid or it can exist as a gas at a very high rate of vibration. So energy moves. Energy is a state of being, but energy doesn't have a mind. The water doesn't know that it's water. Earth doesn't know that it's earth. Fire doesn't know that it's fire, etc. But consciousness is the knowing. Consciousness is the knowing, but consciousness doesn't have a being. Right? So they work together. We're really splitting up our experience into two different aspects. And that splitting up of our experience can be reflected, like I said, across all levels. So on one level, that split occurs as what we know as Shiva and Shakti. Shiva being the aspect of ultimate consciousness, Shakti being the aspect of ultimate energy. So Shiva, which would also be the feminine principle, Shiva would be the masculine principle, Shakti would be the feminine principle. Shakti represents all of energy, nature, and everything that can be cognized, everything that can be expressed. Whereas Shiva, the masculine principle, is the awareness of that, right? That's reflected all across the board. That's why you see the yin-yang symbol of black and white. That's even reflected within our personal experience. That reflection, we call it mind and matter, mind and body, right? So on one end of that pole, we've got our physical body, the blood, the breath and the energy, and also the thoughts. Whereas on the other end is the mind, which is what perceives the thoughts. It perceives the body. It experiences the sensations of the body. Two separate things, body, mind, right? The body is the brain itself, the organs in the body, and everything that can be touched. Whereas mind and consciousness is the aspect of reality that is aware of body. So that, like I said, it's a relationship that reflects across the board. So if you zoom out to the most high aspect that you can, you're going to see that Shiva and Shakti are the same type of thing. If you notice in the Vedic system, all the different, in the Hindu system, all the different gods have a Shakti. They have a feminine consort. And that's the same relationship. The same relationship. So with us existing in a state of duality, where most people suffer is from ignorance, because we don't understand how process works, let alone this process. Energy, which includes matter in all of its forms, reflects patterns. It operates in a system of cycles and recurring patterns. And there's a process to the patterns. The patterns are ever seeking harmony. They're ever seeking balance. They're ever seeking equilibrium. All of nature, all of life is literally just a process of seeking harmony. That's what nature does. Nature seeks to be harmonious with itself and with the patterns of consciousness. That's what it does. Nature doesn't have a mind. Nature doesn't have an intelligence, but there is a consciousness that operates nature. The same way that your body, that's not you. The body doesn't have a mind. The mind operates the body, though. The mind operates the body. The mind can behave independently of the body. So the mind is not the body, but it works with the body. Same way that consciousness works with energy. So we're bringing this all to a specific point here. This is really the beginning part of this book. This is really the first couple of pages of this book. So on page 4, the section that talks about experiencing consciousness and energy, he mentions something important here. He mentions that because we have these two aspects of consciousness and energy, when they come together, a third is formed, and that third is your personal experience. So I think now would be a good time to pull out this whiteboard and start working on some animations, because I like doing that. I used to call myself an artist back in the day. By the way, this is the last thing that I drew here. Talking about the essence. There's an essence of all things. And then there's an expression of that essence. Now, for the most part, as human beings, we're seeking the essence of these things. We're seeking we're seeking the purest state of things. But most of us don't know what the pure state is, so we look after the expression. For example, say we're looking for abundance and wealth. If we don't understand the essence of abundance and wealth, if we don't understand the essence, the heart of abundance and the heart of wealth, then all we look for is the expression of abundance and wealth. For example, abundance is a state of mind. Abundance is an experience. It's a level of existence. Abundance is a place. If you seek that place, if you seek that state of mind, then when you harmonize with it, right? Because your brain works in waves, your mind works in waves, your experience works in waves, but it's working at its own little pattern. And when you integrate the pattern of abundance, if you integrate the essence of abundance, then that essence will express itself in your life, right? For example, most people, if they seek the expression of abundance and wealth, they're looking for money, they're looking for jewels, they're looking for investment, they're looking for cars and clothes and all the different expressions of wealth. But guess what? A fancy car is not wealth, right? Because you can borrow that from somebody if you have a friend who drives one. An expression of wealth is physical paper money. That's an expression of wealth. But if you don't have an understanding of how to operate with it, it's going to slip out of your fingers. So most people seek the expression of things, but they don't seek the essence of things. If you seek the essence of a thing and you're able to harmonize with that essence of a thing, then it's going to express itself in your life. But again, most people suffer because they are limited to their five senses. They see the expression of wealth and they think that's what wealth is. They might smell a super expensive cologne or perfume and think that's what wealth is. They might taste super expensive fancy food and later poop it out the same that they poop out cheap food, but they think that that's an expression of wealth, and so on. They hear things and they feel fancy fabrics and all this other stuff that they think is wealth, but those are just the expressions. Most people are limited because we only seek the expressions of a thing. It isn't until you start seeking the essence of a thing, it isn't when you start seeking the essence of a thing that you truly tap into it. That's what we mean when we say tap into the energy or whatever. So that's just something I wanted to say before I erase this. So we were talking about consciousness and energy. Cosmic crystal, greetings. Naturally natured, peace, peace. Good to see you. Abnormal, peace and greetings. Abnormal, you must follow me on Instagram. I thought that girl that was God canceled you or some shit. LMAO, drugs are bad, okay? Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in that situation. I wish her the best. I hope that whatever was happening with her becomes harmonized. Greetings, Al Dickey. Who loves orange soda? Peace, brother, peace. King Dada Dat, greetings. Andrea Sanders, greetings. Alicia M, hello, hello. 40 shot kosher Corver, peace and greetings, bro. Godflow 93, long time no see, peace, man. Louis, peace, peace. CJ, peace and greetings. Oh yeah. All right, so let's continue. Greetings, Kenny Vaughn. All right, so we were talking about the relationship between consciousness and energy, and how all of nature is an expression of that relationship. And I also mentioned that when those two come together, a third is formed. T-Dog, what's up, what's up? So, right now I'm drawing, or writing the word, consciousness. And also, energy. consciousness and energy, this is the dual nature of existence. This is the duality that we exist within, right? This is the duality. So they say this is a world of duality. This is what they mean. Masculine and feminine, right? The masculine aspect refers to consciousness. The feminine aspect refers to energy. The Shiva Lingam and the Yoni. One of these things moves in all kinds of ways. One of these things stand very still. The very essence of masculinity and femininity even goes back to this. This is everything in reality relates to these two cosmic principles. They're not human principles, they're cosmic principles. Even if you look into, if you look into like the science of relationships, social dynamics, you'll begin to understand that one of the reasons that certain males fail to have an abundance with females is because they're behaving too much on the feminine aspect as opposed to the masculine aspect. But that's another story for another channel. Won't get into that right now unless you guys want to. Society Ejects, thank you, my friend. Thank you. And hey, maybe if you do come to Atlanta for the next lecture, we can probably, do that thing, get something to eat. By the way, if you guys don't know, I will be presenting live in Atlanta in June 6th at 6 o'clock, 666 or something like that. But yeah, just a heads up, if you want to save up your money to be able to get there, go ahead and start now. January, March. If you want to go ahead and see if you can take those days off or whatever, situate your plane or your hotel or whatever you want to do. We're having the Master Student Conference Part 2. We're going to keep doing this thing. We're going to keep doing it. But yeah, it's going to be Part 2. It's going to be in Atlanta. More details to come, but it's going to be on June 6th. It'll be me, of course, and everyone else who is there, and also a few new people, right? A few new people, so stay tuned. I am not supposed to say exactly who all is coming, but, the same people as last time and maybe some other familiar faces. We'll see. So. When we are referring to this dual-natured reality, we also have to understand that there are different levels of existence. Okay? Now, in the unmanifest dimension, you probably have heard Bobby Hemmett talk about universe A and universe B, right? There's different dimensions of the same pie. So what do I mean by that? Really, you're looking at two levels of the same thing. You're looking at two levels of the same thing. But depending on what angle you're approaching them from, you're going to experience it differently, all right? So this right here is also going to explain the astral plane and the etheric plane and all this other stuff that we talk about, all right? This is going to explain all those things. By the way, if you're just now joining, please go ahead and like that video, this video. Hit the like button. It helps YouTube to promote my videos to people who fit the description of those who may enjoy this content. So please do that. And thank you for doing that already. All right, so in the unmanifest dimension, this is a lot like the prototype dimension. If you guys, like I said, if you watch Bobby Hemmett, he talked about universe A, universe B, and one is like one existed before the manifest dimension. One was the prototype realm. All right, that's a very real concept. And what we have going on here is that in the unmanifest dimension, in this prototype dimension, in this place of non-existence, we've got harmony going on. We got balance going on. Consciousness and energy exist in us in a space of perfect harmony. They're balanced, right? They're balanced. So here they are harmonized. That's what this symbol actually represents, the yin and the yang. It's a state of awareness, of existence, of reality. It's the unmanifest realm. This is where consciousness and energy, the two polar opposites, right? Where the two polar opposites exist together in harmony. They're balanced, they're equal. Now, there's a lower density, okay? And honestly, this can represent the three planes, because really everything manifests in a layer of threes, sometimes fives. But we can say that this is Brahman. This would be a unification. This could be a unity where both consciousness and energy are one thing. This is zoomed out as far as you can zoom out. Now, if we zoom in a little bit more, we see that there's a unmanifest dimension. That's just a word, right? It's unmanifest in comparison to the manifest. But in this dimension here, consciousness and energy, they're balanced. Now, there is another dimension, that's the manifest dimension. That's where we find our experience currently. In this manifest dimension, there is not harmony and balance as in the unmanifest. Right? This is a realm where we've got time and space. Because consciousness is now localized within energy. Now, energy is movement, but consciousness is not movement. So we've got this weird experience going on, right? Now we've got the creation of a mind. Because consciousness is now entangled within energy, we now have the creation of what we come to know as our mind. Guess what, guys? Repetition is the father of learning. By the time June comes, you're gonna know this shit so well that you cannot be fooled or lied to by any wild YouTube, Instagram prophet that's trying to sell you a reading. I'm just saying. So bear with me here. If you heard this before and you're familiar with it, it doesn't hurt to hear it again. And there's also a lot of people who may not have heard this before, etc., etc. But Kufunya Ife, thank you for hitting the like button. I appreciate you. So we've got these three levels of existence: the state of ultimate consciousness, which can be called Brahman; the unmanifest dimension, where consciousness and energy exist in a state of harmony; and then we've got the manifest dimension, where things are not in harmony. Things are actually inharmonious. Things are mixed up. Things are in a state of imbalance. And what happens is that consciousness and energy, they're mixed and mingled in such a way that it's not balanced. So there's a little bit more over here, a little bit less over there. Now, because there's a little bit more and a little bit less over here and over there, this is all happening within the dimension of space. And space means left, right, up, down, forward, back. Start, A, B. Now, because there is space and because there is movement and because there is awareness and consciousness attached to all these different pieces of matter, we're also going through the dimension of time. And time is the unfolding, it's the sequential unfolding of consciousness and energy. Right? Now, what is unfolding? What is evolving? Well, this mix mash right here is attempting to emulate the unmanifest. It's attempting to emulate where it came from. This is the seed. So the seed produces an adult, which produces more seeds of its like manner. That is the blueprint. That's the ultimate blueprint. Do you see the seed inside the fruit? Do you see the seed inside the fruit? That's the blueprint here. So everything that exists within the manifest dimension is a seed that grows into an adult, which attempts to begin to manifest itself. So within this dimension here of space and time, all the different the involvement and evolution of everything is attempting to get back to its harmonious state. This is why karma exists. This is why karma is doing what it's doing. Karma isn't simply you do something good and get a reward, do something bad and get punished. That isn't what the definition of karma is. Karma is the process of this mixed up soup of consciousness and energy becoming its original state, right? That's why when an action is done, an equal opposite reaction is done. That's called harmony. That's called balance. It's attempting to harmonize itself. You understand? So it isn't so much about you doing something good and getting a good treat for it. This is about balance. If you set something out of balance, it has to balance itself back. That is what karma is. It's not personal. It isn't for you. It isn't like you did something or you earned something. It's simply an equation. It's simply an equation process that's happening automatically with and without your involvement. So when we talk about matter, we talk about karma, that's what's happening. It's a process of movement. Now, just like you've got a mind apparently, you can't perceive the mind directly. Just as the tongue cannot taste the tongue, nor can my brain taste the pain of ignorance. The tongue can't taste itself. You only know that you have a tongue and you have taste buds when there's something to taste, right? You can't cognize your ears and your sense of hearing without something to hear, right? There is no sight without light. Likewise, you can't really understand your mind unless you have something in your mind. Now, what's in your mind? Thoughts, right? You got thoughts, you got emotions, you got all kinds of these different things happening. And through these processes of thinking and feeling and experiencing, that's how you know that you have a mind. Without those things, you don't know that you have a mind. Without those contents, you don't understand the context. At least not at the stage of development that we're in. So likewise, it's very difficult to understand the relationship between consciousness and energy unless we have awareness within the energy. The fact that we have our individual experience of life, this is somewhat of a tool to know God, essentially. Now, this is what's happening here. This is what's happening here. Let me draw a different diagram from that bottom diagram. So, by the way, that was introduction lyric from one of my favorite songs. It's by Horse the Band, but it's a remix by Skrillex. It's called Golden. Much as the tongue cannot taste the tongue, nor can my brain taste the pain of ignorance. Alright, so we got consciousness and we have energy. Alright, so we've got consciousness, we've got energy. But see what's happening now, we've got this unmanifest dimension where they're completely balanced. In the manifest dimension, what happens is that the circulation begins to overlap. Now that overlapping creates a third element, right? So there's consciousness, there's energy, there's you. You exist in between. What you are, what your experience is, because we always ask, because people say, oh, I feel and I this, and the ego is always attaching. The question is always, what is you? What are you? Who is you? Right? That's not meant to be a smart ass comment, although it can be, but it's something that you're really supposed to stop and think about. All right? So what's happening is that there is energy, but I drew that mixed, jumbled up, mishmash experience. That's the same thing as this. Now consciousness is intermingled with energy. Right? Now consciousness is aware of energy. That's where you come in. I said just like you've got a mind, but you can't experience the mind directly. The tongue cannot taste the tongue. The tongue needs flavor and food to be able to become aware of itself. Right now, you don't know you have a tongue in your mouth. I mean, you logically know that there's a piece of flesh in there, but you don't experience that tongue unless there's something in there that you can eat. Likewise, what's happening in this experience is that consciousness has something to become aware of. Consciousness has something to become conscious of. Greetings, iPhone.
Am I not muted? I'm sorry. It's Ruth.
All right. Well, what's happening is that now consciousness has something to become aware of. Now consciousness has something to become aware of. But the problem is, now that this is created, this middle portion here, even this middle portion begins to have different layers and divisions. And this is what we call the antakarana, which is the inner tool. Now, within this division here, we've got the higher self, or the experience of intellect, which we call buddhi. We've got ego, which is called ahamkara. We've got chitta, which is the stuff that we use to create the things that we're conscious of. And then we've got manas, which is the body mind. So that right there is what you are. Consciousness that is aware of energy, but we're aware of it in degrees. Okay? Don't worry, this is all connecting to the mantra and the yantra. I'm just starting from the beginning the same way that Swami Niranjan did as well. So let's continue. Consciousness, energy, Y-O-U, U. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so is my camera blurry still? Looks like it's blurry. Okay. Oh, great. Now it won't unblurry. Hello, hello. There we go. Nope, almost.
It's still kind of blurry.
All right, well, in any case, here we go. So we've got consciousness and energy that at the highest state is in a state of unification, right? Now, even as we say as above, so below, the same thing applies. At the most high level, consciousness and energy are still intermingled. And at the lowest level, consciousness and energy are still intermingled. Just like in the Tattvas, what we see is that within Akasha is contained a balanced amount of all the 5 elements. And within Prithvi, the earth element, there is a balanced amount of all the 5 elements. Just like in the Tree of Life, Kether and Malkuth are reflections of each other, just on a different level. Oh, camera, my camera.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So it's not really a question, but I guess a statement. I hear you speak about Malkuth, and I know that recently I learned the definition of Kether, but I'm not aware of what Malkuth is.
Say that again, the last part.
I'm not aware of what or whom Malkuth is. This is all like fairly new for me.
Okay, so you know what the diagram of the Tree of Life looks like?
I do.
Do you know the names of all the spheres of the Tree of Life?
I don't.
All right, well, Kether would represent the crown of the Tree of Life, the top sphere, and Malkuth represents the lower sphere, the sphere on the bottom, which also represents Earth and the material plane, the entire physical plane.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Whereas Kether would represent the highest conception that we can attain within this experience that we're in.
Meaning like the human physical experience.
Oh, well, even beyond the physical experience, even the emotional, mental, spiritual experience, that would be the highest that our individual nature can experience before having to become dissolved into the totality of the all.
Oh, the all. When you say the all, it brings me back to Doctor Strange, which I didn't see before joining the group. I actually did watch it because it was a group suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
So is I guess when you say the all, that's the kind of the interpretation that I have of it. Like I forget his name. He wanted to be one with everything, the all, which was like the dimension outside of where they were physically. The guy whose eyes were bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting.
Yeah. So the all would like I say, it would be the highest experience that we could potentially conceive at every level.
Okay.
And this is a level that we're all a part of because it's the all. It includes everything, but the the massive majority of us won't come to that experience, at least not all at once. You know, if you take time out of the equation, then we're all already there. But yeah, at some point we return there because that's where we came from. And like I said, also the physical dimension is a reflection of that experience. But just like what I'm talking about here with Samkhya and Vedanta philosophy, consciousness and energy, when they exist in harmony together, the totality of that experience would also be considered the all. We're here in a very limited experience with our physical body. Our
Right.
physical body, of course, can only perceive what we see, taste, touch, smell, and hear, and the memories and meaning that we associate with those experiences. But reality is way much more than that. That's literally only 10% at best of existence. And that's when they say that this is an illusion, not because it's not real, but because our interpretation of it is incorrect.
Okay. Okay. So do you have any, as for someone who's like super new, you did recommend, I think I got, what is this called? Karma and Karma Yoga for the understanding of, you know, what you're saying, or to get a more in-depth understanding, I guess. What book would you suggest?
Okay, so I guess there's a lot of different parts of what I'm talking about. Do you mean like in specifically the Tree of Life, or do you mean like all these? Go ahead.
I got the book Tatwa Shooting, and I'm not done Karma and Karma Yoga, but I thought the Tree of Life was related to Tatwa Shahudi.
It is in a way, but not directly. We can say that the school of thought that created the Tree of Life is actually heavily inspired by the science that Tatwa Shooty is based on.
Okay. Hello? Oh no, what's going on?
I still hear you.
I don't hear or see Travis anymore. Do you?
Yeah, I think, did he disappear?
I
He's
think
still in the group.
I still see him. I see him there twice. I'm not sure. I'll just type it in the chat. Ask him in the chat if he's there. Oh, he left.
Okay.
Maybe he'll be back. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
There you go.
My computer just restarted itself right at 3:33.
Like automatic update.
I guess so. Maybe I wasn't aware. Well, at least I'm still connected by the phone while that restart takes place. Okay, so yeah, if you want a more comprehensive understanding of the tree of life, I mean, it's a really big subject, and it does take a very long time to fully get. But at least the process, you can begin understanding it in levels and layers. We did go over a book that was by an author called Ophiel. It's called The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. That's a decent one to start on because he does introduce the principles. And if you have the time to read or even listen to the audio readings that I did, I found the Ladder of Lights to be very informative. And then, of course, I would say Mystical Kabbalah is probably the best book that I've read on the Tree of Life.
Okay, I can't write as fast as you're running it down. Give me 1 second. Okay, you said the Ladder of Lights.
Yeah, if you want to put these three in like levels of 1, 2, and 3, the first one I would say is the art and practice of Kabbalah magic.
You said the art of Kabbalah magic?
The art and practice of Kabbalah magic.
Okay.
And that's written by Ophiel.
And the second one was the Ladder of Lights.
Yeah, the Ladder of Lights. Now that one is a lot heavier.
Okay.
But it does give some very good insight on how the system of the Tree of Life works. And then as for me, like when I first dived into it, of course, I didn't even understand this book. So it took me a while to read it. And I'm probably on my 3rd or 4th full reading of it. We'll be going over it in June also. It's called The Mystical Kabbalah.
Okay.
That's by Dion Fortune.
Okay. One more question, if I can. There was a book you had spoke about called The Introduction to Hermetics, I think.
Yes.
Was that author Francis Byrne or Francois or something to that?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had the author correct.
Franz Barton is his name.
Franz Barton. Okay. Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you, Trip.
Oh, you're welcome.
Were you going to say something else?
What you start to see is that when you start looking at all these different books that I've recommended, like they literally all start saying the same stuff.
Okay.
So what's happening in the art and practice of initiation into hermetics, you'll start seeing a lot of things that that we're doing in the course. You see a lot of things that these yogis are talking about. And it really begins with analyzing yourself and separating these different parts of your mind and your personality and your traumas, putting them all in order, harmonizing them first, and then slowly expanding as far as what you can perceptually handle. And what I mean by that is like the different type of emotions, the different visualizations, control and direction of these visualizations. Really, you can't really handle those things at their highest capacity until you first balance a lot of the emotional trauma and mental instability.
Meaning getting the lesson out of the trauma?
That is important, but primarily what I mean is coming to a point where the experience no longer has an influence over your thought and your behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Because as long as the experience has an influence over our thought and behavior, we are still affected by it.
Got it.
And of course, it's more than just like ignoring it or pretending that it didn't happen. It's
right.
Fixing it to the point where there's somewhat of a level of understanding and even forgiveness and compassion, if for nothing else, for yourself.
See, I never knew with that, like my way of, I want to use the word dealing because it's kind of like where I'm at mentally, or dealing with something, or like you said, acting as if it didn't happen, or just not acknowledging it, and it's still bothering me on an emotional level or a mental level. Then I've never, I guess I didn't actually deal with it, so to speak.
Right.
Whatever it is.
Right. And we'll find that to be pretty common, you know, because again, one of the main things that keep us limited and not going anywhere is ignorance. And ignorance isn't meant as an insult. It's
No.
simply us not understanding all the parts of the process, and at the same time, not even seeking in the right direction. Because there are a lot of people who have an incorrect understanding and they literally fight to keep that, which means they might hear something new but reject it simply because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Right. I've heard that before. I think that was the way it was defined to me. It was called cognitive dissonance.
Oh my. Yeah, cognitive dissonance is one of my favorite things. That can be a result of cognitive dissonance. That's basically whenever you experience something and you literally don't know how to process it, so your brain kind of freezes.
I'm sorry if you hear my kids in the background. Okay.
I'm still waiting on my computer to come back to life.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute and let you.
Yeah, I'm almost ready.
Okay.
Loading up now.
If I could say one more thing while your computer comes back to life.
Yes.
So I know in class we are on etheric catalysis, if I'm saying it right. I'm kind of like baby stepping it. I did a chakra shooty this morning, probably around 7 a.m. And it kind of like it made me really sleepy as to where I actually had to lay right back down. And I didn't get through the full second round where you go back down to the root chakra and work your way all the way back up again. I kind of at the heart chakra, I kind of felt winded and I needed to go back to sleep. So that kind of was telling me that there are some barriers or blockages, if you will, in the heart chakra that I was aware of, you know, I guess emotionally, but energetically, I didn't actually, I never felt that before. So that was interesting.
Yeah. So it's like, I guess in a way, it would be difficult to say what kind of exact experiences you'd feel, because I was talking earlier about the essence of a thing and the manifestation of a thing. The essence of these type of practices are going to bring about a state of equilibrium within your multiple bodies, your physical body, your emotional body, your mental body. It's going to bring equilibrium. So it's going to manifest in different ways. You feel me?
Okay. When you say equilibrium, that has to do with balance and harmony.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the balance and the harmony and the equilibrium, that's a process that we're all going through all the time. But the difference between people like us who are doing these spiritual practices and people who are not is that people who are not, as they're going through life and experiencing the balancing, they're also causing more imbalance and inharmony. So it's a never-ending cycle. Whereas doing work like this, not only are we harmonizing the very subtle and subconscious aspects of our being, we're also reducing the turbulence. We're reducing causing imbalance. So eventually, as we do this work, our lives reach a state of perfection, really.
So would that tie into the balancing of the burning of karma and then accruing more karma by not doing the spiritual practices?
That's exactly what I mean. You know, and I'm trying to find different ways to say karma, because for some people, they still literally get offended by hearing that word. So I try to use different words so that that personal attachment doesn't block the information. But yeah, that's exactly what's happening. We're burning karma by doing these exercises. And what that means is we're causing more balance and equilibrium and preventing more imbalance from happening.
Got it.
And that's why I said, as a result of what happens in the course, one of the direct results is you start to see more harmony and more balance in your life. Now, again, that's in essence. How it manifests, that's, that depends entirely on what your life looks like.
Right, right.
And just like, like if we have a sickness in our body, as our body tries to purge that sickness, we sometimes experience what looks like the symptoms of a fever. We sweat, we're sometimes have to lay in the bed and rest and recharge, but actually the body's burning up those negative entities in our body, right? Isn't that what happens medically?
Yes, it is.
And likewise, depending on what we've got going on in our etheric body and our astral body, sometimes when we do initiate these practices, it can start to cause what looks like, oh, I'm having bad luck, or this happened, or it doesn't feel good. But if we just stick through it, we come to see on the other side that was another aspect of balance. I love
right. I know there was a person in class who was saying he started our classes home in his apartment, and now he is somewhere else. And you were saying that, without saying it's part of the process, but, like, I guess everything you just said, like, it's kind of aligning you. I don't, like you said, I don't want to use the term spiritually, but it's kind of aligning you in the etheric plane. And that it is part of the process, and just to stick it out.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
And it's good to know that, because like, if you don't know that, you'll think that it's going to last forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can even be disheartening.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why it does help to have, somewhat of a community, or at least other people that you can talk to or bounce ideas off of. Because if you don't know that there's going to be an end to the suffering, then you're likely to think it's going to be forever.
Right. And then stop when you've already made so much progress,
right.
Even though it feels like you haven't.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I could relate to that as well. Maybe not in that exact way, but definitely with some things that were trying to, like, take my attention away from where I would like it to be. Which was one of the reasons why I signed up for the course, that were just telling me to, like, in efforts to, like, get me to focus on that would keep me in that same loop.
Yes.
And I feel like in taking the course and learning the things that I've learned, even though I am new, it's kind of like I'm breaking the loop. Because, any class that I've ever taken has always been like, toward a degree. It's never been for, like, true self-development or knowledge of anything internal. So I know that I am, like, breaking this loop. I've done things this year that I've never done, including start a business. And so it's all energetically, everything is lining up, even though there are some things that are just, like, making it seem as if it, is a bad situation. I know that ultimately it's not.
Yes. And it takes a level of maturity and strength to realize that. You know what I'm saying? It literally takes an extra effort to push through.
It does, yes.
So, like, if you're able to really recognize what success looks like, if you're able to recognize what progress looks like, that only adds to your strength and your resolve. If you know what it looks like when you're making progress, that only helps you to move forward. Because I know there's a lot of people who don't realize they're making progress, I think my screen is coming back here.
All right, good stuff.
But yeah, those are good questions and great observations, and I think that they are, I think that they can definitely help some people in the chat here. I hope I'm still streaming on YouTube. I can't really see it.
You say it again. You said you can't see. We can't see you either.
All right, it's loaded back up. I'm hopping back in now.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you. Wow.
Recording in progress.
Testing 1 2. Testing 3 4. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Over the fields we go, laughing all the way. I love that the laugh itself made into the lyrics.
Right.
All right, I think I'm back. Dun. Nope, almost. There we go.
Your volume seems to have faded a little bit.
Is it better now?
You got to say something else.
All right. I might have to fix it a little bit more.
Yeah, you're kind of low because I have my setting up as high as it can go, and I heard you very clearly before whatever happened.
All right. Let me fix a few more things. Oh,
right.
Yeah, I remember what it was. I had to turn that thing all the way up. How about now?
Yeah. Can you down just a little?
Oh, down just a little.
Because it's echoing.
All right, how about this? Is this better? Well, I'm gonna keep talking, and you just tell me whenever it's up or down.
This is good. This is good. I think this is good. Now I can just turn mine down. Awesome.
Cool beans. All right, just adjust this, and I'm gonna get back to my diagram, which I had drawn before my computer decided to take a nap. Okay. All right, everybody in YouTube, let me know if this is still coming through clear.
Yeah, you look pretty clear. I can see your diagram. Oh, you said YouTube. I'm sorry.
Damn, half the people tuned out once my camera left. Oh well, all good. So let's continue. So before we were talking about consciousness and energy, and we were talking about how we live in a dualistic duality universe. And that dualism, the two parts of that whole, is represented by consciousness and energy, right? Consciousness and energy, which we could also call the masculine and the feminine principle. And because we are mature and actually study and don't just take words at face value, we understand that masculine and feminine does not mean penis and vagina. Doesn't mean man and a woman, but it represents two processes, electric and magnetic. One puts out and one pulls towards, right? So in this case, consciousness would be recognized as the electric aspect, the masculine aspect. So it's putting forward, whereas the energy would be represented as a feminine aspect because it's pulling towards. Now, in truth, consciousness, this is only in relationship with each other, right? Consciousness is not moving. It cannot move. It does not move. Consciousness just is. Energy does all the movement. But here's the thing. It's all about relationships now. We have to try our best not to get hung up on terms and phrases, but understand what's happening behind the words. And when I say masculine and feminine and the relationship here is because energy being feminine, being magnetic, it is taking in and reproducing. So what happens is energy in its lowest manifestation, energy is replicating what's happening in consciousness. So as consciousness becomes aware of energy, energy becomes what consciousness becomes aware of. It becomes a self-feeding loop, right? It becomes, for example, that's why in nature there's nothing but patterns. Whenever a man and a woman get together and a man puts a seed in a woman and the woman takes that seed and it begins to create a baby, well, what happens? It doesn't just become a random animal. It literally follows a pattern, like a pattern of, and it's been going on since as long as people have been people, right? Those two cells now, the sperm and the egg combine and create a zygote, right? And a little a heart forms first, I think, then a brain, a little spinal cord, and then two little eyes, two little beady eyes. And then the rest of the organs and everything, it develops in a pattern. Arm, leg, arm, head, Allah, right? It follows a pattern, and then everything goes perfectly, right? The woman isn't sitting there meditating and making it happen. The man isn't like talking to her womb to make it happen. It's a part of nature. Nature replicates patterns. And where those patterns come from? Those patterns exist within consciousness. So when I say masculine and feminine, electric and magnetic, energy is replicating those patterns that already exist. Now, those patterns exist on a higher plane, the causal plane, right? If you understand that there's different levels of reality, you got the physical plane, the etheric plane, then the astral plane, then the mental plane, and then the causal plane. It's extremely difficult for us to directly interact with the causal plane because it is such a subtle vibration that we can barely perceive it, but we do perceive its effects. The causal plane, the root word there is cause, right? The causal plane, that's where your soul is. The causal plane is the seed plane, and that seed plane produces what happens in the following planes underneath it. So it's within the causal plane that the root of these patterns exist. And this happens just past Doth. This happens past Chesed on the Tree of Life, and it's going on in Kether Chakmabina. Just as a map, that's just a location of where that plane is. But it's in the causal plane that we have the pattern of babies. We have the pattern of trees and fungi and water and everything that exists. There's a seed pattern for it right there. And even for you, right? Now, the pattern for you is actually an archetype. So the more purified you become in your essence, you start becoming more and more like an archetype. Some people are natural warriors. Some people are natural teachers. Some people are natural lovers, right? Some people are musicians. Some people are, you know what I mean? Like there's so many different archetypes. Now your essence is actually built upon one of those. And the more purified and refined you come in yourself, the more that you start to reflect that pattern. And hopefully if you're paying attention to that process within yourself, you start to expand beyond the pattern itself and realize, hey, there's something bigger going on. How the hell did I get there? Anyways, so in the unmanifest dimension, we've got consciousness and energy. Now, when these two principles interact with each other, because remember I said before, in the unmanifest dimension, they're in perfect harmony, perfect balance. But what happens is in the manifest dimension, that causal realm seed, right? In the seed, just like you said in the book, when you look at an acorn tree seed, it's got all the future acorns in it. Thus, it's got all the bark for the tree. It's got all the leaves. It's got how many branches are going to be produced. All that is within the seed. But if you cut that seed open, you're not going to see a baby tree. It's not going to be all squished up in there waiting to unfold. No, the pattern is there, right? The potential is there. And that's what happens in the unmanifest dimension. So what makes the seed become a full tree? What makes the seed blossom and become its potential? Well, the medium for it to exist within. In other words, the seed has to be put into the ground. It has to get water. It has to get sunlight. It has to get nurture. And the environment essentially puts that potential out of balance, right? So when that seed hits the earth and it starts absorbing water and sunlight, that potential now is moved, right? It's no longer in harmony. Now there's a little bit more of this and a little bit less of that. Now there's a shifting that occurs. And within that shifting, that is what manifestation is. Now it's seeking to become harmonious. It's seeking balance. And for it, balance means becoming its potential, right? Nothing can become anything unless it's already inside of it. The only reason that you're researching this information and learning and practicing is because all this stuff is already inside of you. The potential is there for you to become what it is that you're moving towards. Just like the potential for 1 million acorns is within the acorn, right? The difference is some acorns actually make it into the ground and receive water and sunlight. There's billions of acorns that just get gobbled up by squirrels or get stepped on or used as slingshot ammo, right? There's 1 million acorns, but only the acorns that reach fertile soil and further nurturing become their full potential, just like you. This is why it's so important to take care of what's going on in your environment internally and externally, right? It's your environment that allows the seed to blossom into its full potential. Now, you have a very active process in that, right? If you just stop and say, oh, it's because of this thing, or it's their fault, or they did this to me, that's why I can't. If you're comfortable saying that, if you just sit back and blame it on something, you're not gonna reach the potential. How can you? You're not even giving yourself the opportunity to do it. So despite what has happened to you or what is happening to you, you have a very real opportunity to bring out your best, but it's going to take a little bit of work. And the work, the reason that it's difficult or it feels hard, that's the same work that a seed is going through when it's in that ground. And by the time that seed breaks forth from that soil, it's not a seed anymore. That seed had to die, right? What was inside of it had to break the shell and basically use that shell as fuel to keep going. Likewise, you're going to have to go through that so-called painful experience of letting the old you die and the new one become born from the ashes of the old you. And that might sound kind of scary, but it shouldn't be, you know?
No.
It shouldn't be. This is life. The same way that when the sperm meets the egg, that zygote has to die in order for that baby to start, because this is literally what life is. So in the unmanifest dimension, consciousness and energy combine. And in that combination, this is where we find ourselves, right? Now, what we actually are is consciousness that is intermingling with energy on 4 different levels. Now, these 4 different levels, according to the ancients, in the Vedic, in Sanskrit, the words would be buddhi, ahamkara, chitta, and manas. This represents what's called the antakarana. Antakarana means inner tool, inner instrument. Essentially, this is our mind. Now, these 4 levels represent buddhi, which is the highest intellect, the highest self. This is where intuition comes from, right? Where everyone talks about, oh, I felt it in the spirit, or I had an intuition, and all that very subtle perception, they had a word for it. It's up here, it's called buddhi. Now, right below that, there's another level of existence, and that's called ahamkara. We call it ego. And as I've said a million times, ego is not thinking that you're better than everyone. Ego is a algorithm, it's a function. And what that function does is it experiences something and it gives it a value judgment, good or bad. It attaches to it. It says, this is me, this is not me. I like this, I don't like this. That's what ego does, right? Now that is a result of consciousness being intermingled with energy, because energy moves, consciousness doesn't. So what happens is when the body feels something that feels good, consciousness recognizes a pleasurable feeling, we naturally want more of it. But here's the thing, everything about energy changes. So naturally that thing that felt good is going to pass. It's going to make us upset and we want more of it. So we literally base our entire personality on running towards pleasure and running away from pain. We literally base our entire personality on ego. That's why it's called ego. Everything about you is based on things that made you feel good and things that made you feel bad. And if you never get that algorithm under control, it'll continue to control you, right? So part of the suffering that happens is that we identify with this. We think that this is us. Oh, I like mashed potatoes. Oh, I hate broccoli. That we call that us. That's me. Oh, that's just me. That's just how I am. That's not you. That's literally just a process. That's just a chemical process that's happening. What we actually are is something much more than that. So beyond that, we've got what's called manas. And manas is the intelligence of the body. It doesn't really make decisions, but it does recognize different things about our environment. Manas is the data that comes into the ears, the data that comes into the eyes, the data that comes into the nose, through the mouth, and through the skin, through the muscles.
So the five senses.
Yes, it is the aggregate of the five senses.
Okay.
If you can take all those different five senses and combine them into one, that is manas. So manas is like, okay, well, I see this smoke, I smell the perfume in it, right? I can hear the music, but it doesn't make any decisions. Manas is that part of you that says, I'm hungry, and you go to the fridge and you see pizza and hamburger, and you say pizza tastes good and hamburger tastes good, but that's as far as manas goes. It can't tell you which one to eat. It can't give you the benefits. That's where ego comes in. Now, ego says, yes, I really like this because I had this past experience, and that's just how I am, so I want it, right? Or I don't like that because whatever reason. So they all work together. And then lastly, chitta. Chitta is kind of ubiquitous, I think the word is. Chitta is kind of mysterious, but chitta is what's called mind stuff. And chitta is what we build our experience out of. Chitta, like, okay, so here you are, sitting where you're sitting, and you can see, you can hear, you can taste, you can feel. But chitta is what we pull from in order to build that experience. So chitta is almost like the raw material of perception that we pull from, and we shape the things that we see. Because studies have been shown, like say, for example, we can agree that there is a color called red, but I don't know how it looks to you, and you don't know how it looks to me. To me, it looks a certain way, but I literally can't describe it. I can only show you. We can agree on it, but there will be slight differences based on how your eyes work. You know, some people are more sensitive, some people are less sensitive, but either way, we build that all out of chitta. We shape it and we form it and we mold it, and it becomes what we perceive. Now, again, this is why reality is an illusion, because the way you build things is different how I'm going to build things. So that's what makes it an illusion. That doesn't mean it's not real. That just means that how we perceive it is not its accurate representation. So anyways, this all works together. Chitta is what we build our experience from. And here's the thing. The most important verse that defines yoga is written in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. It's in chapter 1, verse number 2. And basically it says that the management of the chitta is yoga. In other words, if we can get all this under control, that is unification between lower self and higher self. Because right now it's not under control. Right now, our body is pulling from the chitta to smell, to taste, touch, feel, etc., etc. The ahamkara is giving meaning and value to the things that we're smelling, seeing, tasting, touching, and hearing. And then finally, buddhi is up here trying to tell us, hey, maybe you should reduce the meat, or maybe you should start eating more protein or iron or whatever. But we barely listen to it because the ahamkara is so loud, right? So all this right here is what's causing our experience. But guess what? None of that is even real, at least in the ultimate sense. Our experience is real, but this isn't reality. All this is only a byproduct of consciousness interacting with energy. Because energy moved just a little bit, it started a cycle of chain reactions, right? Because your great grandparents had a child, that caused a chain reaction to bring you here. It's nobody's fault, but that's just what happened. Likewise, because our great grandparents called Shiva and Shakti, called Purusha and Prakriti, called consciousness and energy, because our great grandparents had a child, that started creation. This is where we are. So yoga is about using this whole tool, about aligning this tool with certain patterns and certain rhythms that can allow us to harmonize to the point that we can expand beyond all this and see reality for what it actually is. Now, how do we do that? What are the tools? This is where mantra comes into play. This is where yoga comes into play. This is where the different spiritual exercises come into play. Because when we see, this is what a mantra is. A mantra is actually tapping into a specific pattern, a specific vibration, a specific algorithm in order to tune our inner essence, in order to tune our inner instrument with a certain causal vibration that will allow us to become more like our true essence. Our true essence is not this down here. This is called the lower self. The true essence is not the ahamkara, the chitta, the manas, or the buddhi. That's not the true essence. Because when your body dies, when your body dies, all this dies too. So that's not the real you. All right. When the body dies, guess what? You're still having an experience. When the body dies, you're still having an experience. But what happens is, because that ego is so strong. What's up?
You just blew my mind.
Oh, yeah. Because that ego that I mentioned down here is so strong, because ego is so strong, that attachment that I am this, I am not this, it literally leaves an impression in the subtle vibratory body. The ego leaves an impression in the subtle vibratory body. So when the physical body dies, the ego is still there, and it says, no, I'm not finished. I never got to become that rapper. I never got to have that threesome. I never got to eat Kobe beef. I never got to do whatever, right? Or it says, oh, I regret doing this, or I shoulda, coulda, woulda. I should have spent more time with my grandfather, should have spent more time. Because of all that is going on in the subtle vibratory realms, we're literally basically signing up for another body. Just that essence of, I never got to, and I wish I coulda, shoulda, woulda. That's the same thing as us signing a contract for another body. And on the tree of life, this is happening in the realm of Yesod, which is the moon sphere. In the realm of Yesod, Gabriel is the algorithm that is saying, oh, you want another body? I got you, bro. I got you. Here, now you can be a Chinese woman in 1532, the year 1532. Because the agreements that you are now speaking of, I never got to do this, and I always wanted to do this, and I wish I did, and I coulda, shoulda. All that stuff that you're saying, you're basically like checking off a list of what kind of human incarnation you want, right? So in doing that, you're going to manifest another body, and you're going to come back. Now, depending on your karma, depending on whether you're putting algorithms and patterns into your life that are causing you to become more balanced, you may be reincarnated to where you start to learn about this stuff. Now, God forbid you haven't done any work, and you might live a lifetime where you don't learn about any kind of spiritual practice. That's a bad look, because what are you going to incarnate to after that, right? You're on your way back to the animal kingdom, basically, right? And then if you continue, then you'll be back on your way to the rock mineral kingdom. And that's good, because as you begin to devolve like that, you're beginning to eradicate the parts of yourself that are causing you to become heavy. And after a couple of lifetimes, you'll come back as a human and try it again. This is what happens when we on the tree of life, when you get to the sphere of Thoth, right? When your physical body dies and your consciousness begins to expand, you're going to hit a certain barrier. And at that barrier, you can't take ego with you. You guys have seen in the Egyptian pantheon where you can where you've got that scale of balance in front of you. Greetings, Nuru. Where you got that scale in front of you where your heart is lighter than a feather or whatever. That's happening at Thoth. And if your heart is heavier than that feather, you're going to come right back down. Now, there's not a woman up there physically weighing your heart on a physical scale. No, this is just a symbolic representation. But what's actually happening is, based on how you've got your whole configuration going of your level of consciousness attached to that level of energy, depending on that relationship that you have and how much of this you consider as you, that's going to determine whether or not you cross that level or you come back down to try it again. So in essence, none of this is even you, but we're choosing to attach to it. That's what causes us to come back. Not a judgment of a god or a goddess, but how heavy you are. And when I say heavy, which is how attached you are to energy, because energy is going to go where it goes, right? Ice is going to go to the bottom, just like vapor is going to float to the top. Energy goes where it goes. That's the law. Not about whether you did something good or bad. It's just what level of energy you're attached to. So if you're dense and very heavy, you're going to go back to the bottom. But if you become, if what you're attached to is very light, or I should say Sattvic, that's going to determine how high you float. So in going through the science of mantra and yantra, you're using these two aspects of vibration, because mantras are a vibration. You're vibrating a sound. Yantras are a vibration. You're perceiving a sound. Depending on the types of mantra, yantra practice you perform and the consistency that you perform, this is going to determine how the energy that is within your realm of consciousness is affected. And again, I said energy is all about patterns. And if you're able to align yourself with patterns that are harmonious to the universe at large, you're setting yourself up to evolve into the best experience possible. That's my TED Talk. I'll see you guys again in June. Peace.
You had mentioned.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Or were you about to say something? Because I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. You had mentioned the word Sattvic in our class, and I want to say I interpret that to be, the way I heard it, it was harmony.
Yeah, that's a good way to see it.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm following you.
Ooh, okay. Let's use the diagrams. So this whole thing also has a spiritual name. Now, just scientifically, we're looking at it as consciousness and energy, but spiritually, these things have been deified to give us a comprehensive understanding. So consciousness can be called Shiva, and energy can be called Shakti. On another realm, consciousness can be called Purusha, energy can be called Prakriti. We're going to deal with those two specifically when we get to the module of Tattvashuddhi. So this would actually help. Purusha would represent consciousness. Prakriti represents energy. And in this case, Prakriti represents the entire manifest dimension. Follow me? Talking to you specifically. Yes, no, maybe so. You're going to ask me a question and then disappear. Ain't that something?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm still here. My children are in the background and they just busted in my room.
Okay, I get you. All right, so we're dealing with Prakriti, which is just another word for the entire realm of energy and tangible existence. So what's happening is, in the unmanifest dimension, she is in complete harmony, and in her harmony, all of her different parts are kind of just put in their proper place. right? It's almost like if you have some milk that's old and sitting out, right? You know, that chunky stuff and the watery aspect begins to separate, right? So that's what's kind of happening here in Prakriti. And this is her, Mother Nature, all of existence. In the unmanifest dimension, the heavy stuff floats to the bottom, and that's called tamas. Tamas would represent the heavy stuff of Mother Nature. Um, think of a big heavy rock. It's, you wouldn't consider that a very intelligent creature. It's not aware of itself. It exists in a state of ignorance. It's asleep. It's not really moving because it's so heavy. It's going to take a lot of energy to move that rock. Again, these three states are in relationships with each other. It's only heavy compared to Rajas and Sattva, right? In some reality, a huge boulder could be Sattvic compared to something that's even more dense, right? But it's about the relationships. So in this case, the relationship of tamas would be something that's very ignorant, very slow, lazy, asleep, dead, just not really moving. Rajas is the opposite. Rajas is, and by the way, this could be represented as matter itself. So if you add a little bit, if more consciousness is awakened within the matter, it now reaches the level of Rajas. Now, Rajas represents a lot of activity, a lot of motion and movement, and a lot of just vibrancy. It's going places, it's bouncing to and from. It's anxious, full of anxiety, full of movement, full of passion. You know, you get what I'm saying? It's a different aspect. It's now moving, fiery nature, earth element, fire element. Now, when even more consciousness is introduced, that also means that the material dense aspect is reduced. So now we get the sattvic aspect, sattva. And sattva is also another word for clarity, harmony, balance, peace, because it has totally escaped the stage of existence of being dense and heavy like a giant boulder. It's also escaped the existence of being fiery and wild and just moving and bouncing, the monkey mind, to and fro, to and fro. It's escaped that also. Now it's kind of still and calm and peaceful. It's so light that it kind of just floats. And in our personality, this is what we're trying to reach. In our physical body, this is what we're trying to reach. In every aspect of our existence, we're trying to reach the sattvic aspect. Most people, and everything, like imagine this as a molecule. All of our tangible existence is composed of these molecules. Just like every computer program is composed of ones and zeros. Every molecule in existence is composed of this. But the thing is, it exists in degrees and percentages. So most people have a very small percentage of sattva, very small percentage. But we've got varying levels of tamas and rajas. Some people are very lazy and slow and heavy and just, I'll do it maybe, right? Woe is me. Everything sucks. I hate life. I was there for a while. I kept drinking alcohol and just, oh, life sucks. Life would be better off without me, right? Then there's also, most people are rajasic, and they're always just, what to do next, what to bounce from next, where I want to learn everything, and I don't, just so anxious and excited and just moving everywhere. We exist at different degrees of these different percentages. But as you go through the spiritual practice, no matter which one, as long as it's genuine, you're going to start to increase the percentage of sattva that exists within you. Things aren't going to bother you so much, right? Somebody might have, you might drive your car to work one day and find a scratch on it. In your rajasic days, you might have been pissed off and made everybody pay for it. Since you can't find out who did it, you're going to make everybody pay, right? That's rajasic. And even a tamasic person would just be like, wow, life sucks. I deserved it. I guess nothing works out for me. Well, fuck it. Shouldn't have bought a new car anyway. That's a tamasic tendency. But then, of course, a sattvic person will be like, it's all matter, and eventually it's going to become destroyed anyway. It doesn't affect my day. I'm not saying, oh, I accept it. I'm glad someone did it, and I forgive them for doing it because it's the right thing to do. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it doesn't affect your inner existence. Yes, the car got scratched. My mood literally didn't change from before I saw it. It's a car, big deal. Hell, I'll get it paid to get it fixed if it's that big of a deal. Maybe if I can't afford it, I'll look on YouTube and do it myself and get them, But in any case, you see the difference in personalities there. So when I say sattvic, that's what I mean. It's a quality that all of nature has. So there's different things that we can do to increase the level of sattvic nature in our entire experience. Godflow93 asks, is it as simple as eating a sattvic diet to evolve? If not, what would be the specific sattvic practices? So to answer the question, I would say no, it's not as simple as eating a sattvic diet, although that will help, because what you are is a number of different things. If you were just a physical body, then yes, all it would take is a diet to fix things. But because you are a body and a heart that feels, and also a mind that thinks, and also something more, you'll have to harmonize all those aspects, essentially. Now, a sattvic diet can help because we are like a pyramid. The body, although the body is not the most important thing to deal with, our foundation is built upon the body, right? It's kind of hard to do these practices if you're very unhealthy. It's kind of hard to do these practices if your stomach is always full with Kobe beef or McDonald's beef. It's kind of difficult to do these practices if you're, if your body is out of balance. But a body in harmony has an easier time having emotions that are in harmony, has an easier time having a mind that's in harmony. So sattvic diet is important, but that's not everything. And honestly, we exist on different levels. There's a physical, there's an emotional, there's a mental, etc. If you have a very sattvic nature at these higher levels, then that would even make the lower levels, basically you could override certain things, right? Goodness gracious. Music writes atop the ocean. Qualitative perspective piece. Mike McGee, long time no see. Welcome, welcome, bro. If you'd like to hop on at any point, man, just let me know. I'll send you the link. Belle Rodriguez, peace, peace. Bakari Devante, peace and greetings. Kaj33 says, I got that threesome though. Well, good for you. Hopefully you don't use that as an excuse to reincarnate. Unless you want to. That's all your business. Okay, so yeah, that whole spiel that I gave there, that I hope that serves to illustrate just a little bit of why mantra and yantra is important. Because what has actually happened is this science isn't like just a bunch of Indian dudes are just like, yo, let's make up a philosophy just because. It didn't work like that. As a matter of fact, nobody made this up. This comes from many years of observation of nature by sattvic minded people, by sattvic souled people, by people who did the work to be sattvic in all of their aspects. So yeah, that was actually a good question because that helps me tie into the next part. When we talk about these yogis and these seers, like, these aren't people who are doing what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? These aren't people who are like eating at McDonald's and having drama and, just doing all kind of American stuff. These aren't these people. These are people who are literally sitting in a cave somewhere, meditating and trying to figure out why life is the way it is. Like, this is their full-time job. So in doing that for several years, you start to become aware of certain things just naturally. Many of us, especially in this class, we've only been doing some of these things for a little while, and we're already having different experiences about our lives. So just imagine that doing these processes for years, imagine the level of clarity it gives you over reality. So someone who is full of ego is going to be like, yo, I'm going to make up a new religion. I'm going to make a new pantheon of spirits. I'm going to create something. I'm going to create it. That's a very ego-filled nature. But a sattvic nature is a lot more like a diamond, right? It's there, but it's clear, right? A sattvic nature, because it is clear, is able to see things as it is without adding any extra human stuff, right? The human element is, oh, I want to name this thing after me, or I want to I want to make a certain group of people evil because I have a personal thing against this group of people. You see how that works? But the more that you're able to purify your level of attachment, you're able to reflect divinity the way it is. And that's what these different yogis and spiritual seekers did. They were able to perceive reality as it was and reflect it clearly like a diamond. And in that reflection, they begin to perceive very, very subtle, very minute levels of reality, right? Those very, very subtle vibrations, they found to be the cause of very dense vibrations. In other words, I talked before about the essence of a thing and the expression of a thing. I'll draw on my diagram now. There's a difference between the essence of a thing and the expression of a thing. All right, so we've got the essence of a thing and we got the expression of a thing. These are different levels of experience, right? Now, we can come into an experience of the expression of a thing with our five senses. That's easy. Doesn't take much at all, right? A baby can come into contact with the expression of a thing. A baby, sucks on its mother's breast and receives milk. So that's the expression of love, life, divinity, sustenance. Now, if we were to just keep a baby's mindset, then we would think that, the breast is God, that milk is the substance of God. But the breast itself is not God. Milk is not God. But there's an essence that created breasts and milk to feed babies, right? That there's an essence that there's an expression of that essence, right? Let me know if that makes sense so far.
Yes.
Yeah. So most of us being so externally based with our awareness, we only ever come into context of the expression of things. So most people judge reality based on what they see, smell, taste, touch, and feel. Hear, five senses. Most people only base reality on the expression of reality because their minds are at a certain dense level that can only receive that kind of data. So it takes refinement of the perception to be able to see anything more than the physical, right? This is why these meditative practices and different spiritual practices are so helpful, because they allow you to experience subtle reality. This is dense reality. This is subtle reality. You're not going to experience subtle reality with your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose just based off of surface level understandings. You're going to have to be able to see behind, because like we experience synchronicity and we experience coincidences and all this other stuff, right? Every time you look at the clock, it's 11:11. Right now it's 4:32, right? You might be seeing sequential numbers or repeating numbers everywhere you look. Oh my God, 333. Oh my God, 444. Wow, 777. So cool. But that's only an expression of something, right? That doesn't mean anything in itself. You can't look up what 11:11 means. If I'm sure you've tried it. I know everybody in this YouTube has tried it, and you'll see what I've seen, different definitions across different websites, right? There's not an agreed upon definition, right? In some cases there are, but for the most part, no. I've seen so many different definitions for 333, 444, 666, because people are looking in the wrong direction. These are still externally based people trying to describe essential things. So it takes a level of refinement of the understanding to be able to perceive the essence of a thing. So this is what I mean by these yogis and these ancient seers and all these people from the cultures that existed a long time ago, no matter whether it was in Africa or India or China or even in Europe or even in the Americas. there were ancient people who literally spent all of their time refining their senses to be able to perceive the essential nature. What is the essential nature? Remember, I spoke about before the unmanifest dimension, which was in complete harmony with itself. Remember, I said that the unmanifest dimension, where consciousness and matter exist harmoniously. Well, in that level of existence, there are so many different patterns that exist. Remember, I said when a man and a woman have sex together and that they create that child, it follows a pattern of evolution. It forms the head and the eyes and the heart and the organs. It's a pattern. Nobody makes that happen. So where do those patterns exist? Somebody who only focuses on the five senses and the surface level expression, they'll say, oh, it's in the DNA, or they'll say, oh, it's in the genes, which is true. The data is there, but the data also, that's an expression of the essence, right? The fact that we have the DNA and the genes, that is coming from a subtle essence that isn't physical because it's a part of the unmanifest dimension. So within the unmanifest dimension, within the essential dimension, everything exists as a prototype. The same way that I've got a cell phone in my hand, but also on somebody's computer somewhere, there's a prototype. And when they need to make a new phone, they go to that prototype and click a button and it is manifested. So these ancient seers were able to go into this computer blueprint dimension and see the blueprints for all of reality, right? And when you start seeing patterns and more patterns, at a point it becomes overwhelming, and then something amazing happens. You see patterns within the patterns. So now all that data, it shrinks down again. And now you can see that there are patterns within those big patterns. This is really how a lot of this numerology and stuff makes sense, and gematria, because these patterns basically reduce down to numbers. You'll start to see recurring patterns within sets of threes. Like I mentioned, the Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. That's the pattern that exists within threes. Then you start looking, with the fives, you deal with the five elements. There's a relationship between the numbers there. There's a group of sevens, right? These different patterns begin to reveal themselves and they're reduced down to basic numbers. So anyway, these ancient folks were able to perceive the essential dimension, and they were able to see that it's not the expression of a thing, but it's the subtle vibration of a thing. Just for like the example I used earlier, the expression of abundance is money and fancy things. But money and fancy things is not abundance. They're an expression of abundance. So if you're able to perceive the essence of abundance and you were able to align your being with the essence of abundance, you begin to express that abundance. Same thing with health. Health isn't necessarily just, eating a specific thing. Health would be that there's an essence to health. Right. And I say that because some people say, oh, you have to be a vegetarian, vegan. Some people say, no, you have to eat meat. There's a lot of people out there who swear by like a raw organ diet. You know what I'm saying? They're eating hearts and livers and just raw meat. And for them, it works. Wouldn't work for me, but for them, it works. So it's impossible to say that something's right or wrong because we are in the manifest dimension. Anything can be anything. But what happens is there's a relationship that those people have to that raw meat and those organs. There's a relationship those people have to the vegetables and the greens. They're able to tap into the essence of health, the essence of abundance, or the essence of whatever it is we're talking about. There's an essence behind it. So it's never the thing itself. It's always the relationship. So these ancient seers were able to perceive the essence of all things. And they begin to take notes and write things down and compile basically what we have now as a science. In this particular case, we're talking about Samkhya and Vedanta. Although this isn't the only science that is valid, there are many, many other sciences that do reflect the purity and truth of reality. But the one that I choose and have been chosen to speak about is this particular one. So I'm not saying that this is better than the others, but what I am saying is that there is a massive level of clarity to be gained from studying this particular science. Now, in perceiving this essential dimension, they begin to see specific vibrations. Now, in their inner ear and their refined sense of inner hearing, they were able to perceive certain mantras, right? Vam, Lam, right? There are certain mantras that correspond with specific essential vibrations that they experienced. So it wasn't that they made it up. This is what multiple seers have experienced and experimented with. So none of this stuff is like, hey, just take my word for it and run with it. This is based on trial and error and practice and perception and a clarity of the scientist. That's another aspect of it. The scientist themselves has to be in a certain level where they can perceive this information and be careful not to let their ego tamper with the results. That's a very difficult thing to do for a lot of us. But the science of mantra and yantra involves a lot of these ancient seers who have been able to experience the essence of a thing and record the vibration of it, whether it is in a mantra or in a yantra, which is a visual representation. So it works backwards. By us utilizing the mantra or the yantra and connecting with the essence behind it, we're able to allow that essence to express itself within our life. This is why and how mantra works. The mantra, the ancient mantras, were derived from an observation of a specific essence. And when we align ourselves with that essence through repeating the mantra, meditating on the mantra, having it in our environment, or whether it's external or internal, by connecting to the essence through the mantra, we allow it to express itself in our lives in various degrees, meaning at the subconscious level, at the unconscious level, at the conscious level. It is allowed to express itself through us. Same thing with the yantra. Someone earlier asked about the Sri yantra. I don't know if they're still here, but if you are, this is also how the Sri yantra works. When you're able to visually meditate on and absorb a specific yantra, it allows you to tap into the essence of what it represents. And when you tap into it, you begin to see the expression of it in your life. This is the science of mantra. Like, it's nothing mystical, hocus pocus, nothing that you have to stretch yourself to believe. Like, this is how it works. So, are there any questions, comments, disagreements, whatever? In the chat, let me know if you guys are getting this, vibing with this. If this information makes sense, let me know.
Hi, Travis.
Hey.
So,
how's it going, Veronica?
Good. So you remember a couple of years ago, we were talking about in Chinese medicine, how people believe that originated, how it started originally. It was, I think you remember, I don't know if you remember, but we were with the group and I was telling you guys about that a lot of the Buddhists or Buddhas from, China, Japan, Korea's Ayurvedic medicine, they were doing the meditations and they were literally understanding the pathways of their energies, right? And obviously the Chinese, they collected data in all these paths. And I did send you a few of those, what the chakras are. And obviously they were pretty much trying to collect the data and made maps of how these, what we call the chi, right? Or what we call energy in our Western terms, is kind of like exist. Even though you don't see it, it's there. Yes. So you're repeating the same thing. Like in the part of medicine, they were collecting all that. And along the road, obviously, you came out with the Western where we discovered the nerve system, right? So in Westerns, they say, some of these people, they say, oh, it's the nerve system. And in some of these doctors, they say, no, it's the chi. But in order for the Westerns to understand it, you have to meditate and you will know that that chi is there. So for us in here, we do yoga meditations. For the Chinese, it's Tai Chi and Qigong. So, in Tai Chi and Qigong, they imagine that big bowl in between their hands and they trying to give shape into that particular chi. right? So they can see it, they can sense it. For us, it's like, that's just retarded. What the hell they doing? They're crazy because we don't see it. But when we do the chakras, we do feel it and we do see it some way, somehow. So it's the same thing. And then I was thinking about this and I bought a book precisely of the combination of what the chakras is with the TCM, with our medicine. So I just bought the book. I'm just waiting for it to come home and understand it. Hold on. So so it's very important to understand, guys, that meditation is fundamental. And part of my contribution is that in Chinese medicine, we already know all the paths. At least in my education, we still have not know all the paths and all the points. So when you look at videos that we just sticking needles, eeny, miny, miny, moo, it doesn't mean eeny, miny, miny, moo. It makes a powerful connection of the chi of your body and how to balance that chi, similar to the chakra shuddhis. When we do those meditations and how we wanted to balance those chis, well, it's similar with the Chinese, but we trigger with points. And in case you notice, the needles, right, they are kind of like metal, right? Not like the car metal, but it has an electrical form in order to balance and activate the chi. So it has a lot of similarities on what you're talking about with, like, you know, how they originally start collecting all this data.
Mhm.
This is not new, right? It's not new. But in order for us to understand what you're saying, man, we need to practice. I mean, sincerely.
It's true. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm glad that you approached it and brought it up through the Chinese angle as well, because like a lot of people do get hung up on a specific brand, but when you're able to look past, because that's ego also, we want to attach to it for whatever reason.
Right.
Really, I'm only attaching to this because you know, it comes easy to me. I'm digging through it and it makes sense to me, so I'm sticking here. But there's other avenues. You can look even deeper in the East, and like you said, see the Chinese stuff. There's a science. There's many sciences in the African continent. There's many sciences that originate in the American continent, the South American continent, the European continent, even. You know, but the important thing is, are we able to tap into the essence of the thing? Because here's the thing, the essence, that's the prototype realm. Like I mentioned, that's the prototype realm. And the prototype realm is going to express itself however the human can interpret it, right?
Right.
So that level of expression depends entirely on who's perceiving it. So if I come from a culture that is, you know, Chinese, I'm gonna see the Chinese expression, but I'm still able to tap in. If I come from a culture that's Indian, I'm gonna observe the expression, but I'm still gonna be able to tap in. The same way that us right here in the West, in America, we're able to see the expression even through these different cultures. But if you're doing it right, this is how you can tell you're doing it right. You start to experience harmony in your life, balance in your life. You start to experience equilibrium. And that's a sign that you're beginning to tap into the essence of the thing. So it isn't so much about intellectually understanding it, though that helps. The important thing is that you're experientially understanding it, which means you're living it. So everybody's not able to sit here and describe what's going on. That's okay. If you're not able to describe it to somebody, that doesn't mean you don't get it, but are you able to live it? That's the marker and the key that you are doing the work properly. So keep that in mind for anybody who may feel like, oh, well, I wish that I could tell my friends and family, but I just don't have the words. It's not about that. It's about, are you allowing this harmony to express in your life? Mm.
So I was looking at the chakras and all that, and I know we're talking about mantras here, but like you're saying, the vibration for the rum and all this, it really helps the paths of the chi. Well, because you're exposed with the Ayurvedic, I'm exposed with the TCM, and it's a whole connection. And I don't know, but I think I know. You have this the circle that it goes like ups and down, like you were saying, ups and down with chakras, and then it rotates, right? It rotates this way, and then it rotates this way.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm looking at the chakras, and I'm looking at the Chinese, and the Chinese medicine, we have the path that it goes like this, and we have a path that it goes like this. But now for the Ayurvedics, when we sing, you know, the mantras themselves, it kind of like makes a connection, like it needs that length of vibration to be able to expand and connect and dilute and do its functions. You know, that's how we see it in the Chinese, like it connects. We have points that connects all these channels, right? So we rotate, we go like this, but in order for the energies to go like this and to go like this, we need trigger points or main points. And it's the same with chakras. They connect to each other, but the path is through the mantras that it's like the battery when you turn on the car and you have that little flash that turns the car on.
Spark
That's
plugs.
yes. I think that's how mantras work.
Yeah. Yeah. I see it as a way of synchronization. So I posted a video on my Instagram story earlier, and it was talking about synchronization and waves and things like that. And it gave several examples. We know the example of a clock with a pendulum, and it
Yeah.
swings and it ticks. And many people have done experiments where you'll have several clocks going at different rates, but eventually they begin to synchronize. And this is happening all across the universe in different ways. I saw different parts of that video I'm going to clip out. If anyone didn't see that on my story, I guess I'll share the link in the chat here. But there's another story of a bridge that they built in Europe somewhere. I don't remember the detail, but it was done a bit differently. The suspension of most bridges are vertical, right? The suspension to hold the bridge together, it's the ropes or cables that are coming down. This one, the suspension was horizontal. Yeah, so it was going alongside the bridge. So the way that they did it was, you know, people that build bridges, they know that the average human being, they walk at a certain frequency. Let's just say it's like 2 steps for every whatever. So they know not to build that bridge, they know not to have it built to where it vibrates at that frequency, because when a human being is going to walk on it, it's going to entrain with it. And then the whole bridge is going to move because people are moving with the same frequency. When multiple bodies are moving at the same frequency, they synchronize, right? So everyone who builds bridges know not to build it that in such a way that it will resonate with human walking or even with vehicle, you know, weight and speed. But anyways, what happened was they thought they did that properly, but as people began walking on it, they even did the experiment. Not one person, not even 100 people, not even 150 people. When exactly 157 people began walking on that bridge, the bridge itself began to entrain to the motion of people walking. So because 157 people started walking on that bridge, the bridge began wobbling left and right. You know, everybody was scared because you're on this bridge that's over a massive body of water, and all of a sudden everyone's rocking and rolling. And a funny thing happens, it was getting worse because have you guys ever been on a boat that was rocking or anything like that? What happens? You spread your legs out and you try to walk with it so you can keep your balance. So that was only making it worse. Now you got all these people who are moving with it and it's now wobbling really wild. That's essentially what is happening in the universe with everything. There's synchronizing with patterns and rhythms, and there's being out of phase, I should say. When we work with these mantras exist as a seed vibration, as a seed frequency in the unmanifest realm. So what we are, there's a part of us that exists here, but for the most part, we're working with the part of us that exists here, this expression. Now what happens is when we take this expression and we align it with a mantra, we are now syncing them up like that wobbly bridge and the people walking on it, making it wobble even more. As we recite these mantras, what you're actually doing is we are aligning with the essence and the seed frequency of that mantra, and we're adding it to our physical nature as well as our
Right.
emotional
Right.
nature,
Right.
mental nature, spiritual nature.
So is it, so at the end, it's an alignment. An alignment. It's the same thing with Chinese. The alignment of the connections, the paths to align the chi. Yeah.
It's true. So it becomes less hocus pocus and woo, and it becomes more like, oh, that just makes sense. So good. So good. La 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 la.
So Trav,
Hey.
hey, so I got a question. So when it comes to like the number of times you do a mantra, right? So can we cover again what specifically, like, why is it a whole, like, why is there, it seems like that there's like a certain number, right? Like 100, like 100 and some japas in order to do a mantra and have a certain effect. But then in other books, it'll say you have to do this 1,000 times to receive a certain effect, even though it's the same effect. Is it just a matter of degrees of like how much you're like the mantra? Like when you were talking, I was thinking, okay, maybe the mantra is like the shaking bridge, and the amount of people is the amount of times that you say the mantra. And so is it kind of like that where, you know, if you say something 1,000 times, that the energy of that mantra, that resonance is going to be a lot more, and it's maybe like its subtle form is going to become more gross, and that's where you will experience that more in the tangible than if you were to do it just 108 times or whatever.
Okay, I think that's a good observation. From what I've been studying and what I've been looking at, it seems like the number of repetitions of these mantras, it seems like that's generally how many times it takes to tap into the essence of the mantra itself. So for someone random who just does the mantra one time, that's not going to tap into anything. It might make you feel good. You know, you might get a level of concentration and a calm mind, but to truly tap into the essence of the mantra, it takes a certain intensity of focus on the mantra. So generally, because we also have to think here, we're dealing with masses of people. They brought the information down not only for themselves, but also so that people who walk this path can experience the same benefits. So since we're dealing with so many people, it's very difficult to have a one size fits all solution. So I want to say that the numbers are so large because generally for most people, this will do the trick. This will help you tap into the essence of the expression.
Okay, so it's like if you do this 108 times or something, you'll get kind of a taste of that essence. You'll be able to tap into it and see the expression of it. But to truly experience the expression of it, as well as being consciously aware of it on another level, that's where you do like the 1,000 times for 45 days or something like that.
Yes. Yes. And honestly, now that I think about it, since you brought up those the much larger numbers, it takes a certain kind of practitioner to make the sankalpa or the commitment to do this 2,000 times for 45 days. Am I right?
Yeah.
It takes a certain type of development or refinement of personality to actually do that. And I think one of the things that's happening as a side effect is that it's helping to develop the type of personality to take it seriously enough. And I think it really, that type of person also serves to attract the benefit. So I think that's another level that the mantra is helping on. The mantra, simply making the sankalpa to do the mantra starts to change your personality. Just the fact that you see, oh, it's going to take me 45 days. Now, first of all, I have to do it 2,000 times a day. That's going to throw off maybe 90% of people. Then of that remaining 10%, oh, I've got to do this for 45 days. Another percentage of people are going to fall off. So I think just even the awareness of that part of the mantra helps to change who we are.
It kind of like it selects it adds to a selection of a certain type of practitioner. It's kind of like here's the casual listener versus the one who wants to actually master this and understand what that means.
Yeah, you know, it's a weeding out process. And a misconception that people have about religion is that God is somewhere in the sky judging us all, saying that you're good enough and you're not good enough. Well, that's not true. God is, got bigger things to deal with than that. We are the ones who are judging whether or not we're good enough. So when the book says you have to do this mantra 2,000 times and for 45 days, we are the ones who say, nope, not me. Or, yes, that's me. We make that judgment. We weed ourselves out. And the same thing's happening with the tree of life and expansion and contraction and moving on to whatever plane. We make the decision in a very similar way. Because in that afterlife experience, just like when we were doing those mantras, the meditations of Chakra Shuddhi, and these different memories and experiences begin to come up into our subconscious mind, it comes to the awareness. How we react to those memories and experiences determines if we're ready to proceed or not. For example, if an old memory is uncovered and it was a very scary memory, in that moment, that's going to determine what level I'm at. If I get scared again and break the meditation and pretend like it never happened, that's what level I'm at. But if I tough through it, if I remember non-attachment and let it pass through me, I'm proving to myself and to the universe that I am evolved past the me that was traumatized in that moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's like that's a, I don't know, I was thinking about an incident I had the other day where it was kind of like that, where I think where a lot of people, and including myself, kind of find issues there is what is toughing through it versus am I trying to escape? And I think a lot of people, that's where they start to self-sabotage, or they think differently of the situation, because we do have an ego there, and that ego is saying, what, you're going to let this fool talk to you like that? Or you're going to let that really take a hold of you? Like, where is the point between you're taking some shit versus, you're actually just on a whole other level? And so I think that's where that self-sabotage kind of starts to come in. Because I was thinking about that yesterday, because it's like, because, like with meditation, it's not that thoughts are never going to come up. It's that you're supposed to be able to redirect in order to maintain your focus. So that's a way of kind of like toughing it out, in the sense that you're learning the mastery of this meditation, taking it step by step until you no longer really have those distractions. And I was thinking, that's probably the same way how you can apply that to negative memories or situations where you walk through it. It's not that you're not going to be affected by it, because you have all these other factors that are making you up in this realm, but there's like a difference between that awareness and going in with the awareness of it, and taking the conscious steps forward instead of allowing the emotion to just sweep you away, and then later you'll be okay. Does that make sense?
It does. What we learned in karma and karma yoga really helped to clarify for me the biggest differences when it comes to how we deal with what comes up. In karma and karma yoga, he really said a mark of an advanced practitioner is the reduction of desires. Remember that part?
Yeah.
He said that we have a reduction of desires when we start reaching these higher levels. So at a gross, base, dense level, we simply relegate desires to I want things, like material things. But it really translates to even the deeper levels. For example, when we are in meditation and an experience comes to mind, it's going to come to mind. We can't stop it from coming up. It's supposed to come up because we're digging into the subconscious mind, and what's there will reveal itself. That's part of burning the karma. So when these things appear, karma is action. If we have a reaction to that experience again, the karma is continued, and we're going to have to face it again at some future date. Now, what we also learned is that karma is the process of a desire that's planted, and then we attain the desire, and then we want a different desire. That's still happening in meditation. When we meditate and we have that experience, what happens next? Most of us will have a desire to react to it. When these things come up, the mark of advancement is not whether or not it comes up in the first place. The mark of advancement is at what level does it affect us? Does it influence us to take action? Does it create another desire? So if I'm meditating and I see an old memory come up, does it cause me to react to it? Do I have a desire now to run from it, to run towards, to dwell on it? Do I have a desire now to react to it? Or have I attained desirelessness, and am I able to just observe that memory until it fades away?
Oh, okay. Well, that's a whole other level. That is a whole other level. Because then it's like, it's not a matter of how you react to it. It's, are you reacting at all?
Exactly. And I get what you're saying. It's extremely common for people to where something will happen, and then the knee-jerk ego reaction is, I can't let them get away with this, or nobody does this to me, or I've got to do something about it. All that is desire, because you're the one making those rules. Nobody's sitting back judging you, nobody's whispering that in your ear. You're saying that to yourself. I'm not going to let you get away with this. Get away with what? Who's doing what? To who? Like we create this whole story in our minds. This is someone that's dealing with the expression of a thing from the surface level. But if you're able to look at it from the essential level, no one's doing anything to me. This is still a conversation between me and the universe. That person as an individual, at least from my experience, doesn't really exist. This is the universe communicating with me through channels. So to take it personal and to have a personal vendetta against a specific person, that's still showing a level of being very surface level and not very deep.
I feel like there's a fine line though between like I don't know, I guess a form of like, where do you decide between your kind of the inertia of this energy that's coming towards you versus you're just evading it now because you don't want to deal with something, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I deal like with some of the worst people, in my opinion, some of the worst people that ever existed. I've run into them, and it's like, if they don't get stopped, they seriously hurt people, and kids and all of that kind of stuff. So, at that point, it's like, I understand that there's a deeper picture, that the way of our culture is quite messed up and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm aware of the essence of it, but that doesn't mean that this action is still not being done. And if I have the power to stop it, like, how is that? how is that reaction necessarily like this? I think this is where I kind of get within like kind of like muggy within that fine line of being non-reactive versus okay, enough is enough kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand. It does start to get tricky at that level, but I mean, this is why as the individual, as me, as you, as we expand and start to see things from a different angle, we really have to take in consideration all of the influences of the situation, all the personal influences, right? How much of this is attachment, right? How much of this have you injected yourself personally into the situation? And because of that injection, you've taken on a personal responsibility to do this, that, and the third. I mean, you know, granted, if as a human being living with other human beings, if there's something that's happening and you have the power to help this become a better situation, do it. No one's saying don't do that. But there's also another level where you literally go out of your way to try to handle things that is not yours to handle. And I think when it comes to that fine line between am I running away from it or am I being non-attached, really that's something that you feel, that you just know, you know, but we lie to ourselves after the fact. Psychology says that we're emotional creatures, not logical creatures. So a lot of times we feel an emotion and take action on it, then justify it with logic. That's how most people's minds operate. We feel some kind of way, we act on that feeling, and then we quickly go back and try to justify it. So if it takes a level of strength to address that at the emotional level, before taking that action, analyze why we're taking that action. That sounds so simple, but most people have trouble doing that. But it's at that level that you start to realize, am I running from something or am I being the bigger person here?
Right. Yeah, I think, yeah, I had that incident yesterday with someone that like, or had a reaction to, because I was just kind of flabbergasted that this was happening in the professional field. And as I was processing afterwards from it, I was like doing NLP to exercises and all that kind of stuff to detach from that thought, from those thoughts. And what I thought was interesting was that it wasn't actually the event that stuck in my mind the most. It was my desire for it to justify my actions. That made that 4-minute conversation appear to last so much longer or start to attach to me, because my logical mind my ego wanted to justify my actions. Even with the exercises I was doing to release attachment to it, that ego was still like, yeah, you did the right thing. You're smart. You're good. You got this. Like, la, you did the right thing. And it kept repeating that over and over and over again. And I realized later that like that, you know, because I was unconscious of it, even though I was aware of it, I was unconscious of its hindrance. I was like, I had to then detach or work on detaching from that justification part, where it's like, I don't need to justify my actions because I simply don't need to prove myself.
Right.
Like, why do I have this desire to prove myself? To who am I proving myself to?
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. See, look, people have trouble with that. It sounds easy because we're talking about it right now, but this, I'm telling you, most of the people that I've met in this world cannot do that effectively. It's hard because, like I said, it takes a level of refinement to sit down and face yourself without running away. Most people cannot do that. Most people that I've experienced now, I don't know, I haven't met the whole world, so I don't know, but just according to what I'm seeing in the world, people have trouble facing themselves and being honest. But if we're able to develop the strength to do that, we're able to improve all the areas of our lives. We suffer because we don't sit down long enough and address ourselves. That's why we suffer.
Right. Like I even caught myself in daydreams of retelling the story. And I realized that I was envisioning the appraisal I was getting from others in my daydreams of retelling the story. And I was like, wow, why? Like, how is this coming up? This is such an ego trip. I am ego tripping. like it was like, oh, okay, well, maybe if I present it in this way, I'll be able to detach from it more, and that way it won't have the effect. But what's the point of telling this event then? Oh, well, because someone has to know how I overcame it. Like every time I got to the root of like why this event was sticking in my head, this negative event, it was for affirmation from others or self-affirmation. Like it was never like, what an interesting process, right? Like our minds are so interesting. And so it's like, you know, and then there's that justification of like I realized another voice in my head that then wanted to justify telling a story or telling our issues, because if not, then I have nothing to say.
Yeah.
And there's something wrong with that. You're supposed to share your experiences. You're supposed to share. So then, you know, you can be a role model for others. I mean, everything
Right.
is ego-based.
So,
yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. And so it's like, how are you? So then what is detachment? What is being non-reactionary if this is a constant thing? This is the very reason why we have conversations.
well, look, that's part of the work, and this is powerful that you're literally like coming to the awareness of this and working with it. Like this is an extremely difficult thing. Like it might sound trivial, but like this is the work right here. Non-attachment, you know, I try to distinguish non-attachment as opposed to saying detachment, because detachment, at least in my experience, from what I think about in my head and whatnot, when I think detachment, that's an active process of detaching from something, you know, like cutting off. And I don't think that's really the angle that these people in these books are trying to present when they say non-attachment. I think non-attachment addresses that these things are going to happen. They're beyond your control. As long as you live in a human body, and hell, if you're dealing with other human bodies, then we're going to have these experiences and even these thoughts. But non-attachment indicates that despite the fact that they're happening, I have control over how much they influence me, or how much they influence my thinking, I should say. If I don't allow them to influence my thinking, that represents non-attachment, as opposed to detaching, you know. That I think what I'm trying to say is that indicates more of a level of apathy. Where with non-attachment, there can be compassion, but we're not bound to the compassion, right? There's suffering in the world, and I don't like that people are suffering, but at the same time, I can recognize it is not my place to do something, a certain something, right? I'm not going to change my profile picture to the Ukraine flag. What's that going to do? I can have compassion for the people that are suffering, but I'm not about to sit up here and change my profile picture to an all black square and say Black Lives Matter. Like that's not doing anything, right? But that indicates attachment though, right? I'm so attached that my actions have been influenced. Non-attachment goes back to this whole thing about essence and expression. There's expressions of non-attachment, but that's not necessarily the essence of it.
I think of the story of the king who had the wild horses and the kid who trained them, right? Because that's all about mind management. He didn't detach from the horses in the sense he cut off their heads and he killed them. He didn't do that. He ran with them, and then he became like one of them, or so they registered him. But the whole time he was practicing non-attachment, because he knew he wasn't one with the tribe of horses, but it was the horses that had assumed him into their clan, into their tribe. And then with time, he was able to implement his training strategies, because from the get-go, that was his training strategy. So that kind of reminds me of that, of like you being of us practicing on being the trainer, that kid who's a trainer in that story. Like literally we're coming at our thoughts and our belief systems and our reactions with a plan to not to basically guide those reactions and reform them without the reactions even really being aware of that.
A way of managing the self without being attached to the self, to be able to do it objectively instead of wrapped up in it.
Right.
Again, that's another example of how difficult it is. How many people came before that kid? He said people broke bones, got head busted for real. Many people came and hurt themselves. Let me rephrase that. Everyone before him came and hurt themselves.
Right. And you could even see that as it being the same person.
Okay.
And those were the multiple lives, or like if that's one of the goals, right, is just that one aspect. Imagine how many lives that takes, or how much dedicated study that takes, because we do things unconsciously all the time. See, what we do in this group is that we get to those unconscious states so we can see what's actually there, because a lot of us don't even know what's even there in our lower minds. We're still discovering the lower minds. We haven't even begun to reach the higher minds. We've gotten glimpses, but we're still trying to recognize what's below, what's acting out.
Right. This science is so awesome because it helps us distinguish all the little details, right? Everyone wants to know about, the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, I'm astral projection, and the mental body and the causal body. But we don't learn about the different bodies so you can astral project to have astral sex somewhere or whatever we think we're doing. The point is to understand how we relate to ourselves. There's a lower self and a higher self, and the lower self relates to the physical, the etheric, and the astral. With that being said, how much do we understand about these bodies? Do we understand how they affect and impact us? If we want to talk about evolution and vibrating higher, do we know how we can develop our relationship with these different levels of ourselves to do such a thing? Because if we don't have balance in those lower bodies, there's no point in talking about the higher self. If we don't have balance in the physical, etheric, and astral, there's no point talking about the mental body and the causal body.
Right. I had a dream the other night. So I've been watching a really good sci-fi show, right? That's a thriller. Boy, it's great, but it scared the living dickens out of me, right?
What is it?
You have living Dickens?
The living dickens out of me, okay? It's called From. It's a great show. From.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It is so good. And so of course I watched it before I meditated and went to bed, because I was thinking, oh yeah, let me just meditate and then I'll go to bed. That's enough time to like not have weird dreams. Well, I was wrong. And but it was interesting, because here's what I find is that the work that we're doing, like you just inspired this thought because you were talking about how a lot of people come into this trying to go into the astral or whatever. But when you start to recognize your lower mind, and what's in it, and you do the work there, astral projection isn't actually really, like for me, it's not even the main tool anymore, or lucid dreaming. It's more like when I'm there, I am more aware of how self is coming to project. It's like how I'm projecting myself in that realm. So like I had this dream, right? And in my dream, I was replaying the scenes, right? Like, the monsters are trying to come through, and, and I'm thinking, oh, do I fight them? What happens? And in the midst of it, I like woke up in the dream and I was like, wait, why am I? And I was about to get eaten, right, by these demons. And then I was like, wait, what's really the meaning here? I know that there is something here that I am attached to, or something that is disturbing my quality of self here. What is it? And all of a sudden, it was like the demons in the dream became like stopped, and we're like, oh, she's not paying attention to us right now. And they just kind of started lagging around. And then I started seeking like clues, like what is going on here? And then I realized that, oh, this show that freaked me out so much because these demons crash through the windows and all this kind of stuff, right? And home is supposed to be safe. And in my head, I have a built up image and attachment to home needing to be safe due to previous experiences that I had in my childhood. And because of that, the idea of a home not being safe freaks me out, makes me lose my shit. And so throughout the whole dream, I sat down and started doing like meditations and introspection in the dream. So with these practices, it really does assist you in becoming more aware of self, in the sense that when you get those glimpses of astral or lucid dreaming, you start to figure out what they're actually about, and you're no longer becoming a pawn to the environment of it. Like, you're seeing how you're projecting stuff, you're seeing what you're creating on this other level here that is unfamiliar to you. Like, it starts to become more familiar.
So would you say that that would indicate an expansion of awareness? Because now you're no longer finding yourself a part of the play, but now you're able to see the play in its entirety and your role in it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Interesting. So I can imagine that being able to work consistently at this, that awareness, that expanded awareness of the game and the pieces in it would even trickle down to the material plane. No longer identifying yourself as this body and things happening to you, but at least able to see a little bit more of how the environment comes into play and how other people and relationships come into play. How it's not just you, but it's you in the midst of everything else. What you actually are is your life. The people that you come into contact with every day, the places that you go every day, that's you. All that's you. All that's you. So are we able to see the subtle influences behind those relationships between other people, other places, and other things? When we're able to do that, we're able to describe a little bit more accurately the etheric plane and the astral plane. I like what Neuro says here in the chat. Neuro says, extreme non-attachment is what lifeguards do in saving someone's life. They stay connected and can form a literal lifeline, but not if it means getting drowned by the drowning guy. Connected, not consumed. That's an excellent example of non-attachment, right?
That is so good. Yes. Like, I feel that, because you can't stop life from happening as long as you're here.
Right.
You know? Actually, they say too, I think it was in the Karma Yoga book, they were saying like, or no, it might have been mind management, but they were saying that there's a procedure that a guru will do where they will, and it's the last one, it's where you disassociate from the ego, where like you literally cut out the ego. That's the last stage. Like, as long as we are at the levels where we are right now, we're still going to be dealing with ego, and we're still going to be dealing with all types of aspects of self that involve ego. And so right now, I think we're kind of gaining a mastery of it, like a mastery of understanding it, of that awareness of that, but plus all the other things that are happening, so we can come up with a pattern. Because as Nuru said, right, like the lifeguards, they're detached from the person that's drowning in order to be able to save them, but they also have a pattern, they have a routine that they follow when this happens. You know, if someone's drowning in this way and is facing this situation, I am going to train myself to react in this way follow these procedural steps. That's why I'm detaching. So I can do this. And when I follow these steps, I'm able to save the person. So I feel like we're in the stages where we're right now developing our own patterns, developing the steps that we're taking in our routines as life is happening.
Yes.
I think that was beautifully said, Alora.
I was about to second that. It was nicely said.
Uh-oh.
I think that was really, really nicely said. I just had a whole moment playing out while we were talking about this, but what you said earlier when you went into your lucid dream and you like stopped and said, wait, this is what's happening, and really analyze the whole situation. I use my ego in that way in real life. When my ego becomes triggered, I take that as an indicator of, okay, let's see what's going on here. And I do all of that. I analyze and see what's triggering, what's going on, what am I doing, and where is it really coming from? I just came from a farmer's market, and we're walking about, and this lady has a stand. She's selling hair bows. I have a 7-year-old little girl. We're looking at these custom made beautiful hair bows. They're really cute. And I say, okay, let's get a few. And let's even get one for your cousin. And then we're ready to charge. And the lady said $88. I got 2 hair bows.
God bless him.
2 hair bows. 2 hair bows. I got 2 hair bows, guys. And I didn't even hear all of what you said, but I feel it still because I was super triggered in that moment. So I've got my daughter who's super excited, for these hair bows. And I'm triggered because I feel like this, I feel the feeling I felt was like I was being ripped off. You know what I mean? And I'm already committed at this point. I paid for the $88 bows with $9-something taxes. And it's not even about the amount. It is. It's not why. It is. But so I really had to breathe. Like I really started breathing deeply. I went into my mudras, like everything. And I really had to stop and be like, okay, like what is the real underlying issue here? And really and truly what it was is that it triggered all of those moments of feeling taken advantage of. It triggered it might as well have been every moment that I felt taken advantage of. So in that moment, I was able to get into that Sattvic place for me because I analyzed and said, okay, this is really why it's triggering me. This is, I feel had, and, fine. I may have been a bit had there, but I opened myself up to it. I should have asked more questions prior to, life goes on. They're custom made, they're cute. Life goes on. You know what I mean? But that's how I use my ego in this stage, because I feel like if we're not using ego, we're not really alive. We need ego in this realm, in this level of life here. And that's just how I use mine. I take the moment and I try to step back from a higher, perspective and really analyze what's going on. What is really bothering me? Me back in the day, I'd be upset and then I would be the party pooper. I would be the miserable one and everyone else would be miserable too, but in this growth, in our spiritual practice overall, our sadhana, we really learn how to process how to take it in with stride, grace, and keep moving. Because once you allow yourself to be moved, then are you really in control? Are you? That's it.
Yeah. And money is such an intense trigger, I think, for exactly what you were saying, the getting got, because money relates to us in this Western world, in particular, within our culture, of security. That's what, for us, I think most of us, money represents, is if I don't have money, I can't have security. And if I don't have security, that means that nobody cares about me. And so money is a trigger for all types of emotions and of experiences that come up when we deal with a situation like that. Like if I get, swindled out of money or something like that, it's that feeling of being taken advantage of. But what's even underneath that is not feeling valued, right? It's being like, wow, I wanted to have an equal exchange, and instead you made me feel less. And that's where the ego is kind of like, whoop, where the yogis talk about it, because it's externalizing yourself. You're saying, man, you made me feel like shit because you took my security away. How can you do that? How can you make me feel less? But the reality is that it's only you. All of your happiness is internal. It's nowhere else. It doesn't belong to anyone else. There's no external factors that can affect you. Only you can affect you. But I think that money is kind of one of those mass spells that were put on us, right? Where there's so much context that's related to money that it not only is the currency that we use for trade, but it really is also, we're trading our traumas. We're trading our ideas of respect. We're trading our moral codes. All these things that we externalize, we trade through money. And money becomes a representation of an aspect of us that we are constantly expressing. So, I feel you on that. I think, and that's where I think, when it comes to these practices, that's where they're saying, detach, be aware that nothing is external to you. Like if someone swindles you, that's still, the goal is that you're like, well, I didn't even need that anyway. I didn't even need this. I don't need to feel any particular way when something happens, because I just don't. I already have this happiness within me. I don't need this interaction to take place. It's nice or it's not nice when it happens, but whatever. I'm indifferent to it. And I think that, so I think that you said a lot of very interesting things with that story that inspired a lot of thoughts for me, because it's like, that's the evolution that we're going through, is like becoming aware of what does this really meaning to me? What is actually going on? Am I externalizing things? What's some way that I can bring myself back to self and let this be whatever it is, and then be grateful for it afterwards, which is like the real kicker, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. No, I really found myself at, I'm in the car, the fuming has stopped. I'm in the car and I'm literally like, okay, they're really cute. They are custom made. They are really cute.
Right. I mean, yesterday, I had, like I said, I had an interaction, and and for me, it was like, man, I'm just grateful that this is a good learning moment for me. I'm grateful that I had this experience, because this was something that I need to work on and that I can learn from. Cool. That's, you know, all right. And I'm like, whoa, it's like when you get like punched in the face and you're like, whoa, okay, that happened. Next time I'm going to bob, you know, bob and weave, you know, or whatever. So, but yeah, it's a trip, man. This is life, you know.
In the chat, Godflow93 said something that's very relative to what the story that you just shared, Tashika. He says, when you get mad at some, or also what you were saying too, Laura. He says, when you get mad at someone,
Trav, the government.
Huh? What?
I said the government.
Government?
Man.
What happened?
Nothing. Go on.
Oh. So when you get mad at someone or triggered by something, you're getting triggered by the projection of your own mind. You can't perceive egos in other people. You can only perceive egos in yourself. I think that is a very powerful observation also. Because like we don't even think about that. We can only perceive our ego. We can't perceive someone else's ego. Ego, you know, when we're dealing with other people, that's more of an essence of the person. We just see the expression. And it's very difficult for us to penetrate the expression and get to the essence of a person because we're not in their head. Like we don't know how they, I mean, unless we're really good at reading body language and reading the context of language, which can be learned. But unless we're able to do that, like we're limited to our ego. And I like that I love that we have the ability to redefine and refine situations. Like no matter what happens to us, we literally have this amazing power to create the story around it. That's what I do for myself, you know, like with whenever something that happens that have really upset me in the past, I'm careful to how I relate the story to myself. You know, I'm working with someone now who, well, yeah, it's a very common thing. What did you mean by the government?
I was just saying. You said that. It's okay, Trav. It's okay.
Don't you wanna?
Yeah, I think this book is a really good addition to the karma and karma yoga thing. Because the other thing that this book adds is because everything that we're talking about too, right? The other part of the picture has to do with resonance, right? Resonance and vibration, like seeing patterns on the superficial level, but also below that, and being able to align yourself within those different levels that are acting out, that are expressing themselves. Because if I remember correctly, what we are becoming aware of is the expressions of consciousness. But there is two levels, two things that are happening, right? Because there is consciousness and then there's the expression of consciousness. And so this is where we get into guna talk and all that kind of thing. And so all of our situations are the expressions of the consciousness. And when we're able to detect that, as Trav was saying earlier about, you know, seeing it as like, okay, this is like a wave of energy that's happening, or this is some kind of tilt in the bridge that's starting to take place. Where am I on this, and how am I balancing with it? And how can I ride this through to more calmer waters? And so I think this book also makes it very crucial, because if we understand those subtle levels that are acting out, it's an easier way for non-attachment to become attainable.
Hell yeah. I like the way that you related that. Very nice. That wobbly ass bridge. See, when we're able to use different perceptual diagrams, it helps us to organize the relationships of reality, you know? That's why I'm starting to really love metaphors.
I agree. It's a really good way of because you know you can't. It's like a difference between saying the bridge was swaying versus the whole story, because there's a context there that portrays multiple concepts and ideas that might be, you know, like our minds, right? Our like, and this is like one of those subtle things that's just so awesome, right? As humans, our minds, we register pictures. We're like, this is a way of how we communicate. And so metaphors and these expressions that we portray, right, that we project for each other, create images. And along with, like, we are literally creating yantras and passing them amongst one another to utilize, to break into the essence of what that image is projecting, you know, what that yantra is projecting. So yeah, there's a great use for that. Like,
perfect. Another thing I like about the metaphor is that it's somewhat open-ended. You know, like I know on a lot of tests, there's multiple choice, but there's also ones that require you to put an open-ended answer. And I like those the best because it allows you to pull out of yourself connections that you need that I might not be able to see. So I might tell that whole story about the bridge. That's better than me saying, you know, they were stepping this way and the bridge wobbled. You know, you got to be careful where you wobble. Like, it's very limited. But when you tell a full story like that, when people connect to it, they're able to see things. Maybe somebody out there works on bridges. Maybe they'll begin to see other connections that I would never be able to see. Or maybe they've walked on a wobbly bridge. Maybe they've been on a, you know, a boat that was swaying to and fro. So like maybe people have an actual experience like that and they can relate, oh, that's what it means when I'm doing my mantras over and over. I'm syncing up with this vibration that's bigger than me. I'm being carried along with the carrier wave. Yeah.
I mean, that's a really good suggestion for like why, you know, the first language and all of that, you know, like Meru Netter and all of that are pictographs, right? They're all in pictures. Why each letter is a character. It's like we're, you know, because we are storytellers naturally. This is how Sanskrit is a resonant, it's resonance. It's a language based off of resonance. All language is based off of resonance because you have these characters that are portraying a certain image or idea that is that open-ended question. And I can see where they say, like, English, for example, is somewhat of a dead language or one that's more dense because it doesn't have these characters, right? It has letters, but it's not like Hebrew where like one can switch to another depending on the context of the sentence. It has hints of that, but it doesn't go so deep into that. So the resonance of it, the picture that you get from it has to be portrayed in a different manner.
Yes.
Whereas with original languages, it was within the words. Immediately within these characters, you had an impression to take from that not only display what the person was saying, but also what they were thinking and what you're thinking in relation to that. So basically, we're going back to that.
Yeah. I resonate with what you're talking about. I am, for those of you who don't follow me on Instagram, I am now posting the video link into the chat here. So in case you want to watch that video about this wobbly bridge and how it relates to vibration and synchronicity and all that, you'd be able to watch it. Memory. Greetings, Sunshine Chick. How was photography class? That seeking affirmation outside of self, I mean, that is such a hard habit to knock. It becomes ingrained, and it affects one gender more than it affects the other gender. It also affects an age group more than it affects other age groups. Some people never break free of that.
I would actually say that it might be more equal than what we're assuming it to be. Because if you think about it, from birth, we're dependent on our parents.
Mm-hmm.
So we're dependent on external factors to survive. So it's not even just like a bad learned habit. It's like it's a habit that allowed for our survival. So we find a usefulness for it constantly. Like there's like, because we're aware that if I didn't have my mother to take care of me, I would not be alive. And I have this attachment to my life. Like I want to live. And so if I want to live, then I need to be aware. I need to have affirmation for my external environment. I think that that's a belief system that's ingrained within all of us. And so detaching from that is essentially the same thing as detaching from life. And so your ego is like, what? Like, you can't do that. That's why they say it takes stages, right? So I think that affirmation from others is something that's ingrained within all of us, like on a very deep level. And that's how, and we can see the usefulness of it, but we can also see how it has overtaken us.
Absolutely. I'm not in disagreement in where you say it does affect all of us deeply, for sure. Maybe even to refine my comment about the genders is that need for affirmation expresses itself differently between genders. And the reason being is because, yes, on a genetic, biological level, we do need the attention of our caregivers to make sure that we are fed and our diapers are changed. But everything dealing with culture is entirely superficial. So it varies from culture to culture. And most of our culture is established on relationship dynamics, gender relationship dynamics, sexuality. And especially in this Western culture, American Western culture, males, in the seeking of sex partners and mates, because that's really the foundation of most everything we do, males express that need for affirmation from the opposite sex differently than the way that females express that affirmation for the opposite sex differently. Within the sex, intrasexual, we also seek it differently, but extrasexual, some people have developed a lifestyle where everything depends on that expression for that desire for attention, where everything depends on how much attention that they can gather from the opposite sex, and that's a very difficult path to walk. It's also a very miserable path, I can imagine. But that part's opinion and speculation. Some people might enjoy it. Being an attention whore.
There's a specific branch of the occult for that.
There is indeed.
For a lot of us, that's how we got our start, studying how to pick up chicks. I'm not embarrassed.
I just love that that's like your origin story, Trav.
I'm a high-ranking wizard. I was trying to get some booty.
Seeking booty from day one.
Yeah. Oh man, this shit is funny.
Really, that's like that's the microcosmic expression of Purusha observing Prakriti.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So to say that this universe is based on binary code, like literally the binary code of masculine, feminine, electromagnetic, like all these different terms mean the same thing. Right. And again, the expression of the seeking of attention, the feminine aspect is magnetic. It has to draw it in. whereas the masculine aspect, in a way, is putting it out there. A man has to put himself out there. A woman has to bring a good man, attract a good man, because it's a million. It don't take much to attract a man. It takes a lot to attract a suitable man. Where for males have a more difficult time, depending on what they're projecting.
You know what's interesting too, though, is so. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, men, but I've been doing like I've been listening to. I've been listening to a lot of interviews and stuff like that with people who study the nature of relationships, and they were discussing. Wow, no, they weren't. They were discussing how men have a viewpoint of relationships that is connected to time. So the amount of time that I have spent with this person, they may be in a relationship where they're really not happy, but if they've spent, say, like a certain amount of years or something like that with this person, they're going to subconsciously assume that role that they're playing within that partnership. Whereas for females, because they are communal based, they are thinking within terms of value and less about the time. So even though the time may be a factor as to why they stay in a relationship, if they still find value, if they still feel valued and treasured, then they, or in some way, even if it's messed up, right? Even if it is just like, oh, he just wants to have sex all the time, but she stays there for years because that's a way of her feeling valued, then she will stay in that relationship. Whereas with men, it's like, well, I've been here for 3 years. I'm going to, might as well stick it out and see what happens, you know, because she's playing her role. I'm kind of playing my role. Now, that's what I got, or that's what these people were saying that I thought was kind of interesting when we're talking about masculine and feminine, because again, you have two different aspects. You have the play of time, and then you also have you have time, and then you have the interplay between that time. So you have these two aspects that are entwined within one another.
Time and space, huh?
I did want to say space, but then I was kind of like, value seems kind of like a gross observation, though, you know, like
definition of space, like how we define and utilize that space could be different.
Oh, there you go.
We define it through values, right?
Yeah.
Close or far, big or small, hot or cold. These are different values.
Yeah, there you go.
Wet or dry.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting, though. I don't know if you guys can relate to that, if you're like, nope, that's not how that works.
A very broad net, but you know, I feel like no definitions, like no generalizations truly work, but if someone could build a framework out of that, I don't see like why not. It could be useful for them.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting to disagree, but you made it work. And what can we only like with what you said, Maestro? Like as far as generalizations, it's kind of sticky. But if we can relate to it personally in our lives, I mean, that's really all we can do. I would say in my life, what you said, that definitely does resonate. I know for sure what you said about the feminine partner and the value aspect. I mean, that's pretty self-evident. And I have been a victim of myself, and have also seen many other males stuck in the time aspect, you know, the sunk time fallacy. That's actually a logical fallacy, by the way. I invested this much time, I don't want to give it up simply because I invested time.
Right. I think that's interesting, though, that you can create, and this is, again, that part of that awareness that we're reaching, right, on these higher levels. When you look at it from a non-attached viewpoint, it's like, wow, look at that framework, time and space. Like these are repeating patterns that are just being placed within different reflections that we're seeing in everyday experiences. So if you have a certain combination of patterns that are already playing out and you can recognize their expression, you can create a framework.
Mhm.
Ooh.
That was like the entire thesis that karma and karma yoga gave. They didn't give what you just said, but they gave enough to come to a conclusion or a framework for all the Legos in the box. And then they didn't give the instructions, but you can just build whatever the hell you want.
Yes. Beautifully insidious. To give you all the blueprints and the materials to build the bomb, but and maybe even the motive to build it. But I'm not going to tell you to build a bomb. That's for you to do. And in case you fuck up, you can't say I told you to do it because I didn't tell you to do it. But that's just one aspect of what's going on here. We have all the ingredients to really build for ourselves a life that we can not only enjoy, but be able to see existence clearly with. But that doesn't mean that you're going to just because you got these books on your shelf. You got to build it and detonate it. Let me stop before I get in trouble.
Going on
You're a
about
lot more kinder than me. I would have like tracing back to where you started this mystical Kabbalah. I would have probably have stopped there because that already gave the sauce. But now, like all the books we've read, and now we're on like this. Damn, it's blurry, but this is just one way to access, as you were talking about earlier, the essence. Mantra Yantra is one way. There's literally like just your focus alone. Probably my favorite segment since you started this was the focus challenge, because that's like when I started getting at least results for me. But just focus alone, you're able to tap into essence. This is additional. So chat, Trav is giving you more than enough keys. There's no reason why you should be stuck. I'm sorry. He's way more patient than me. I would have been left and got irritated with people.
Oh man, I keep hearing that. Maybe I should have stopped. I keep hearing that.
I'm like, hell no. Y'all still got questions? Read this book. Yeah, it's the same book we've been reading. Go read it again.
Oh, you're referencing page 42. Obviously, you didn't read that chapter.
Right. Yeah, Trey, I've been with you the whole book study. What does this mean? Oh, you mean what's on page 3? Yes.
Oh, you can look that up in the glossary section of the book we're reading, right? Like,
It's the name is Karma and Karma Yoga. I don't know what else more you want.
Yeah. You just gave me a good idea though. I was wanting to run, be like the other cool YouTube guys and run a, what do you call
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Affirmation from others, Trav. Don't do it.
Like, hello everyone. Wait, don't skip this ad. Have you ever wanted to change your life using ancient technology?
My favorite one is, if you give me 45 seconds, I'm going to show you how to da-da-da-da-da-da. That one always stops me.
I like the ones where they say, like, if you have everything together, then skip this ad. I'm like, all right.
So, Trav, you wanted to be like the other cool YouTubers and do what?
Oh, run a giveaway or a contest or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that I don't know, maybe I could do like the focus challenge or a variation of that, and maybe have some kind of incentive, I suppose. I think that'd be cool. At first I was thinking
give out, or go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I'll say you should give out a year-long Gaia subscription.
Listen. I was thinking of at first maybe doing like this somewhat complicated scavenger hunt involving QR codes and hyperlinks. We have to like find a specific thing at a specific place, or maybe page of the book or like website or something like that. But
Trav, that's crazy. Yeah.
To encourage, wait, that's to encourage them to read, essentially, to do it?
Yeah. She says it's creepy. I can't believe this.
No, I said that's crazy. I said that's crazy because man, I can barely figure out Instagram. Like,
Oh my
what the hell
gosh.
is a
Yeah.
QR code? You know, like, man, you can't be doing that.
The niche
Still
of
gonna-
YouTube.
Still gonna do it, but I'm gonna do that, but I won't talk about it until hindsight. So like maybe after I die, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, if you scan this product that you bought from me 2 years ago, it might send you down a rabbit hole to find some stuff that I hinted at but never talked about.
Oh,
And just give out like a hard to find book.
That might be-
Super rare book.
Yeah, just give out one of these like 100 printed Franz Barton books, call it a day. Kenneth Grant, there you go.
Kenneth Grant, my new favorite.
See, I was buying the books. I just downloaded a PDF. I ain't paying no $500 for some PhD science at that. I'm gonna admit I can't understand it.
I had no idea that this had anything to do with that Twin Peaks show. I mean, granted, I didn't watch the show.
That was a great one.
I didn't either. I never watched the show either, but I had no idea that it was on that level.
I think like David Lynch's all his movies. I didn't watch Eraserhead. That's like the only one from him I didn't watch. That and Mulholland Drive. But from what I've seen, like all of his movies, and of course the show Twin Peaks and the Twin Peaks movie and whatnot, like they're just littered with the occult. There's no hiding. They put it in your face. And if you're watching it, and you have to have a certain mind to watch it, I guess, because it gets into not necessarily the occult, but it gets esoteric. It gets non-physical fairly straight off the bat. And for people who just, oh man, I want to see this crime drama where this guy gets sent to jail every episode, like that doesn't happen. And it just gets more or less and less physical. So the people who stayed along for the ride, like have the mind to perceive such things.
I didn't have the patience to watch it. I heard a lot about it, and I heard that it got pretty weird, and I wanted to experience that, but I think I ruined it for myself. This was like back in 2015, or when I first started really getting into these books. I tried to be all cool. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna smoke, and I'm gonna sit down and watch the episode. I'm just gonna watch the whole show high. I don't think I got past like 3 or 4 episodes. I'm like, this is too much. I don't smoke this much. Let my brothers do that. I guess I can try again.
Or smoke and make it through one of these Bihar books.
Oh, that's impossible for me, man.
Or Ladder of Lights. I think that's a challenge on its own. You might die off that one.
Laura, what was that movie that show you were talking about earlier?
From?
What network is it on? Netflix? What is that on?
I think Netflix International and Epix.
What show was it?
Called From, and that's also based on a cult, but it's based off of Nordic, or so there's a suspicion that it's based off of Nordic occultism. So like you have runes, like the sigils that they have hanging up from their houses are runes that are certain combinations, and the town itself is shaped as the Nordic tree of life, but basically Kabbalah. And so it has some really cool undertones to it that you're just like, oh, I see you.
And I had to watch this PBS documentary for one of my classes, and it happened to be on Charles Darwin. And it's one of those cheesy stuff that maybe a teacher would put on during a rainy day or something like that.
Yeah.
They were dropping the Kabbalah all up and down. I'm like, whoa. If I saw this when I was younger, I'd definitely been fucking around with my friends while that was playing, but it was definitely dropping some bombs, and it'll be interesting. Like I haven't studied the Darwin line in depth, but like I posted in a chat, it was pretty much Kabbalah, but I also feel that his family had to be messing with the secret society.
Yeah.
Especially for what he did to impact the future the way that it had. Like, basic as people don't change the future. Like,
It's true.
It's true. You got to be, the deeper the occult science you're dealing with, the deeper you have the potential to impact humanity at large. Period.
Yeah. I was talking about that. This goes to show too, man. Damn. I'm so glad you touched on that. Cause like, so the other day I got into a conversation. This kind of touches on a previous conversation we had before too, where it's like, you can give all the gems to someone, but if they're not in the place to receive it, they're not going to be there with it. And like, I was having this conversation with my coworker because we were talking about, he was talking about like Ukraine and Russia and all that kind of stuff. And he was like, I think there's a bigger plan here. And I was like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't, and so we started talking about government and all that stuff. And I was like, you ever think that like, you ever notice that anyone who's really in charge of shit is always a part of a secret society? And then he starts talking about like time travel. And I'm like, cool. I'm like, you're right. You know where they get those from? The Vedas. I was like, and I started like, and he was like, I wonder how you can time travel. And so I started to explain about like, time and space and how like certain things change and stuff. And I didn't get far into it before he was like totally not interested. And I realized that like, here he is thinking that he would rather think that time travel is the way how it is in the movies, or
Yes.
that it has to be this image that has been projected. Whereas I could give him the steps to time traveling and he wouldn't take it as long as it involved something other than the movie picture he had in his mind. Like, this is a separation between basic people and basic learners, I should say, and then those who dig deeper, who realize beyond the facade that this is just an analogy for something else. Like time travel is possible, quantum leaping is possible, all this kind of stuff is possible. And there's a procedure. And the procedures can be laid out for you. Are you willing to follow it? Are you willing to accept it? Or do you want to keep it as a conspiracy?
At least he didn't start a cult with it. Like, he really could have been destructive. You could cast pearls before swine and they won't eat it. There's some that'll take those pearls and like start spitting it at each other. So I think that's like, I appreciate when I give information and the person just doesn't take it, rather than they do take it and then just a wild situation occurs, which with me once, I gave it to somebody, it actually happened. Wild situation occurs and then they're like, oh, see, I did it. You're just sitting there like with horror on your face, like, no, that's not how it works.
Right. I've seen many wannabe channels come and go because they heard something really cool that I mentioned and tried to start this whole thing, and then after about a month or two,
They say don't work with demons, guys. It's an obvious mistake.
right. Back to church.
I'm a born again Christian after watching this YouTuber named Travis Magus. I don't recommend you watch it or listen to any of the things he says. And if you go back like just 2 weeks ago, they got the hood on. So with this demon, you're gonna have frankincense and red candles.
Hold the mirror at a 45-degree angle.
But it's almost like that's part of the disillusion, because seriously, I feel like years ago I got trapped up in that thinking too, like thinking, a psychic experience or something is going to be like in the movies. And it's the complete opposite. I'm waiting to step into a vision or something. And it's the complete opposite. The subtlety of what comes to you and your knowing versus, I don't know, the actual movie Quantum Leap. Am I giving away my age there? It's the complete opposite. So very different. And fools people because you think they're waiting for that spectacular thing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And they might get like a psychic fart. That's probably the extent of instead of beginners, they get a bad smell. Like, did I summon a demon right?
Yeah. Probably
Alice,
did.
is that you?
King payment.
Y'all bro.
You know something? You guys laughing on that one. Last night I was doing my meditation and I see this shadow coming at me. Travis, guess who I thought it was?
What?
King Payment.
King
I'm like,
Oh.
King Payment is coming,
MF
bro.
Doom or something.
I'm like, King Payment. Wait, no, that's not King Payment. No, shit, no, that's not King Payment. Let it cross, let it pass, let it pass. The dude was coming, right? Was coming and looking at, and all of a sudden, whoop, he disappeared. I'm like, shit. You think you know all this shit, you practice all this shit, and then here you go, when you are in your stages of meditation, you see all these deities. King Payment was coming last night, yo.
I've had that, like, especially with the EC meditation. I'll leave it at that. But that's the one where I see a lot of entities that maybe I just sidelined them.
Yeah.
And then in the meditation, they'll come out with like cool designs and shit. I'm like, oh man.
Please notice us.
Say, work with me. You need me.
And that's where some people can get tripped out, right? Because you guys know that if you come across it, that it's just another aspect of your mind expressing itself. Whereas for a lot of people, they're like, oh shit, they did exist. Oh God, I'm so sorry I didn't pay attention to you before. I'm so sorry. Come back to the front lines. Yeah, we'll work together because I see you here now. So now I'm going to affirm your existence all over again because, I must have been wrong. Silly me. And then
spend 8 more years with the YouTube channel where you're in a dark road. It'll be another 10 before you start getting into Kabbalah by itself. But you talking about the clip off and left-hand path liberation. I mean, that would be, or go ahead.
What would clip off first?
How you work with the disease? You're what's it called? Like a disease, a CDC expert, but you didn't take basic biology. So I know how to do surgery.
That reminds me of this guy. Back in the day, I had broken my ankle, and I was like a stupid 20-some-year-old. I think I was 20, and I had broken my ankle, and I didn't realize that it was broken. Like it just hurt really bad, right? And I had this guy come over, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's deep internal bleeding. I could try to fix it for you, but I may not fix it." I was like,
"What's that mean?
Doctor, get away from me."
What you got to where you may not fix it? What you work on?
I go, I don't know, the knowledge to fix it. Maybe that's what you don't got.
It has to be specific. Like, there's another, for certain there's an outcome that you may not fix. That means it's tried and tested. There's something you're working with.
Yeah, man.
That's experience. With experience, what causes what. What I'm saying? There's not imagine, hey guys, take my course. If you take these meditations, you might see something, you might not, I don't know, but trust me, take this course. It might work, it might not. At some level, after doing stuff enough, you got to be able to distinguish what's going to produce fruit and what doesn't. Now, what kind of fruit specifically, the more specific we get, that might be kind of up for grabs, but this procedure may or may not work.
Yeah.
Did it just
and it's
come
not
out?
A doctor either. Like, if it was a doctor and said may or may not work, okay, you got something special going on there. But if some random guy is like, all right, your ankle is broken, I could fix it, but it may or may not heal correct.
You may have a club foot after this. I'm not
you have to be doing some over the top. Even if it's a real doctor, they're gonna say, when they say may or may not, they're talking about something experimental, but they have a lot of theory backing it up. What's the theory you're bringing to the table to help you heal someone's ankle?
The theory is I may or may not be able to do it. That's the theory.
Yeah.
I saw it on YouTube one time. I'm gonna watch it again.
It's about 10 minutes. Hold up. 10 minutes, 18 seconds.
Yeah, I'm back in about 10 minutes. Oh man, that reminds me. Like it's kind of related, but not so. This isn't one of those metaphors where I plant a post-hypnotic suggestion. This is just a story.
Oh, thank God, he's not manipulating us. No, I'm kidding.
I had these roommates at one point. They had these birds, right? And they chirp like birds do. One of them got sick, so they took it to the vet, and the vet gave that same shit. Well, we may or may not. I don't know. Because she's like, well, I don't know what's wrong with the bird. And the vet pretty much didn't know either. Well, I don't know either. But here, take this medicine. It may or may not work. And I'm thinking, wait a minute now. Neither of us know what's wrong with the bird, but you're giving me medicine. Anyways, they take the medicine home, give it to the bird, and the bird dies that night. No, the bird dies that night.
Oh.
And I'm like, wow, that sucks. Like, did you go back to the hospital? Did you sue them? Did you do anything about it? No, we just died and we buried them.
I mean, they gave the disclosure, like he said it may or may not work.
It happens to me. I'm sorry. When I was 12 years old, it's like those green birds that they talk. Like we call it cotorras. Yeah, we call it cotorras. Like they repeat the words whenever you talk, they repeat it. So my uncle's wife, she's an RN, and then she went to the doctor, for the animals doctor, and all of a sudden he gave her some kind of medication, and he was like, you can try to put this medication with needles on his leg. And then of course she has ideas of what it's like cc's for the injections, but all of a sudden she put it in the wrong area, and similar story, my bird died the same night. And the sad thing is that I was holding my bird while she was trying to figure out how to inject. The stupid idiot doctor gave her the needle and the medication because he thought that she's a nurse, but she's a nurse for the human body, you stupid moron. I was like, it's not for an animal, right? It's not the same as a little bird. That night, I grieve that bird like you guys can't even imagine. 12 years old, I had my little creature with me, and her name was Veronica. And I was like, oh my God, I will never forgive this bitch. And until today, I still hate that bitch.
Imagine, this is not just this is your beloved friend.
Yeah.
And you go for help, and this person says, let's try something. Let's just try it.
Yeah.
And then it died. No, that's not acceptable. Like, what?
Yeah. See, and this brings us full circle, right? To what we were talking about earlier, how non-attachment, how it feels like there's that fine line between where does the non-attachment, non-reaction come to versus, man, I can do something in this moment, that might actually save my bird or save this or whatever. Like, that's where it's kind of like, there's that line, right? Because the after effects is like, fuck.
I would say, like, so I'd ask myself the question, like, what would I do in that situation? So, like, in the roommate situation, by the way, you said that at 3:33:33 on the live stream. So, like, on their case, I don't think it was non-attachment. I think it was more like, I just don't know what to do. They seem very new at life. But I don't know. I think in my case,
I sympathize with that.
I think that I don't know, in a situation like that, you take your beloved pet, your part of life, to someone for help, and the help that they provide is
careless.
I think that would merit having some kind of action done for compensation, because this is supposed to be someone, according to the relationship in the contract, that is there to provide healing, but instead the doctor said themselves, we don't know what's wrong with the bird. Well, then why give medicine if you don't know what's wrong with it? Like, you don't just throw chemicals out there. That's negligence. That's not just like, oh, well, nature had it be. On one level, yes. Non-attachment. But in this particular relationship, that's like if somebody hits you with their car because they were drunk driving. On one level, yes, that is karma and that was supposed to happen. But on another level, you don't just sit back and you're going to take that person to court.
Right. And then this is where that karma, right, working with karma and awareness and unattachment gets to be kind of sicky, because what I'm realizing is that there's layers to all of this. There's an awareness that this is nature and this is life that's happening. And that's where unattachment is, I feel, most easiest to attain, because you're like, I get it, like, all right, this is an experience. I'm not the only one who's experienced something like this. Someone has experienced something much worse. This is the way how that ebb and flow goes. And then there's the other level where it's like, am I going to continue this? Where is the point where this pattern, am I going to allow this pattern to continue to perpetuate itself? Or am I going to take action to break that pattern, to kind of cut it off at the tail, pretty much, like to no longer have that affect me? And that's where I think unattachment takes a different form, in the place of where we might call boundaries or something like that. And even then, that's a very fine line, because that comes into what's moral code versus what is actually realizing that, yes, nothing is external from myself, but at the same time, I am still preserving or working on, becoming of a harmonious state.
We can leave that moral stuff to itself. But as far as that fine line, like it does, and I think an important part of this observation is becoming aware of how much involvement do you have with perpetuating this pattern, right? There are a lot of things that are your fault, right? There are a lot of things that are happening because you are doing something to continue it. That's one level of situation. And then there's another level of situation of things that happen that you didn't directly cause or influence. So it's like, how can you take ownership of those situations? But these ones that you can definitely take ownership of, again, it's going to take a level of maturity, because like I said before, a lot of people have this problem where they look at themselves, but they don't look long enough to actually do anything about it. And it's not so much.
I was going to say, like, what Laura was talking about, the non-attachment aspect. There's a limit to, not even a limit, there's an efficiency to what you can and can't do. So like in the pet examples, I've heard of people trying to help heal their pet. They'd have no experience at all with veterinary training. They try to get in there and do it themselves. It ends horribly. But there's like a logical barrier, I guess, of are you doing this because you're capable, or are you doing this because you have the feeling that you like want to do something?
You need to confirm that you're capable instead of that knowing that you are capable. Yeah. That's like those people who, that reminds me of like the type of people where like, if they like, say you're doing a job together and they miss something and you're like, oh, hey, did you notice? And like, before they even take it in, they're like, I know. Like they didn't know, but they needed to confirm that they did in order to prove that to themselves that they know the job.
I let them test, like, as soon as there's something within my control, I'll be throwing something their way just to see. Hey, you said you knew. I'm letting you do this right now.
Right.
But that's just me.
I just found your channel. I know all about this Kabbalah stuff. I know all about this yoga stuff. But insert basic question here. Why even give me that whole preliminary stuff? Just
What incense does Belial use?
Oh no.
Look, I already know about all this Goetia stuff and all this. Yeah, I already know about all that stuff. But what color candle do I use to manifest citrus so that I can get to that booty you were talking about?
Oh boy.
Tell me again how you relate booty to intelligence.
Right.
What kind of booty should I be looking for?
Can I gain enlightenment by looking at booty?
Are we talking about big booties or ones that are like slightly smaller? What kinds of booties? Does it matter on the size versus the intelligence?
You guys talking about booties?
The surgical
Do you
enhancement
know?
play a role here.
Did you know? Do you know that I make bigger booties for a living?
You
do you
do?
know what it's like to do booties? Yeah, I'm an esthetician, dude. I enhance booties.
Do you do the BBL? Do you do the BBL?
No, I do the electrical stim on the butts to make the muscles more tight.
Electrical stick on the butts.
Yeah. So that's a
Yeah.
procedure that they do for the abs too and all that, because the electric shock stimulates the muscle. And so basically if you put on your butt, it makes it bigger because it's like you're doing 1,000 squats in a session.
Yeah. And
oh my gosh, that information was real.
And then we make you do at least 75, minimum 75 squats every day. If you start doing this type of treatments, it's 75 squats every day to tighten up the muscle itself. So does it make your booty bigger and like gigantic, double D, triple D, like, you know, the booties up there in public that I don't want to mention names? No. If you're going to do that, you have to have a surgery. But I guarantee you, none of these doctors are like, booties? No.
Wait a minute, Veronica. So you're telling me you can electrically stimulate the muscles on the booty and it actually makes it as if you have done the exercise.
It enhances the speed of tightening your muscles up.
So I guess that would be like the electric stimulation to the exercise would be like mantras to a specific goal we're going after. It's not going to do all the work, but we got to do the work and do the mantras. Same way you got to do the squats and get the electric stuff on your booty.
Yes. That's how it is.
We just made booty intelligence off of some booties.
That's right.
Booty intelligence.
And also massage, when you do massage, Alora, you know, when you do your effleurage and you go and lifting up the butt, right? When you do your massage and then you go and you increase and you bring the blood towards the heart, and you go on the side of the legs or the thighs, that actually helps too. But it doesn't make 100%, but the electrical stim, it does a good effect in addition with the massage.
That's why if you do something like that to your face, it helps to wrinkles. It's like you can provide your own facelift.
Yeah. That's cosmetics, aesthetics, yes.
But most people do that when it's too late.
Yeah.
Looking like Palpatine and just, oh man, I gotta look at YouTube videos all day. Looking at, okay, so what you want to do? You want to get this cream and just go right here, do this for 50 minutes.
You know what? You know what though? Again, with the whole like movie image versus, you know, like the easier path that's not the movie image, right? Like we'll even take that reflection or that expression of consciousness through the aesthetic sense, right? With your face and all of that. You know, the best exercises for your face, right? They're like, it's like yoga where like, so you start by like pulling here and then you widen your eyebrows as you're pushing down and you go, ah! Like that's an actual exercise. And a lot of people don't want to do it, even if it is proven to like help keep your skin youthful and give you like less wrinkles. It's the same also with emotional, with dealing with your emotional traumas. If you like truly move past your traumas, you're going to have less wrinkles. and go into more of a serene mode, because your face is very much like your hands and your feet. Bits of what you've attached to your personality come out through your facial structure and your wrinkles. So if you deal with that, you're going to be able to have a more cleaner, fresher, vital face with less wrinkles. But a lot of people are like, that means like personal development. And, you know, no, I'm just going to get a facelift.
I'm gonna get some fillers. That's my favorite ones when they come to me. Like they ask me, "Do you do fillers?" I'm like, "No, I don't
pay
do
me?
fillers."
I don't do them, but it may or may not work.
I'd rather to do Botox than do fillers. Yeah, fillers makes things worse, to be honest. At the end of the day, it doesn't really help as much. Once you stop using those fillers, your tissue is extended, then your muscles zag it in. And then it gets watery, and then you have to remove all that, unless you want to constantly apply the fillers through a professional aesthetic nurse or a professional aesthetic doctor, not a GYN doctor, not an acupuncturist, not in the basement, guys. It has to be somebody who is licensed to do these things. Man, you guys, it's a lot of crazy people out there, and it's not just estheticians. I have this woman. I went to her house to do some work on her, and she tells me that her GYN doctor does the job that I do. And I'm like, how is a GYN doctor? Well, you know, they have the license to do injectables, but they don't have the license to study the facial structure. Yes, we know they study a lot, and I give them the credit. But when you inject something on people's faces, how are you going to fix that up?
If it's my GYN doctor who's saying that, I'm going to think he's going to make my face look like a vagina.
I mean,
is that what GYN means?
That was a GYN doctor. I was like, oh my gosh. I told her, please don't do this. I'm like, just go to a specialist doctor who does that. They are surgical nurses who knows how to specialize for this. I'm like, there's a specialized doctors who knows what they're doing in the face. You know, especially with the fillers. See what happens if the doctor does something in a specific artery or vein and it blocks those veins. What do you think is going to happen to your face? Right? And then they're going to have to go to emergency rooms and trying to figure out where this doctor injected it and applied a certain enzyme that destroys the fillers off.
Well, Veronica, you brought up again the really good point where it's like it's only temporary. Like even it's like with the booty lifts, right? Like as massage therapists, you've seen that before, man. Man, years afterwards, where the cellulite builds, or because what they did was they deposit fat in certain areas, right? And they try to fill out certain areas. But if you're still living the same lifestyle and never dealt with anything, then that booty's gonna look real lumpy. Like
it was like that.
Yeah, it does not look good. Like there is there's shit on it, you know, because the fat deposits now have changed, and so they're just trying to fit in wherever.
I like the hand movements. It's like the actual fat is like now it's a transformer booty. It's not a human booty anymore.
Just do exercises, guys. I mean, the best healthy possible way. Do your exercises. Do some martial arts. I mean, I do Taekwondo. I think Laura does. What do you do? Jiu-jitsu? Oh,
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, man. Just do some long-term exercise up there, and you will not need any of this, nonsense stuff. Trust me.
And get your emotions right. Like one thing that I think we all take advantage, but it's true, is that our body's composition is based off of our emotional state. So if we're constantly in a state of stress, our body is the thing that expresses that stress physically. So you can maintain weight, you can get the wrinkles, you can get all this kind of stuff. Just as we talked about with the face, your body is the map to your internal world that's happening. So if your emotional state is not balanced, you're not going to be in balance. You can work out as hard as whatever, but if you're constantly engaged, you're going to deteriorate because your body is an expression of your emotional state. Change your emotional composition, your body will follow.
Yeah.
I got an easier way. Just any enhancements you want, Just go on the metaverse. That's all you need. Pay the amount of money you're gonna pay on a surgery or the basement, dude. Just pay for an avatar and just keep it pushing.
I'm telling you guys, I
Some of the
have
places
seen it
gonna
all.
matter soon, right?
I have
Yep.
seen it all, guys. I have seen it all, and I go from the esthetician perspective to the MD's perspective, like from everything. I mean everything. I have seen it all. One of the cases that I had was one woman who came into the office, and she was telling me that her best friend, right? Her best friend was an esthetician, and I'm an esthetician too. Her best friend came in and she injected something in her gluteus because she wanted to have a bigger gluteus, right? She wanted to have that firm looking gluteus. Well, to find the story completely, the esthetician bought the products, but what she didn't realize that the product was silicone. And you guys already know that silicone, it's not really a good thing to do. So this esthetician in her country, she wasn't injectable. She was experienced. I mean, in South America, an esthetician is like an RN. She assists the doctors. So she decided to purchase the product. So she injected the product. But when the product went in, it blocked some of the arteries. And it's silicone. Okay, that's silicone, guys. When the point is that they have to cut tissue. If they cut tissue, silicone is still stay there in your muscle in between the fibers. You know, Alora, the fibers, right? All those little fibers, you know, that silicone stay there. It's not that it's eliminated completely. That's going to stay there. But the poor esthetician, when she saw the product, she thought it was a vitamin C. And you already know vitamin C is a specific vitamin C, help you to tighten up the muscle temporarily because vitamin C is it dissolves from the body very easy. So the poor esthetician thought that it was vitamin C, but it was not. The product was fake. Says vitamin C, and it was silicone. So now this poor woman has to go to the hospital, and the hospital like, what did you do? And she told, well, you know, I did some injectables. And of course, the doctor has to do surgeries. The woman was in severe pain. A couple of months after that, she came into me and she's like, I'm in pain. My gluteus hurts, my leg hurts. And she told me the whole story. But then you wanted to follow the story of the esthetician too, because you cannot just accuse the esthetician, oh, that bitch is her fault, it's her fault, it's her fault. You have to find out what really happened to the story. And this esthetician bought something that it was fake in the market. And the problem is not the injectable. The problem is what is in those injectables that you're putting in that body. That's the problem. And that's why the doctors have better access to those things, because the doctors go directly to labs. You know what I mean? Like it's a certified already. So if there is something that happens into the body, if there's something happened to this product to the body, there's something else that can dilute it and it can take care of the problem. In this case, when we do these things internationally, right? International, then you come to the ER, but then we don't know what the hell we're going to be putting because we don't know what it's in the ingredients from the product from other countries. So that's the problem that we have in here. So this poor thing, of course, she was getting treated for pain. And I asked her, what are you going to do with your esthetician? She said, well, I'm not going to sue her because she's my friend, but I'm going to make her pay for my hospital bill. So that's what she did.
And doctors are humble. I would like, if I hear something stupid, like if someone's like, what happened? You're doing surgery and they say, oh, my friend tried to backflip off of a 6-story building. I would just give up. I would just go to the next patient.
Man. But you know, take that in the metaphysical world.
Yeah.
And that whole situation is the dude in the cloak.
Exactly.
And or Bim Balanda gave an example like that where he gave a student a mantra. And he's like, okay, if you don't get the effects after 30 days, persist for just 3 more days. But whatever you do, don't have sex. Boy got to the 30, didn't want to do the extra 3, he said, fuck that. The next day he was dead.
Wow. Ooh.
But at the same time, we have all these medical tools and like there's correspondence, there's ways to act with these things. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna act in accordance with this and act in accordance with the specific science, and something bad happens, and now it's like, oh man, help me.
Mm-hmm. That makes me think of the Agora books, how they talk about when someone disrespects the Agori, and they may not even know it, but it's because they participated in a way, like maybe they didn't take their shoes off when they entered the building or something like that. The next day, that person's like dead. Like,
It was their karma.
it was the karma.
So unfortunate. Like, you could have got hit by a car, you could have just died any other way, but nah, Agori, cause of death.
Well, that's the thing, right? The expression of the death, as with all deaths, right? We only look at the expression. We don't know what the essence of the thing was. That's why it's so important to study this magic, or excuse me, spiritual practice of any type, is because hopefully you become advanced enough to start to see behind the external. Excellent segue to my drawing. So for most people, they live in the external, and they are able to interpret and focus on reality strictly by the means of the five senses. But on the other side, there's the essence that's producing the expression. This is how everything is working, even ourselves. Even we're expressions of an essence. Our mind is an expression of an essence. Our race, our gender, all these different things are expressions of essence. But if we remain external and we only focus on these pieces of data coming in from these channels, we don't get to the essence. So how do we get to the essence? This is gross, this is dense, this is broad and general. But if we undergo the practice of refining the sight, refining the touch, refining these receptors, we start tapping into the subtle aspect of those same channels, right? The sound channel doesn't come from your ear, that comes from the akasha element. The touch, that doesn't come from your skin, that comes from the vayu air element, right? This is where we get the science of the tan matras and the indriyas, right? The smell, that doesn't come from your nose, that comes from the earth element, that comes from the top wall of Prithvi. So if we refine those channels, or rather refine the awareness of those channels, because it's always happening. If we refine the awareness of that channel, we start tapping into the corresponding inner channels. So now we turn it from external to inward. And when we're able to do this, and we're able to acknowledge and become aware of the subtle nature of reality, that's how we're able to penetrate from the expression to the essence, you know?
Man, this song is like that's level 1 Travis Mages right there.
I have to take it back. Yeah. Season 1, level 1. The only reason I don't share these songs is because I don't want somebody to, you know.
Hey, my name is LAX888. Today we're going to talk about summoning demons.
Same.
You hear the four rules that King Bio gave to me.
Oh my God. Man, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I think it's like, I'm starting to see a pattern also. Like the girl that I posted saying that wild stuff that she said, that wasn't the first time. Like every so often, somebody just randomly breaks or something like that. I don't know. And it's always the same. They start out as like this big fan, and like they're always in my inbox messaging me stuff, and everything's cool. There was no negative, nothing that could even be misconstrued. Like not even a disagreement. Like everything was literally, because I try to respond to everybody in the DMs, and if I haven't, you know what I'm saying, it is what it is. But it's never intentional. I try to, because I know that my interactions with most people, it's going to be surface level. So in the short amount of time that we do have, I try, if I can help. If not, then at least it's going to be like, some encouragement or whatever. So there wasn't anything personal. There wasn't anything like negative at all. So I don't know where the hell this came from, but this happened before with at least 3 other people. It's like everything's cool, and then like randomly, I'm gonna kill Travis Mages. We're gonna stop him on the astral. He's a demon. At one point, I was called an archon, and I was sucking the melanin out of all the black people in the group. And then there was another dude that popped up like, Travis has challenged me on the astral, and I'm going to. I've already defeated him. You won't see him posting again. Like, where y'all getting this from? Am I?
What's going on in your head?
And then the fact that you have to post it publicly.
You know,
I
though,
destroy
there's like,
him.
I have those situations too. And I think that, and the way how I register it, at least so then I can, because really we're not going to gain full closure on it because we're not living the lives of these people,
Right.
you know? So the thing that I recognize it is that there is a presence that is of leadership, or that is of an authoritative, that has an authoritative component to it. And it may just simply that it is a presence that is noticed. And so when that occurs and that you are sure with it, that's when other opposition is going to come up, because what it is dealing with the ego, right? Like I have, like in my situation yesterday, right? It's this woman who calls in from a hospital, and I swear, I think she is suffering from bipolar or something, because like she can be sweet as pie some days, and then on other days she is the worst person, like just so mean, and you don't even do anything to cause it. Like she incites the fights, you know? And so then it becomes a matter of like, okay, I'm not going to engage in this with you. Like, we're just going to have to go back to robot form here, because this is just, you know, you're trying to get this pull out of me. And so I think that occurs when you are naturally an authoritative figure, or when you're naturally confident in your abilities, and that's being read by someone whose maybe authoritative manner, or they've identified with their authority in a specific realm that you also are now in, and they have to prove themselves. You know, like, man, you're messing with my identity here. Not many people are going to affirm that I'm a master of this craft if you're here, you know, because that means I have to learn.
That's such a limited view on life, because that's not how it is. Like, there's not just one expert. There's not even just one person who does a thing. Like, there's not one basketball player. There's literally a whole team. Like, to see the world in such a way that you feel like you have to compete for scraps, you lost already. You already lost.
Yeah, that's like those movies where the hero at the end, there's like some realization. Where it's like in The Last Dragon, where showing off is beating up Bruce Leroy, but he needs the verification externally to know he's the master. And once Bruce Leroy realizes it himself, like, you know, I am the master, and showing off can't do anything.
Right, then he turns all gold and stuff.
You can't do anything when a person reaches that level, because like the territory has changed. In marketing, which is another subject that I love to study, you'll find this in the Blue Book, where he talks about you know, the riches are in the niches, where you'll find a niche, but you don't just find a niche, you got to create a niche. Why? Because the niches that exist, they're already filled with sharks. So there's a book that's called Red Ocean, Blue Ocean. I have on my shelf. I don't have it with me, so I can't hold up the cover and advertise it. It's called Red Ocean, Blue Ocean, or whatever. But basically the concept is, what we're doing out here, there's a bunch of oceans, right? Now, a red ocean, imagine a bunch of fish. And a shark comes along and starts eating up all the damn fish, and all these other sharks are like, hey, there's some good fish here. Eventually that ocean's going to turn red. So you being a new shark, you're not going to be able to come in and eat. So what you have to do is find a blue ocean and start from scratch. Now, eventually other sharks will come, but if you do your blue ocean right, it won't have any effect on your ocean. So likewise, say for example, if you go online right now and you look at the spiritual field, you're going to see everything has been done to death. You're not going to just pop up on the scene selling incense,
crystals,
doing tarot readings, crystals, yoni steams, like all that stuff. You're not going to go anywhere doing all that. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense though, because other people are having success, or at least they make it seem that way. It makes sense, but that's a red ocean. All the fish are being eaten, and it's very bloody. The only people that are buying panic packs are dedicated to buying panic packs from Brother Panic, right? The people that are buying yoni steams, they probably got their yoni steam supplier, right? So in other words, what you have to do is create a blue ocean. You've got to do something that is yours, right? If you're going to sell yoni steams, do it your way. That way it can't be copied or replicated. Then there's no competition. I don't really like to compete for things because I'd rather allocate my energy to making what I do the best possible. Not better than other people, but the best it can be. So what I did was, just in the beginning, I saw, what's Brother Panic doing? What's Bobby Hemmett? What's E.A. Coetting doing? What's Michael W. Ford? What are all these people doing? And I combined them together. And guess what I found? What are they not doing? Brother Panic turns off his comments. Bobby Hemmett don't make new content. E.A. Coetting and Michael W. Ford, they don't really talk to their audience. There's a giant blue ocean there. So here comes Travis May, just talking about the same shit, selling the same shit. But guess what he's doing that they're not doing? He's actually communicating with his audience. So there's not a competition. Is there going to be somebody else who comes along making videos who's talking to their audience and now I'm competing? Hey, you're spending more time talking to your audience. I have to shut you down. You just look at your field and find the people who are successful and look what they're not doing. That's called serving an underserved audience. Do this across the board with business. Don't just try to be a YouTuber. Look at everything. If you're selling electric booty massages, look at what the other electric booty massages are not doing. Create that blue ocean.
So incense with it.
So incense yoni steams with your booty electrocution,
And even then, like,
Right.
regardless, you're going to have your own expression regardless, because it's how you learn and process information. And when you choose to share that, it's going to be in your own way. I think a lot of people forget that when you come at, like, this woman who I deal with over the hospital, right? She forgets that this is how she is projecting her knowledge base, which is through maltreatment, which is through abuse, right? And so this is now what she is known for. She's not known as another way. So whether you decide to get along or not, you're going to be projecting it in your way, because that's how you're projecting the information and how it's come across to you.
Are you the abuse lady?
Yeah. That woman that, yeah.
Are you the one that's really abusive? Oh, okay, I heard
And
about you.
Isn't that how we remember people?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that how we remember people and businesses and by our experience with them?
Right.
And God forbid that's consistent with other customers. Yeah, you talking about that abusive? Yeah, that bitch. You know what I'm saying? The word travels. People talk about word of mouth. This is the best promotion.
And then you have a pattern that is repeated.
Right.
And even if you change, you're forever now known as the abusive lady.
Yeah.
She could change her thing, like open up a whole ashram, be kind, sweet, care to children. Hey, you that abusive lady from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not giving my kids to you. You're
At that point, it would just be a meme. Like, hey, let me take a picture real quick. Look who I ran into today.
Yeah. The abuse lady.
There's always a way to flip things around. So maybe if you know a little bit about non-attachment, you can use that meme and that whole thing that you created. Maybe there's a way that you can transform it, make it work to your favor. But realistically, she's going to be triggered and butthurt and get mad every time somebody says, hey, the abuse lady. Show you abuse, mother. Yeah.
Well, and she's probably just going to stay that way because it shows her own limiting mindset. Like, if this is her arena, which is where she feels authoritative, is only when she's putting others down, that leaves you pretty limited as far as jobs, as far as community, as far as meaningful connections, as far as introspection. Leaves you very limited. So
that's like Yu-Gi-Oh! When they had the field cards. Like, say if you had all fire monsters in your deck and someone puts down a water field card where it says plus 50 water and then minus 80 water or minus 80 fire, then you're screwed up. But if you got your own field card, you could do your own work, boost your stuff. We like playing on other people's fields and then complaining. It's the system, man.
Right. The hell am I gonna get pissed off at TikTok for?
Mm-hmm.
Instagram stopped paying me because I posted a Bobby Hemmett video and they said it was offensive, so they stopped paying me.
Whoa!
Get mad at Instagram. No.
Getting mad at Melanie.
By the way, this is the book. Blue Ocean Strategy by Chan Kim and Renee Marborg. Renee Marborg. Yeah. Big Russell swears by it. I do what Russell says because that man is an enlightened entrepreneur for damn sure.
Some incarnate just to give some sauce out and then
Right.
die.
Right. In a very, very big way, the way that social media and entrepreneurship is done on the internet has to pay a whole lot of respect to him. So he has a meme that hashtag do what Russell says. I agree with that.
Yeah, legit.
The Ocean Strategy.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Whoa.
What's up, Amar?
What's good?
So,
Oh, breaking up.
oh, I was just saying, how you guys doing?
Good.
Exactly the way how Maestro said, yes.
Emphasis on the ooh. I was happy to see in this chapter that he did go over Durga, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Actually, do you think maybe you could elaborate a little bit more? Because on that, just because when they were talking about Durga, Saraswati, oh shit, I already forgot the other one. Was it Prakriti?
Lakshmi.
Lakshmi. Okay. They related them to the Gunas, but it seemed like I got a little bit like, because you pointed to Tamas as the will. Whereas I always thought Rajas was related to will, like the willpower and all of that. So
So instead of at least just make sure, because I'm not going to assume that I know what you're saying, but don't get hung up on the word itself. Look at it in the context with the other two, right? Because if we're dealing with threes, somebody's got to be Tamas. Somebody's got to be Sattva. Somebody's got to be Rajas. So we're looking at will, we're looking at wisdom, and we're looking at, what was the other one? Force?
I think.
I think
open up the book.
what he was describing
Action.
was
Action.
these things in their most sattvic state. So even though we have tamoguna as will, this is tamoguna in the plane of sattva.
So like, because the way how I registered Tamas as its main, as one of its, as it being a form, right? So is will, if Tamas is in the highest state, Tamas is like will, the will itself is a form or a formation or a foundation for the action.
Yeah, I'd say that's like a formulation of the other two processes described. Like they accumulate so much and they have to manifest in some way. It's the will that, for you to do something, you have to have the will to do it. So for you, it to even interact with you as a person in this tamasic state, it has to be the most tamasic thing up there to even sink down.
Yeah.
Got that from M.W. Ford. It's not about spooky demons. About to steal this man's whole game. Start selling essential guides to M.W. Ford.
Hey, right? Serve an underserved market and make it make sense. Okay, so Tamas dealt with the Durga, Rajas dealt with Lakshmi, and Sattva dealt with Saraswati. But I think that we should really be careful to not put value judgments on these words. Sattva doesn't mean good and Tamas doesn't mean bad. If we do that, we do ourselves a disservice, because all of Prakriti is holy, divine, perfect. But just
And
as looking at a relationship, one has to be tamasic compared to rajasic and sattvic.
yeah, that's I was talking to someone recently and they excluded something very specific as special and everything else kind of like everything else is part of the framework, but that one thing wasn't. And that made me realize that either everything in your framework, either everything has to be special or everything isn't special. You gotta like choose one and play by those rules.
Yes, yes. The same way we can't sit up here and say, you know, I am God, I am divine, and we are all things. Then at the same time, melanin is better than you, and because you don't have it, you're not divine and you're a beast. Pick one, because those are two different paradigms. We're either physical based or we're spiritual based. And if you're physical based, it's not going to serve you to talk about spiritual things.
So I hate
What?
Maya, but I love looking at booty.
You know? I hate Maya. Even know? Did you know that Maya is a goddess? Maya is divine? Or rather, Maya is not some woman up there in the sky. The concept, the function, the algorithm of Maya, it is divine. It's there for a reason. It's there to keep things in harmony. I don't think that we'd be very happy if we were able to perceive what Maya was obscuring from our vision. I think H.P. Lovecraft describes the feeling of seeing that. Cosmic horrors that escape human comprehension. Painful to witness. Can you imagine something that's painful to see?
I mean, there's some politicians that be looking a little mean, a little harsh on the eyes.
Yeah. Be not afraid. Ooh, yeah.
Mar has a question here where he says, were the three B sounds from those A, E, and OU from the Lakshmi Durga and
I thought it was
Saraswati?
AUM, right? Or no?
That's what I was thinking, but as a beach sound,
Oh,
he does mention that syncs up with them, like each vowel on that or letter syncs up. But
If I'm not mistaken, okay, so what Amar said also is, I don't have the book to double check, but saying that to say in Arabic, those are the three sounds that you can say in each letter. Interesting correspondences from Arabic to Sanskrit. I might be wrong, but I think maybe what you're referring to is like in the different planetary mantras, you can replace the seed vowel. Om, Kram, Cream, Krom. No, maybe not.
I think in Hebrew too. I don't remember them by heart, but there's three root letters as well, three seed letters that they break it down in three classes to where there's three letters which all other letters emerge. There's a set amount of letters that represent the building blocks, and then I think there are like a few capstone letters that you could have at the end.
Those mother letters. In Ladder of Lights, William Gray, he did mention um, as far as how some of the Hebrew letters have that relationship. He didn't go into too much detail though. That was in the chapter of Bina.
That book is I don't want to get a physical copy because I know I'm just gonna put it to the side. But that at least shows the caliber, like a new standard for me. For like, if I get a Western book, it has to be on that level. If I'm not having dreams about it, it ain't that saucy.
Yeah. Very good job on that book.
I wonder what's like, because with the caliber he brought to the information, let's say Dion Fortune was the theory, like the 101 class. His was the 110 class. Now I'm wondering, in terms of Western occult, what's the 200 in this case?
To be honest, I'd even be willing to wager that Mystical Kabbalah might have been a little bit further than Ladder of Lights. I think Ladder of Lights might be a good primer for Mystical Kabbalah. As far as beyond what Miss Fortune was talking about, I'm hoping to find the clues in these new the new book that I'm reading, and this author, Kenneth Grant.
I just see him as like, I mean, that's just me with the conclusion that William Gray topped it off at, where he describes as building a body, how Metatron is the body for the next plane up. And I feel like Kenneth Grant is like, actually, you're right. So William Gray deals with everything you need to go forth. Dion Fortune gives how to operate the machinery. And I guess in between there would probably be like a paths working book or something, just to break it down a bit more. And then some Kenneth Grant.
I mean, if you want to talk about pathworking work, since we're all in the same family here, Miss Dolores Ashcroft Nowicki and that Shining Paths, that's a great Kabbalah pathworking book.
Mm-hmm.
For real. That's not just one of those fluffy ones. Like, that's a good one. That Doth meditation.
Going back down, like because at first I was like, oh, I'm gonna do all the paths and then I'm gonna go the clip off right after. But then not only am I seeing the importance of going, or I'm reading, she's saying it's, you know, you have to go back down. But then I'm sort of seeing the return journey, and it was like, you're either gonna crash back down the easy way or the hard way. So you might as well just take these back down before you're gonna be the fool falling down, like just straight down. Just take the pass back down. I was like, you know what? It's not. What am I in a rush for?
Right. That's a sense that you get from perfecting your discipline and your sadhana. Because even like the chakra shuddhi meditation, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember the first times going through it, and them 21 ohms. It's like, do I have to do it twice? Let me just do it once, right? Or even the 5 minutes on each chakra point. Let me just wing it first. Let me just do it till it feels right first. That taught me that there is a reason why they have the whole process laid out, and then you have to come back. Like, it's a stretching. It's like going to the gym and working out and exercising. Like, you're pushing yourself to be able to have a wider capacity, because a lot of progression in the spiritual work is about capacity. Do you have the capacity to receive these things you're asking for?
Man, chakra shuddhi. I'm fine now. I did have like it's like a annual respiratory malfunction, like for 1 to 3 days out of a year. Like my breathing would just be all messed up for some reason. So like that just threw me off the chakra shuddhi. But then I went to go in meditations from the tantras and seeing there's different, because chakra shuddhi is one part of what's called mantra siddhi, and the going back and forth and also the counting 21 times are two separate exercises. So Niranjanjananda is stacking 6 of these separate exercises on top of chakra shuddhi itself, because the other one's going back and forth as a separate practice, like each in its own, each chakra. So he's stacking these 6 with the chakra shuddhi, putting that in dharana darshan. That's heavy lifting.
Yeah, he's like mixing in pranayama.
Mm-hmm.
And I see with this book that's new to me, I got it now, Laura.
Oh, do you
about
feel
that?
satisfied now that you're all caught up with us?
Yeah, what's that very content and smug looking emoji? That's what I'm using right now. I see here that oh look, he's even got the sales funnel. Check that out. Even even the secrets.
They think they got the books or got the books out. No one's gonna buy no yoga books. They had to sit down and meditate on some sales.
Right. Contact Mr. Russell.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I looked through this. I skipped ahead and read just a couple of pieces, and I see that really this is kind of like you have your spiritual load out there, and you can like equip different exercises that you do for your sadhana, and you can kind of piece things and mix and match and add things, subtract things. And I already found some breathing exercises. There is one that says that if done for 3 months, it starts to provide some very useful benefits. I went ahead and started that today, and I'm gonna keep that rolling for 3 months. But anyways, this is a good book. I like it so far.
Laura, I got that book too.
Yeah.
I just got a yes today.
Nice. Yeah, it's a great book. It's awesome to incorporate it into the meditation practices too, because you have a more well-rounded view of like what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So because the pieces all come from the same place, the mixing and the matching is seamless. They all fit together. So it's not like you're doing something weird out of place. As a matter of fact, I think that the current meditations that I have been doing, pranayama will only serve to take them to the next level, because now we're adding the real prana work to it.
Yeah, that's what I found too, because like so what I found is that like you know, the idea of keeping focus and all that, and they say if you keep your mind focused on a meditation practice, that's how you're able to sort of eliminate those extra thoughts, because your mind is preoccupied. Like it's like, oh, I gotta practice this, right? So thoughts are still going to come up, but as long as you give it something to focus on, it kind of eases the restlessness of it. And by incorporating pranayama into my meditations, what I've realized is that because it's multitasking, my brain or my mind like has to stay focused, or else like we have to start over, because it's a whole combination of things, which means that there is no room for distracting thoughts. Like now it's like, okay, we're going to get this focus in because we have to do this, then we have to breathe this certain way. Am I saying this mantra? Am I envisioning these nadis going through? What's happening? You know, like all these different things that I'm realizing my mind likes. It likes that. So it's a very harmonious way to calm the mind as well, I think, which adds that extra level to the meditations.
Yes.
Found as well is that all these practices contribute towards the same thing. And it may seem like it may be an obvious understanding, but truly mantras, pranayama, chitta exercise, visualization exercises, jnana yoga, these are all things which liberate consciousness from matter or break down our subjective attachments to matter, but they go about it differently. And one of the things that I run, especially out here, you're running a lot of people. I'm a Kundalini instructor. Everybody wants to be on some Kundalini. It's not for everyone, but that's fine. There's literally other ways to accomplish the same thing. Jnana yoga, the yoga of the mind, can't accomplish the same thing as Kundalini. So it's not about the name, how often you see it. Mantra japa yoga, done properly, you don't have to do any of these things.
Right. Following different expressions to get to an essence.
All what works for you.
Yep. And to know where you're going is also an important part. Kundalini to access infinite power.
Yeah,
So you're going to do with that power.
Right. What are you doing that for? If you go through the beginning steps, because if you look at enough of these books, you see the beginning steps are the same, from initiation to hermetics to Libernal and Psychonaut. You gotta get that self figured out. Why are you doing anything? Why do you think the thoughts that you think? How attached are you to your image, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Hopefully you begin to break that down and obliterate it before you get to this whole Kundalini thing. Because if I was still where I was a few years ago, I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so important to get that self taken care of first. And you were saying that these different practices, they help to separate the layers. As of right now, we're so externally based. We're so engrossed in matter. Everything we do is based on our perception of the five sense data that we receive. But the more that we start doing these specific spiritual practices, we start to, because consciousness exists within all three of these forms. The same way that water is still ice is still water, and vapor is still water. Like this is water coming out. Consciousness exists within matter still, it's just very dense. Consciousness exists in energy in a much lighter state. And matter still exists in consciousness, but in a very seed form, in a subtle form. Hence Akasha, right? Akasha, fire, earth, right? Matter still exists within consciousness, but it's more of an idea, more of a concept. This is where we're talking about the causal plane. This is where we're talking about the upper triad of the tree. The idea of matter, right? But it's not manifest. But when we get down here, this is Malkuth, right? Kether Malkuth. And Malkuth consciousness exists, but it's in its seed form. It's in its dormant state. So what we're doing with this, we utilize Rajas. We utilize the Rajasic aspect of consciousness to reach the Sattvic aspect. So again, it's a system of relationships. If we can just keep this in mind, you can fill in the blanks with what you want, whether you're doing Kundalini yoga or mantra yoga or jnana yoga. The process and the relationships are the same. We're attempting to liberate consciousness from matter, but it's nothing emotional. We're not trying to run away from ego. We're not trying, I've got to, none of that. It's just about being aware and observing what reality actually is.
When you were saying we use our energy, and what did you just say? Something, we use our energy and consciousness in order to get into a Sattvic state?
Yes,
I think
we utilize the Rajasic state to liberate consciousness from matter.
I think that what our main focus has been, or what kind of that big hill that we got to step over, is that we use our rajas in order to reach a tamasic state. So we actually go into the opposite way with a lot of we have all of the qualities, but we still are implementing it into states of matter.
Yeah.
Which is the journey.
I feel like they're replacing, we're getting, there's a pool of mud, pool of orange juice, and a pool of water. And with these practices, we're going to each pool, and they're all mixed together, but we're going to each pool, taking out those components and sorting them out. Now we have the mud, the orange juice, and water all mixed up, but we're going to each one. Let me focus on the mud. Start putting the mud in its proper place. Start taking out the orange juice, put that in its proper place. And there's kind of also with the Sri Yantra as well, there's upward pointing triangles. As he goes in later in this book, there's upward pointing triangles. It's talking about consciousness. There's downward pointing triangles, which represents matter. So there's we're pulling these parts out and replacing them with each other, but our life just so happens, based on the nature of this entire system, happens to get better.
Okay. So yes, so we got mud. That's a great representation of the tamasic. Orange juice. That's a great representation of the rajasic for many reasons, symbolically also because the acid and the orange and exciting juice. Every kid loves orange juice. And then the Sattvic aspect. What did you say the Sattvic was?
Water.
Yeah, just pure water. And notice how the water exists in the other two, right? That's what makes it juice, right? That's the Sattvic element. Water exists in the mud. And then in utilizing the rajasic aspect of nature to separate the Sattvic from the dense, the subtle from the dense, you can't just scoop the dirt out of the mud. You can't just scoop the orange out. Like there's ways that work and there's ways that don't. Oh, damn.
Or to even make that analogy better, we just have Rajas as the acid or Rajas as the lab. So if you were breaking down, I don't know, like what's a good compound? Or I don't think brass is an element. Steel. There's several metals in steel, but if you have some type of solution or solvent, as it's called, some type of solvent, you can. No, it is solution. Either way, it breaks down these things into their base chemical composition. So you have your iron, whatever else is in steel, your nickel, whatever. But now it's actually separated out instead of this, what you thought it was, pretty much.
Yeah. There's different methods to do it. There's a chemical method to do it, right? There's also, you can use things like osmosis where, or steam or whatever, where you can turn that mud and that juice into a different state, right? We might use heat to heat up the orange juice to where it bubbles, and now we're able to separate the water from the gross. That's one way to use the rajasic aspect of science, because you can't just scoop it out, right? We can use a chemical additive to catalyze it, or we can use like an osmosis type of way to make it into vapor and separate it that way. There's a lot of different kinds of ways to do it.
Well, we can scoop it out, because that's what, or at least Sadhguru gives a great point when he's talking about the Agori path, to where he calls it the crude path per se. So you can scoop the water out the mud. Like if you're gonna do it, you might as well go all the way. There's no there's no playing around. But it's definitely doable. It's still a path. There's, like you said, there's ways of doing it. It's just how efficient do you want the process to be?
If we were to,
and also what you're equipped to do, like Tashika said, different strokes for different folks, basically.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to just like what we're doing in this type of yoga practice, what we're doing is we're checking out, so say sattva state as the water element, right? Or as water, as the clear water. If you just keep adding the water to the mud or water to the orange juice, you get more water than you do the dirt or the juice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now what has to change? Since we're adding more quantity, the capacity to receive that water has to increase, which means you're going to have to change your lifestyle.
And that's karma and karma yoga. We're replacing, as he says, we're using sadhana to replace the aspects of buddhi, the gross buddhi, with the higher qualities. Each time we do tattva shuddhi, chakra shuddhi, these are memories that we're supplementing now in place of samskaras that were there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's a question. Where do you think you get your capacity from? Where do we draw that capacity from? Because it's not physical. If we look at our antakarana, where would we draw the capacity from?
Our awareness.
So the 4 parts of the antakarana, one of these parts
stored. So it'd be chitta.
Yes. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, the four parts of mind.
This is where chitta comes into play, because you're talking about adding more water, and I'm talking about increasing your capacity to store that water. this is what I mean, hell, Niranjanananda used Chitta as an example for the water that's boiling in the pot. That we draw these experiences from the Chitta. We color and paint them with the color and paint of Chitta. When it talks about memory, oh my gosh, that's even like potential memory, future memory, memories that we haven't experienced yet. Chitta is like the substance, like that's something that's interesting to conceive of right there. He calls Chitta memory. We think when we read that, Chitta means the memories that we have had. No, Chitta is a potential memory as well.
Mm-hmm. So what if you replace the memories you have with what you currently want?
That's what I was going to say. Even alternate memories or memories that we can change into something else, like all that is Chitta. It's bigger than hip hop.
Wow.
And you don't need anything special to do it.
Mm-mm.
NLP is not, you compare, like you drop NLP next to Kundalini Tantra, you know what you're picking up first, but it gets the same job done. It's not about just like the yoga, before other people or the siddhis focus on self. Before using NLP to get followers or whatever. What if someone uses that NLP on you? How are you going to defend yourself?
Right. Because look, if you know how to do something, there's somebody knows how to do it better than you. That's just the name of the game. So be careful with what you're doing. Cautious with what you're doing.
Or it's like in 48 Laws of Power, but at the end of the chapter, the least talked about things is at the end of each chapter, he gives counters to the law. You don't just go around living the 48 Laws of Power, because that was like one of my first real life lessons. I thought I was doing 48 Laws of Power. And someone who I put on the book did one of the laws that I knew on me.
Right.
Like, damn.
That's usually how it goes. The person that wants someone that you put onto it, you know, hell, what better person to test it out on than the person who showed me? Yeah, I've had some very similar experiences like that. It's funny. I remember I first was really trying to get my brother to read 48 Laws of Power, and he was a big fan of 50 Cent. So that was like the only book I could actually get him to read it from. I saw his personality change instantly. Oh man, that's funny. But yeah, like you said, despite the fact that there are these laws, there's always counter laws. Even the Kabbalion mentions how the master uses law against law to rise above both of them.
And that's like, I'm seeing it as they're both matter. Like, there are two components to this level. There's the active thing, there's the counter. To rise above them, you have to kind of, like, I'm imagining them as two giant monsters or Pokemon, whatever. You have to make them battle. And while they're distracted, you go on to the next stage. Yeah. So we're engaging these processes of consciousness and matter. While they're duking it out, we hop to the next level.
Mm-hmm. And what if that duking it out is harmony and balance? They're now engaged with each other in a relationship to where there's an equilibrium.
I think that's one thing that we keep studying that keeps being reiterated in all these yoga books, is that balance and harmony is that ever-changing equation. It's contextual. So there's never just one way of going about things. This is why they say don't relate to the gunas or these, sacred geometry or anything like that, as this combination being good and this combination being bad. They're all, the thing to realize is that it's all equal. It's a matter of context and which one and which combination is going to have the greatest effect that works in your favor of what you determine as harmonious.
Context.
The field. I activate my field card, Yogi. Most important card in the deck. It's not about the high level monsters you got. It's that field card. What's that field card doing for you?
I need to get a crash course in Yu-Gi-Oh and Naruto.
Oh man, I got you 100%.
There was someone in the class last session who was talking about a different anime. I think it was Jamar or maybe Isaiah. There was another anime that was really deep with the occult stuff. I don't remember the name of it though.
I feel like they
Naruto?
all are to an extent.
Yeah.
Mm.
At least the original.
Like to even. Oh, go ahead.
More, I think like more original animes or something like that are, because the Asian culture itself is like Buddhist, rooted in more Eastern philosophies.
Mm. Even to like be put out, and this is what I'm noticing with all entertainment, to be put out, it has some occult value.
Yeah.
Are we recognizing it? It's up to us, really. Some people will see it only as entertainment. Others will be able to extract whatever they need out of it. But I feel like even to be seen by the mass public, and I actually learned this from Chinese propaganda, from something to be seen, there is a whole bunch of, physical quote unquote gatekeepers that are in the way reviewing, does this meet this criteria?
Yeah.
When we find out that the Pentagon reviews movies, it's like, oh man, they're trying to stop us from seeing the truth. When they may be saying it needs to have this amount of knowledge being dropped before it gets put out.
Yes. And that would only make sense. And you know what? I think that's a responsible way to manage the minds of a nation, right? You know they want entertainment. Let's not give them completely brainless entertainment. Let's give a little bit of substance. At least then they could accidentally do better for themselves. Because in the betterment of the individual also results the betterment of the whole. They know that much. I don't subscribe to the belief that the government is an evil entity. I just think that they deal with more than we really can conceive at once. So the decisions that we make, we can't pretend like we understand why they would make the decisions they do. We simply can't. Now, yes, there's a history of a lot of shitty things, right? No one can deny that. But I don't believe that the government is this evil villain. I think that they're doing literally the best that they can.
I just see them as another secret society. Like, I think that there's a whole bunch of groups that are secret societies and all that. And I just think they're doing what they do, and we're doing what we do, and Golden Dawn's doing what they do. And, they interact with each other at different times, but they all have their own agendas. And if we're not a part of that group, it's because we're not applying. We're not applying to that group. I'm not applying to be a part of the government's society. Like, I don't want to play that game. You know what I mean? I don't want to. So I'm going to not apply to be a politician or try to get into the Pentagon or anything. I don't have a desire for that. So I'm not going to hold anyone against it if they want to do that shit. But like, that's not the secret society I want to be a part of.
And recently I got into like mass egregor magic, simply because like my own things that I've noticed the morning of the this Russia-Ukraine conflict. But I saw it in a different light, because the fact that there was 1920 stock market crash. There's this guy who's famous. He's famous for saying buy when everybody's selling and sell when everybody's buying. He's famous for saying that because the guy who shined his shoes was telling him to buy. At that very moment, the guy he's paying 2 cents to shine his shoes was telling him what to do with, millions of dollars or thousands, whatever they had back then. That was a sign that it was the time to get out. In the same way, people I talk to, oh man, it's about the Putin wants to make the new Soviet Union. I was like, okay, I got to take a step back. I did formulate my theory, but it's like, it's on such a massive scale. There's nothing, even if like I tried to put it out, but it's too massive. And I'm not saying all these puny people's brains. Like, really, like, I don't know why I try.
Wait, did you change your profile picture that you can't frame flag?
No, I mean I could for some if I'm trying to do some, but even then it would be like I'm trying to do some my own sorcery, but I don't have nothing to even tap into that for right now. There's so much. Even that morning, well, I told you my story, but I probably put it in the group chat. But even that morning, when I realized how much energy was at play, I was like, "Oh, damn, that's bigger than I could conceive."
Yeah, people don't think, well, they can't think about that because they can't see it. People, we only see a very small portion, and it's human nature. We assume that we know the whole because we have a limited perception that even then is very corrupt because we don't see all the angles of it. Like, this is one thing that I always find that a lot of people struggle with, especially people that may come to me for help or advice, but they simply can't take what I say. It's usually because the little bit that they think they understand, they're not willing to change that, right? For example, in the chat, somebody says government is a satanic death cult, bruh. I'm out. What can I say? Okay, but let's admit the fact that you say that is based on a very limited set of information. Where'd you get that from? A YouTube video somebody made? Or are you a part of the government? Have you been in there? Have you seen? Do you know what's going on? The answer is absolutely not. So peace on your journey, but that's a great, perfect illustration. We only understand a very, very small portion of this thing.
Yeah, I also got to add that that whole satanic bit, I mean, if anything, most of us here in this group were more satanic.
Somebody crossed that veil at a certain point.
Yeah,
Right.
most of us
That's
already
level
crossed
one.
that.
That's level one, guy. Like if you're still watching them videos, oh, the satanic death cult, like
Reptilians.
right, that's level one. Like you're not going very deep. If you're seeing if like what you just said about if the you taught me that, by the way, when the person who can't even pronounce the coin is talking about buy that coin, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
So if Joe Schmo over here, that if basic Joe Schmo is talking about, you know, government is a satanic death cult, we was talking about this Illuminati shit over 10, 15 years ago. Like, this ain't new, y'all. Like, you just heard of this. I didn't just hear this. And ain't no, there are people who do things. I'm not going to deny that things don't happen. I'm not saying that things don't happen. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But what I am also saying is you do not see the whole picture, so you cannot make a judgment. Just like I can't make a judgment. It's better to not make a judgment. It's better to focus on yourself and what you got going on. That's where the work needs to be, right? I don't know enough about the government to be able to say anything. That's why I don't watch the news, or I don't give a damn about what Biden and all of them are talking about. Like that, it doesn't affect me. It literally has no effect on my life. Ever since I stopped watching the news, hell, my life got better.
And
So,
Snyder told a story about Christopher Columbus meeting the natives. Said that, and I don't know if anyone's ever seen in person, like in a museum or whatnot, these old maritime vessels or these old ships that people used to sail on, but they're huge. And so the natives had, of course, their little small boats. But when these giant megalodon ships come sailing, they literally don't process what's there, even when it's on the shore. It's only when the ladders, or not the ladders, they start letting down the lifeboats. The lifeboats are incomparable in size. Then they realize, like, oh, damn, like this is the whole, there's probably hundreds of dudes on that ship. Like there's something taking place. But they literally didn't process it coming up to the shore.
that's a great metaphor for what's happened. Like, just imagine how much, don't even have to imagine, just look around. How much are we not seeing because we can't process it? How much is really before our eyes, but we miss it because we can't process it? I'm not just talking about UFOs in the sky. I mean, look at your own behavior. The complexity of our own human nature, I don't think it's complex, but the complexity of it to our observation is so gargantuan that we don't even notice the fact that we keep making the same mistakes and living in loops and patterns. Like, it's so complex to the average mind that we literally don't even see it. Something bad has to happen, or something negative or painful has to happen before you can see it. That's that lifeboat coming out.
Yeah, I gotta say that's a good metaphor. But on the historian side of things, that's some bullshit. But but on the metaphor, yeah, that's a great metaphor. Like you can't perceive something that's bigger, but historically that didn't. But I just gotta put that out there. Just for the, but
It sounds really cool. And again, I can't say that it is or not true because I wasn't there. But also, I can't say it's true or not because, hell, if that was true, then we don't even know what we're not seeing right now. Right? We could be going outside and there could be shit going on that we can't comprehend. As a matter of fact, there is. Aren't we talking about different dimensions and vibrations and frequencies and shit like that?
I got to I mean, I remember playing hide and go seek with this girl, right, who was my neighbor, and I ran out of places to hide before she ended counting, and so I legit stood against the wall and she could not find me. She couldn't find me until she like gave up, because, and this is where in the yoga books they talk about the law of expectation, how we have to get past our expectations because that's disrupting our perception of things. Because if she was expecting to find me in a hiding place, and because she was unable to fulfill those expectations, she couldn't see what was right in front of her, which was literally me standing up against the wall for the whole time. So I think one of the big things when it comes to observation and awareness is detaching yourself from expectation.
Talk about the law of attraction, huh?
There was an old thief. I'm not sure if she's dead, but up to very like in her 90s, she was still stealing. And there's a whole documentary about her. And it's like, why do you do this? She said, because it's fun. And so she's describing her process throughout the movie. Basically, she walks in a place like she owns it, takes an item like she bought it, and walks out like it's a manager at the end of her shift.
I don't know from experience, at least that specifically, but what I do know is when you walk into that place with an attitude like that, for some reason, people don't question you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there was something here. Oh, go ahead.
My roommate just went to court recently against a guy who works for the government, and she was just describing how he was presenting himself when he was at court. You know, he had his new suit. You know, he's carrying a paperwork and looking just very official. So much to the point where like no one's sitting next to him and like everyone's like moving out of his way because that perception of how he's just owning the place, it has a very real effect on everyone else.
Mm-hmm. And then recently here, there was somebody who, I think they did something for like a YouTube channel or whatever. And this is sort of like two instances ended up happening, but they do like, so a guy just walks in a place with a ladder and no one, like he walks, it's like a restaurant or something. He just walks in the back with the ladder and no one questioned it. And then here, like closer was a Porsche dealership. And someone just like went in the mechanic department and just took one of the cars. It was based on the same psychology.
Man, listen, it is all about state control.
Yes.
State control. Even if you're scared and panicking, don't let that manifest. Manifest what you want. And reality behaves accordingly. And if you do that enough, you really start to see. On my gratitude walk, I was grateful that nature responds to me the way that I want it to. I was grateful for that. You start to see for yourself that that's what happens. If you're out here scared, the nature's gonna give you something to be scared of. Trust on that.
Well, and that's a role that you're playing, right? Because all of us are playing a role. So why have your role? Why choose to be the scared one?
Why choose to be weak, powerless? Why choose to repeat victim consciousness? I'm not talking about victim blaming, no, but I'm saying where you are right here, right now, why repeat and perpetuate that when you can do something else? Do something that empowers you.
Instead of complaining about the government.
Instead of complaining about, what did he say? Instead of complaining about the satanic dark death cult. Why are these words even leaving your mouth? Like, there's no room for me to ever talk about that. That doesn't exist in my world.
Well, it kind of does with the Agoris, you know, death cults and all that. 'Cause death isn't actually scary.
But
Again,
the difference,
again,
how
it's
they interpret it, how they're talking about death is not what this person's talking about.
Edgy.
He's probably talking about a adrenochrome eating.
They're
yeah,
not
because
dark, spooky chaos, man.
Yeah, we're not talking about it from a fear-based perspective, which alters the context of what you mean when you say things.
Right. Alters your perception of that content as well. Like, spending all this energy talking about, I'm going to expose the adrenal. You're going to expose these people who you have never met and will never meet. What do you mean? What are you doing? You're wasting your time is what you're doing.
Vice documentary where they interview several people from, I'm not going to say it, but it's a proper underground movement. And they were talking, someone was like pointing to all these pictures like Lady Gaga, Joe Biden, and like just naming off people. Of course you would know. They're like, oh, they all eat adrenochrome. They're like, can you prove that? And the person just had no response. Well, yeah, I know they just do it.
Know it for a fact too. Just passionate and angry about it. Why? Of all the things that you can spend your time on, you're trying to prove that some strain, like, take away the celebrity status and look at how crazy that looks. You're trying to prove a complete stranger is eating baby organs. Like, you never met this person and you won't ever met this person. Like,
in all arguments, I had to do a report for a political science class, and there's one real big argument that people put money into, time into, die for, literally. And I went to go research both sides of the argument, and there's really nothing backing either of them up. Even on these organizations who claim they're number one pro this and they're like the face of it, go on their website and they cite sources. So I'm like, okay, I'd rather cite their sources. It goes to like the owner's niece.
Yeah.
Her boyfriend wrote like a 2-paragraph article that didn't really say. And I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
And this is like money that's being thrown into this idea on both sides. They're doing this.
Yeah.
I was like, at that point, I said, all right, like,
that's
what
where
I'm talking about.
That's where I think too, when it comes to real research, like what we're studying the yoga books, we know due to all of the evidence that is proposed that has foundation, that pretty much all occult studies go back to the Vedas. Like, this is why we're studying this, because in this whole, trip of like reading all these books, doing all these meditational practices, exploring what trance is, all of that, all of these actual researchers always come back to the Upanishads, to the Vedas. Like, we have a pretty steady foundation of this that supports this, right? And so I think a lot of people, again, we go back to that movie aspect where we expect things to be like the movies. And so we don't have to do a lot of research. It takes only a simple Google search to find someone else who shares the same opinion as us, but who maybe hasn't actually done the research and not willing to look beyond that. And then also that goes into how important that authoritative role is. Like, these are companies that get massive support solely off of their confidence, off of their authoritative presence, not off of their actual foundation.
Right.
They don't actually have a foundation besides the assumption of authority. So this is our Maya in our social structure.
Right. Let me tell you, you're exactly right. I study these influence books, and it says the same thing about humanity. We get this, please understand it, not you specifically, but everyone who's watching. We are emotional creatures, not logical creatures. Everything we do is emotional first. So when someone makes us feel like they know what they're talking about, we're going to logically come up with a reason to convince our mind, yeah, I trust this person.
Even rawer than that, they just make us feel good. They don't have
Okay.
to make us feel like they're authority. They make us feel good. It's over.
Just make you feel good, and that's as far as it goes, because we are emotional creatures, not logical creatures. We're not
Right.
convinced by logic. Hell, the whole reason that we go and research is because we feel like it's real already, right? It starts with the feeling.
Yeah. And that's what gives us something to defend. When you make us feel good and we feel connected, then we feel like there is something to defend. So you don't even have to present facts. All you have to do is build a type of relationship with someone, have someone feel like they're valuable when they're around whatever you're presenting, and they're going to defend it.
Hey,
So,
Laura, you're giving out too much sauce.
I know that's right. God.
Bring it back. Sorry. But like, this is the essence of what we're talking about, right?
Can't come to the secret meetings anymore, Laura, because
just expose everything. So sorry.
no, that's absolutely right, though. And see, this is okay, and also to this is exactly why it's so important to be aware of yourself and your processes, because guess what? This is happening to everyone, and to the degree that you are not aware of it is to the degree of how intensely you are influenced by this kind of thing. It affects everybody. It affects me. I think I just bought something. I just bought this course about marketing and stuff like that. And I bought the extended package. It was $100. It's got a book and a course and some case studies off of an Instagram ad. He said the right words, made me feel good. He knew what he was talking about. Everything looked right. The hook caught my attention first off, right? He had a piece of paper and it was on fire, and then it revealed his USB stick. I'm in. But then he began to back it up with logic. Went to the little, straight off the ad, bought the book. Hey, for another $37, get these case studies to prove how it works. Okay, boom. So it affects everyone. And you know what? I wanted it. I was happy for that purchase. I didn't feel bad. I'm taking the course. And if you look at my videos, one of the memes I posted got 65,000 views in 4 hours. So it works. But this is how it all works. This is how everything works. This is why we make decisions. Stimulate the emotions.
I think that awareness too is really important. Like, you knew what was going on, but you were okay with it. You were like, I'm cool with that. And that's, I know that I totally allow myself to be manipulated by people sometimes. So I'll just be like, we'll go down this. I love you. We'll go down. What do you got?
Manipulation is such a dirty word, but inherently, like, it's not a good or a bad thing. Like, we literally manipulate our environment. Like, I'm manipulating this bottle of water just by picking it up. Manipulation just is the Rajasic process of movement.
Or as Richard Bandler calls it, the skillful crafting of an outcome.
The skillful crafting of an outcome. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, if you made me mad and I did some, I don't even give you the credit of manipulation. I don't say he manipulated me. I say, it was my emotions, blah, blah, blah. But to have some skill, to have the wool over my eyes until I get there, that's skill. Not somebody just making you emotional. I'm like, oh, she's a mess. She's always manipulating people. No, she got the meat on the stick, and you see it, and you falling for that. I'd rather fall for the elaborate trap.
And let's analyze that process also. Like, it's not about blame, but if you were to sit here and blame, is it the person dangling that meat? Pause. Or is it the person who's hungry for it?
I said she could dangle it.
Is it the dangling of the meat? Or is it the person who wants the meat, right? Who's to blame? If the person who's hungry for it, if you neutralize that desire, it don't matter how much meat is swinging in front of you. You're not going to salivate from the orifices. Stop
it. So bad, you guys.
This is the purple magic section of the Mages Academy.
This is like the behind the black curtain in the movie store,
It's like a kids movie store too.
Manipulation isn't all that bad. It's skillful. Like, you can either dangle meat off the stick.
It'll swing to and fro. That's funny. And what I learned from Mr. Snyder is that when you say a word that is related to sexuality, hell, even the word sex itself, our attention spans spike up. Huh? Sex? What? We pay attention a lot closer. So I learned, instead of just saying sex and fuck and ass and titty and penis, you be artful about it, Meat swinging isn't inherently sexual, but an image comes to mind. We've had plenty of sexual metaphors, and if you notice, I litter my content with sexual metaphors, not because I'm a horn dog, I could care less, but because I know that other people are horn dogs.
Yeah, and
So
I
it's
definitely noticed that in season 3. I was like, if this man don't stop.
That's where that's when I figured it out. That's when I was really putting it to work. Yes. Fondling tarot cards. Why? But look at the comments, right? Look at those comments, and what do you see? Certain women are like, when you said XYZ, I paid attention. Thank you.
So,
is this
you
bad?
Supposed to.
Is this negative? Is this manipulation? It's manipulation, but what was the intention, right? It got you to watch the video.
Which is a function of the lower mind. So it's the lower mind.
And like what Maestro said, allowing these two beasts to fight so that you can elevate to that next level. This is how we sell OnlyFans content, teasing a little bit, making you salivate at the mouth to go purchase the full package. Honestly, this is how all products are sold. The stimulation of the desires. I had a desire to have viral content. So you know what I did? I saw an ad for viral content. I spent money on it.
Was it worth it?
Hell yeah. I'm not even finished with it.
Okay. Because sometimes it's like, but
I bought enough of them to tell, like, if they made me stop and watch the whole video, then they know something, right? Because there's been plenty of them that I can scroll past. Like I sent you one and you broke it down, right? You were like, oh, she's doing this technique and this and this and this. You didn't fall for it because you can analyze it. But if they struck my emotions enough to where my analysis has been paused, you know something that I must know, and I will absorb it from you as quickly as possible.
I will absorb it from you.
I like doing that. Tony Robbins made that concept very popular. It's called modeling. And the premise is, if there's something you want in life, there's something you want to do, don't break your neck trying to start from scratch. Find someone who's doing it successfully and model them. Not copy, not steal, but pay attention to the context, to the essence of what they're doing.
Yes. I watch a channel where they pretty much do NLP, but they're, unlike most channels that try to change the name and whatnot, they're very thorough in how they break it down, but they make it very simple. And one of the things they said is when they were talking about like guys in bars, and then they read some technique, or they see a dude who picks up chicks and they try to emulate that technique. They look like a damn fool. But why? they're not tapping into the essence of, or as they put in the video, they're not tapping into the reasoning behind the person they're trying to copy, like even acted from.
Yeah.
Acting from, I gotta get these chicks because I'm the Mac man. Then good luck.
Yeah.
But these people just come at like a very neutral perspective, and or one thing that they had was like making yourself busy. Then when you actually don't respond to a text, it's not like you're being lazy, then you're gonna time it like, okay, when they 5 hours pass, I'm gonna text them back and wait there. Right. If you're actually busy, you're actually busy.
Right. And a lot of these concepts, when you first read them or hear them the first time, it's a very surface level understanding, like what you just said. I went through that too. Oh, well, let me intentionally not respond for X amount of, knowing I'm looking at the phone. Oh, maybe she's gonna, you know what I'm saying? What I learned is that people, women are very perceptive. Like, if you're trying to play those kind of games, they've been played already. You're not doing nothing new, so it's gonna be figured out. But when things come from a very honest and genuine place, there's no need to pretend or fake or watch the clock. Like, if you're legit busy, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's obvious. I'm doing stuff, but I will talk to you whenever the time is right.
I'll tell you what, though, as a female, I don't know if it's, I think some women, I think we can be inquisitive, but we're also playing games of our own. We're also the one looking at the phones like, I'm not going to text him till he texts me. We know, like some of the rules that the guys play. So we'll be like, at max 2 days, a week if he wants this to be, something else.
Right.
Like, like some of the basic rules. And then we just try to fit in around that. Like, I'm not gonna start the conversation because that makes me look like I'm trying to control him. So, we're just gonna, or I don't want to appear jealous or whatever. So like we have our own games that we're playing. But if you come at it authentically or genuinely, like all of that just goes out the window. And then the natural, right. And then the natural game just starts to play.
Yes.
And I gave an example of a guy who, like, he's relatively famous per se, but he married this top-notch actress. And then they were interviewing them separately, like 2 separate occasions, 2 separate shows, whatever. And then, so they saw the first clip and she's like, yeah, when I first got his number, he didn't text me back for a month. And then they cuts to like this other clip on another podcast. They're like, oh, is it true? Blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, I didn't have any time at all. I forgot.
Yeah. I thought that, I was reading, you're not supposed to show weakness, you're not supposed to show emotion, you're not supposed to be sensitive, like you want to be this hardcore tough guy, whatever. And what I found is that in doing that, it was very superficial and fake, and just I began to build an atmosphere of dishonesty and genuine, whatever, non-genuine. But I found that, there is a way to do that. There's a way to be honest about your feelings as a man to a woman, right? Because we're so afraid of being perceived a certain way as weak and sensitive and all that. There's a way to do it. As long as it's honest, you don't have to play games and play tough. Like, for some reason, we're equipped with these beliefs and we learn from society, like, we're supposed to be this kind of man. That's what a woman wants. But what I learned from psychology is that, yes, there is a group influence, but you also have to take in consideration that every person has an individual preference. So it's like, you got to be able to manage and balance that. When you approach someone that you're interested in, you can't approach them from that group level. You take that group stuff and keep it in the background of your thought, but you also keep the door open to learn this person as an individual. If you skip that, the relationship's not going to be genuine.
Right.
I learned from martial artist Bill Superfoot Wallace. He said, the person who said no pain, no gain is dead. The same way you got to be the macho man. The guy who made that up's dead and or single in 80.
Just living a miserable life. And really like the big, at least the really big, I think the role that a lot of women like, I shouldn't speak on behalf of a lot of women, but there's a general thing where it is like the man with the most confidence can really get the female because that demonstrates an authoritative type of figure or someone that is secure. And women, I feel like in our culture and in some others, are very much programmed to look for security in someone. And so that man can demonstrate that. But here's the other thing is that she needs to feel valued. Like we were talking about earlier, she needs to feel like she would be a good counterpart for this person. She's going to try to, if he's attractive enough to her, she's going to try to fit herself into that image that he's got already. Like she's already going to start working how like, oh yeah, we may have different hours, but we can make it work. Like we can, like she's already going to try to fit it in if he's attractive enough to her. But like, but the biggest part that I think a lot of guys miss out on is that they forget to listen. They forget to actually get to know the person who they're conversating with, because that's where the real exchange happens. You can't, if I'm so busy thinking about like hooking up with this person, then that's going to be the only level that's going to be clearly communicated. So, and it's probably going to suck. Like, even if they're into it, it's probably going to suck. Literally. Because that's the only level. but yeah, right. Like it's gonna be really, it's not going to be fulfilling. Whereas if there's a genuine communication, if there's a give and take there that is of interest within one another, then that's going to be mixed into things. And then you're going to have multiple levels of attraction. And then that's where shit starts popping. So like,
broke down the other 2 parts of the video without me throwing it in there. That's how natural this stuff leads on to the next.
I like what you said about the confidence that a woman seeks, and also how it relates to a biological impulse of a need for comfort and security. And from past experience, a lot of people get very upset when we get to this portion, which is most of our behavior is based on biology. The fact that women behave the way they do when it comes to seeking a mate, and the fact that men behave the way they do when it comes to seeking a mate, it's not so much about us being cool individual people, but it's based on being a human animal, right? The human animal is seeking to do a certain thing to propagate itself, and that essence expresses itself in patterns. And this is where we get to that general thing of, oh, well, women want a man who's confident, women want the bad boy. Why do girls always go for the bad boy? They always want the guy who's in trouble. There's a biological reason for that, because that behavior is an expression of what some women translates as, oh, this person will be able to provide for me and take care of the offspring, and he will give me DNA and genetics that will produce children that will know how to fight for themselves.
Well, and
there we go. That type of brain.
That sort of adds into also the ability to see through problems. The bad boys are the ones that are already dealing with problems. So if they can figure it out and turn out okay, then that means that he's a problem solver along with being a risk taker, which is what the qualities of a leader.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Even that, when they want a secure or confident man, that's really an unshaken man. But what, strip it down even further, that's Purusha, the undisturbed, like
hard to get.
It's in its own realm. It's protruding outwards. It's affecting everything around it, but it's unmoving. To even be energy to get in that Purusha sphere, you have to change.
So let's.
But it's a give and take.
What I said. So I guess taking what you said would take it even deeper. It's more than biological. It is now going into the causal realm of a pattern, of a seed, because humans don't only behave this way. Everything in nature behaves that way.
Yeah. That totally.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just going to say that really makes sense because, we have this, we can understand that it's cool that we don't, that like love comes from within us, la, la, la. But there's still this coupling aspect that there's such a heavy, heavy desire for while existing on this plane. And it makes sense that would be a causal type of situation where it goes deeper than our genetics. It's the unification of soul with itself, of Purusha and Prakriti. Like that's a reflection of consciousness and awareness.
Mm-hmm. Mention a famous, or maybe famous, but a prominent occult YouTuber who does know what they're doing, but their videos are mainly focused on the mind and its modification, while the female that he's with focuses mainly on the energy and kundalini and whatnot. So that's also another, like one's basically Jnana yoga, one's Kriya yoga.
I love how it just naturally plays out, how we have a body and a mind that naturally resonates with a particular type of expression.
Hmm. You know
Yeah,
those
prana.
videos, or go ahead.
You go ahead.
Let's say like those videos of, and they're making fun of a real life process. And I know, at least I've done it. I know plenty of guys who've done it, but like there's always, but in these videos they over exaggerate it. Or somebody brings a cute girl over, and then they start busting out weights or something. They start doing push
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
start flashing money, and like try to do some stunt. But that's like, if you take that to the animal realm, the lizard doing push-ups too. Like, oh man, this is game. Like, how is what you're doing game if a lizard's doing it, bro?
The peacock's doing it. The python, the vipers are doing it. You ever seen pythons and vipers fight because of what's the biological phrase for horny? Excuse me. When the female snake is ready to reproduce, the male snakes can smell that, and they get close to her. And if they see another one, they start whipping themselves against each other. But yeah, you're right. How is that game if that's just a natural result?
But that's also first impulse too. But it's first impulse for a reason. It's not a cheesy mistake. It's literally what we have biologically. We go to gorilla mode.
Reverting down to that. Oh my gosh, I done said some stupid shit in that mode.
That's what makes it worse. It's not even reptile mode. It's gorilla mode. It's like where you try you try to add the emotional, because we have the neo mammalian, the mammalian, and then the limbic. It's that mammalian brain which really makes us look stupid. Reptile, I mean, you probably go to jail. But we try to go through from the mammal brain. It's just the corniest thing ever.
Oh my gosh. I really feel for those guys that are stuck there. But it's nature. It's karma. Somebody got to do it. Thank God it ain't me no more.
I mean, if you're going to do it, be the ultimate one. Be, be the citrus master.
Oh God.
The only Goetia entity you will work with.
Right. The only and there's other goetic spirits that can help you with that. But nah, I heard Trav say Citri. I'm gonna do Citri. Fuck it. What about Gremory? She's good. She can help you with that.
Nah, bro.
You didn't make a video on Gremory. You said Citri.
And then won't admit that. It's like, oh, why don't you do a grammar one? And be like, I never heard of it, blah, blah, blah. But inside their head, it's like, bro, you only did Citri. You know what's going down.
All this time you didn't buy a Goetia book and look through the other 72? All these years? You the only ones you know are the ones that I said?
Said I bought Book of Citri online. Hog.co. Let me stop.
Book of Citri. I'm about to go grab that book, man. BBC. I think I already showed it. Never mind. I already showed it. Bags of weed.
Oh, I mean, you gotta tell me what Goetia that was. I need to. That would be the last Goetia book I buy on purpose.
I don't want to say it online to give them the credit.
And put that in the Zoom chat, man. I have to see that.
I'll put it in Zoom.
But hey, even if you're doing Goetia for any of these practices for a specific thing, it happens to be low, you might as well be the top dog at whatever you're doing.
Yep.
If it's money, be the top dog with money. If you're trying to get the hoes, be the top dog at getting some hoes. Be the new young Snyder. If you're doing I don't know what else is there, to be honest.
Pretty much like love, sex, and money, right? Like that's health, trying to be like the most ripped or whatever.
But at least be the best at go be number one bodybuilder, go sell your body working pyramid scheme. Go do something where you're top of your field. Don't just be a chump. Like, hey, my Goetia works. I'm an evil master.
The girl just smile at you. You're like, whoa, thank you, Citri.
Yeah, this works. I bought my citrate oil online.
Got my sigil in my pocket.
Can't make this up, y'all. Like, it actually says this. It actually says this. First of all, you know, we're dealing with citrate. I'll show you with your own eyes. Citrate is also known as citri or bitru. He inflames people with love. He can make people show themselves naked. Yes. He makes a named person become obsessed with passion for you. He can turn yourself sexually desirable. He tempts a person to succumb to your seduction. He helps you to gain easy and ephemeral sexual intercourse. And a lot of people are hearing that, and they're like, yeah, I'm above my lower nature, but at the same time, citrate, I haven't heard of this.
Yeah.
So he hasn't talked about this guy in a few years. You know, I just.
I guarantee there's people who haven't heard me talk about citrate. Look what this thing says, man. You smell the menstrual blood. You see an African man. I'll read it. You smell menstrual blood. You see an African man, and at his right, a table with weed on it. You notice that the man is horny with a potent erection. Why it's got to be an African man with weed on the table? Come on, dude.
All right, let's go into Tawa Shudi. Let's go into mystical Kabbalah. We're dealing with unconscious collective mind, or Netzach. So there's already this egregor.
You're right.
Around, yeah. There's already a egregor. So what we're doing, we're just tapping into that.
You know what? Okay. Now I see it from another angle. Okay. Despite how I personally feel about the African man with it says a potent erection too. What's that? What's the difference? Why do they have to be so specific with this thing?
Well, because it could be like half, like this potency. He's interested.
It's got to be an African man.
Some of us aren't complaining, Trav.
All right.
That already it's people have. It's like I don't know if you've ever seen it, the movie about the slaves called Mandingo.
Oh, yeah.
Part of that egregor right there. Get that.
Is that 50 Cent's body?
Yeah, I was about to say they took the body of 50 Cent.
That's great, man. You gotta love
Get rich or die trying.
Get rich or die trying, boy.
That's probably where they got it. They saw 50 Cent. Like, this is a citrate.
Yeah, that's what they were thinking about when they saw that album cover. This is amazing. You're right, Alora. I forgot that there are females, hey,
who are not upset.
Maybe that's a very pleasing image to somebody, right? I didn't want
so I'm trying to be like him. Urge with image of concentration.
I just manifest citrate.
I'm one with the image that I'm meditating upon. That's Dharana. Non-attachment. You're gonna have me summon this image and not do anything about it? I don't like Travis anymore. I'm gonna cancel him. In the astral realm. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why? Now you just
you're not even going to the etheric realm. You're going straight to the astral realm. I'm gonna cancel you here.
The astral.
Is that serious? Is that how we do beef nowadays? We don't even do etheric beef like Crowley days.
No, straight to the astral. Cancel. I don't know what the hell happened. And then in the where she posted it, somebody was asking her genuinely like about the experience, and she even admitted, "Oh, he never visited me in a dream. He never did anything to me directly. What's this about? Is this really an advertisement to sell your herbs and spices?
Your curses and hexes.
Yes, man.
Your curses and hexes? Well, shit, that's bad advertisement because the hex didn't work.
See, look, he's still diluted. from this video from this video and the last, his viewership went down and it'll continue to go down by my curses now.
Come on now. At least watch my videos and learn something first. Brought old understanding to the channel.
No, they do. They just have a separate account for that.
Right.
That's how the game is. MW Ford, when you start talking about Kundalini, he said, hell no. Published his own Kundalini book like that month. They watching. I think it was like within a week. I was like, bruh.
Well, you know, you got to learn from. Let me stop. No, it's okay sometimes to be. What's the word? I'm doing something good, so I'm proud of it. How about that? But who is I? Who's doing something good?
And for who?
And for who?
For whom? For what?
Why?
Back to the forced humility.
Mm.
I'm just enjoying myself, making YouTube contents with sparkly backgrounds.
Nah, you need to make a separate channel called Dark Tribe. They gonna do it to us. You need like two contradicting sides, but you'll still get the audiences you need. I gave game
that'll
just
be
now.
so fun.
Just sit there with like a, or it's better yet, just an African mask, the voice modulator. Sit with the Huey P. Newton chair.
I've contemplated it a few times. Evil Trav, or like even reverse my name or something and just dark side.
Like
Bart.
Evil
like,
mustache.
My name is Al-Ik bin Ra Mashouk, and today we are. I got a business card. I'm actually gonna stop. It's a pretty famous dude in that community, but I got a business card there, and it was like 2 lines, and I gave it to my dad. He's like, "That's his name."
Yeah, man. What's going on?
Why does your name have to be the opening to a Shakespeare play?
the whole opening.
Look, now, out of these 65,000 views I got yesterday, I got some new subscribers, and I think that we're starting to scare them away because they wanted the traditional talk. And
all right, guys, here's how you unleash your inner chaos right here.
Yeah.
You get these dark mantras. All right. Don't be fooled by this cover. You get the dark mantras, and you do the mantras in this book.
Yes.
I think I actually have that Galatian book.
Okay.
This is
yeah.
Ozzy.
I didn't give the title, did I?
It's one of these, this straight up Ozzy Osbourne. Hold on, I'm trying. I think they literally just ripped these pictures off of anywhere they could find them. Yeah. Damn, it's blurry. Or too bright. Yeah. Damn.
Type in the title in the chat now. Okay, Astaroth. Yeah, that looks like the type of artwork from it.
He said, let me go on royalty free and I'm gonna go ham with these images.
Right. And then the selection of the images, all the dudes are super muscled up, big pectoral muscles, long hair, and then like the feminine ones just look like this.
Oh.
Damn. Damn.
That is hilarious, yo. For real. Do it again. Show me again that handsome dude.
Okay. Yeah, Gap looks pretty cool, you know.
Yeah, he looks rad.
I like that one.
Asmodee, okay. She's traditionally female.
Asmodeus, yeah.
But then we get to let's look at for us here. Ooh.
Ooh.
Looks like he means business. Look at Forrest.
Forrest, the lumberjack.
UFC fighter.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Astaroth, yep. Yeah, there's a couple of this one right here. Why is this a demon photo?
The fuck is that?
Why is this a demon photo?
Oh, this looks like one of those like calendars that they make for like women, you know?
I was
Yeah.
thinking about the firefighters with the candle, with the calendars like that.
Like this
They
is our
straight,
July.
they straight up ripped this off Vikings.
Wow.
Would you summon it looking like that, bro?
Well, Trav said you don't meditate. You have to concentrate and become one with the image. So maybe it
Wow.
makes.
A muscular white man. I mean, unless you're Citri. That's also
Right, Citrus. That's an exception. King Diamond.
Oh,
Is this what you
family.
saw in your dream? Barbados looks like the dude for Thor.
Wow. You know that is oh man.
Where the fuck do they get these photos, dude?
I
How did
swear, you go to Google Images and you go to royalty free, or like the ones
And
that
you
says
just post
do
it and
not,
then make a book?
yep,
Shit.
do not apply to copyright.
They did get the homie Amdusius right though.
Okay. Undo, yes.
Dude, why Andrew O'Malley is like Obama?
No. Oh, they did.
One
my
of
boy-
those looked like Aquaman.
Yeah. I don't like what they did to Dantalion.
Yeah, I don't know what that
Yeah,
is, bro. This looks like a cancerous testicle. No offense to anyone to testicular cancer, but very similar.
What'd they do?
Whatever that is,
What is that?
like a meatball.
Meatball.
Is Megamind.
Oh.
And people fall for this, yo. People falling for this.
I mean,
Well,
you're tapping into something.
Yeah, after what you said, Maestro, I can look at it with a little bit of a softer light now. That collective egregore, because that's what we see when we tap into these spirits. If we see anything, we see the collective egregore. So it does make sense.
Oh, you know what I just thought? Dantalion, he looks like Blue Waffle.
Why did you bring that back? Why did you reignite that samskara?
The blue
She's
waffle.
like, I don't know.
Oh, it was there. It had to be brought out. Who's
Grimmery.
that? Grimmery?
All right, so y'all, if the BBC Citri is not your flavor, check out Grimmery. All right.
Hey man, might work with that.
All right.
Got a little something for everyone.
If a bag of weed on the table don't do it for you, check out Grimmery.
Wow, you guys are hilarious.
I always saw her as an Indian woman.
I did too. Or like,
really?
Yeah.
But they got the homie from Arrow.
She.
Oh.
I mean, it's fitting, but she, because Grimmery and not Grimmery, but Lorahe and the Arrow thing.
Mm-hmm. It works. And I didn't even read this whole book. I just saw a few things, and I was like, "Yeah." Table with weed.
What is it called again?
Oh yeah, I was typing in the chat. Sorry, let me finish typing it in the chat for you. Ooh, she can give you the power of instigating carnal desires to someone while you look into their eyes.
My, that sounds awfully intense. Depends too if they look back, right?
Damn. Have you ever seen, or if you ever worked with Visago, what's your personal sight of Visago?
I didn't ever see him as a living, like I always saw him as like a mass, a shape, like a, I don't want to say fractal because that's kind of new for me, but more like a constructed thing, almost like those Pokemon that aren't like animals, but they're like shapes, like what the unknowns or whatever.
Polygons are like they're like poly something where it's like the little pink one with the blue nose. and that it evolves and it's more shapes on top of it.
I guess, yeah. But I always
'Cause
thought
I had
Masago
this,
was like, yeah.
I've had this several
Ooh.
times, like before I before I even knew that was like there's like a common image for it, but that was like when I just saw it out of nowhere, I was like, damn.
Oh my.
The
I like
Flavor
Masago.
Flav alien.
Flavor Flav. Oh, glass yellow bolus is cute.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
you got this book, man.
I like how some of them are like traditional, and then you just get like it'll be Aquaman.
Maybe their illustrator like quit on them like halfway through or something. And so they just need to download images real quick. It's got a deadline.
Like that. You know what? I got this. And went on his pirated Photoshop, royalty-free images. Went, man,
Do it
that
myself.
Conor McGregor. But no, that's Putin's body, and they took Conor McGregor's face.
That's what I'm thinking. That was like that Putin image. Or actually, didn't Alex Jones do a horse riding image also? That was a meme for a while.
Mate, I don't want to see that.
Yeah. They were making fun of his shoes. He had on like regular New Balances. That was the funniest part to me.
Man.
Ha! I found a PDF. It's exciting.
Make sure it's got the images with it now.
Right.
And whatever you do, Alora, stay away from Goetic Spirit number 12. Don't go to page 38.
Well, now I've got to go to page 38.
Whatever you do. Don't work with spirit number 12.
Who's spirit number 12? We're about to find out.
Tee-hee.
Read online.
See, the Goshia was created by King Solomon.
The Goshia.
Yeah, it's 72 demons or legions that you can work with. This is your shit.
You got 72 motherfuckers in your head. That was a line. That was a line that inspired all these folks, and that was a line that got my Instagram contract canceled. Thanks,
Damn. That
Not
shows is
okay.
powerful.
Right? The Goshia.
The
The Gotia.
Goshia.
See, we got the Gotia. And if
You
you look,
got 72 motherfuckers in your head.
I don't know how much copies we got, but if you want to go get yourself one of these books, one of these Gotias, and you work with them, say, hey, motherfucker, I don't want no shit now.
This is your shit.
Man, he got me out of fear real quick.
Right. However he did it, he did it. It worked. I just remember feeling so like watching those videos. It instantly dissolved the fear. Like before that, there was nothing but grandma saying, "Don't play with that devil shit," etc., etc. Then you got this dude up here talking about it like he been done it a million times, and it's just nothing. Like, oh, I can do it too.
Yeah. And I actually was researching, not even researching, I was just watching the video, I ain't gonna cap. But the Satanic Panic this morning, but like the American side of it. And the reason why it's always the grandma figure is because this stuff was going down at its height in the 70s, but there were like a lot of false lawsuits going on.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them, like the root of it, is actually seems to be an MK Ultra experiment. Very, very root.
Typical.
So this is called the Necronomicon. And whenever you see writing that, where it, they say they don't know where it comes from the Moors. See this freaking looking shit here? It's just Moors.
Yeah.
But hey, that works.
Hey, it's all about how can you make it work, right? You got 72 motherfuckers in your head, in your third eye. Connor Black. in your third eye. The pioneer. Egyptian Mr. School. Y'all all right?
I like there's always in the videos, like when he's going on something, there's always that one dude in the back. Yeah.
Yeah. And on a good show, there's like 3 or 4 of them.
So now Kenneth Grant was going behind all these rounds, but he's really talking about the black man. Yeah.
Yeah. Quick too on it. Yeah. That just goes to show how little this whole mainstream spiritual community has evolved since, their so-called guru appeared, Bobby. How not very far people have gone. Bobby was literally on all the stuff that we're talking about right now. He was literally here with all the shit that we're talking about. Yeah, why is it taking this long for us to get back here? Because everybody was still stuck on the racial stuff, basically. That just goes to show where the power actually is. And
pointing
where
you in the
human
right
consciousness
direction.
is.
So he was pointing you in the right direction too with it. See, hey, each
Right.
time you talking about the etheric plane, they just talking about melanin. Let's not go buy 75 books on the white man and go hate on white people.
Right.
He's trying to give you some crumbs here to go search down the rabbit hole. And he was selling the books, not even for a lot.
Humans.
Selling Kenneth Grant for $20. I wish I could find that.
Man, it took me until a few days ago, weeks ago maybe, to buy this. So I was reading the PDFs.
Mm-hmm.
And in the beginning, I was always like, oh, if I could just get my hands on the Kenneth Grant book, I made it. Finally got one. So I guess that would kind of be somewhat of a attachment samskara kind of deal. Symbolic to myself, though.
It's crazy. Once I got the book and started reading it, I started seeing Kenneth Grant's name everywhere. So I was like, wow, okay. So I started looking him up besides just the books, and really trying to find more about him because I felt like he was reaching out to me. I saw his name so many places, unrelated places. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah. I've been noticing that too. The past 2 weeks, I've seen his name pop up more than regular. And I can't say it's because Mark Zuckerberg is tracking me based on my purchases. Like, no, it's coming from the content creators. And it's really interesting because a lot of these authors that I focus on, I get that same impulse as if like, are they trying to contact me? Are they reaching out to me to give me special information? And I think
like that's just natural. They got good information.
I think the conclusion I kind of came to isn't so much that they're trying to reach out to me, but rather through an intense focus on them and their work, we're kind of entering a space where they, maybe mentally dwelled upon or mentally created.
Mm-hmm.
More like I'm reaching out to them, not so much them reaching out to me.
Yeah, I get that a lot with the Ophiel books. Like,
Mm-hmm.
for some reason, I always have a inclination to fall asleep when I'm reading. It's like I just open it and I'm automatically tired. But his first book was Art and Practice of Astral Projection. So to even be truly comprehend, he even gives that in Kabbalah Magic. He said, just refer back to my first book. Go mess with that. Talisman book, go back to my first book. Creative Visualization, go back to my first book.
Gems, keys, facts, fire emoji.
100.
100.
Fax machine.
Fax machine. I forgot that one. Oh, Lord. In your third eye. I love it. represent the Moors, and that represents melanin.
That's all you need to get started. What if the demon tries to eat me? So these cannot harm anyone with melanin. That's your shit.
You know what? And when he said that, I took it to heart. Okay, well, shoot, I got a built-in shield. And what was the effect? I had no fear of being attacked and harmed by demons. I love it. I love it.
Oh man, I had like groundbreaking from 50, one of the 50 names of Marduk. And I was like, I told myself, all right, I'm gonna go, being I want to understand this concept, I'm gonna go all 3 days with this entity. Did so, picked up the book. I didn't put it down till like 5 o'clock the next morning. And now like when it comes to that framework, it's called the Wyckoff. Basically it's for trading, but it's like very, very fine-tuned, very precise. And that's all I could see now. That's why, like the Ukraine-Russia conflict, I'm not. Oh my God, it's the little Soviet Union. I'm like, bro, this is all money.
Right.
But even on a higher scale than just, I'm trying to get rich. They're trying to take all the oil. It's too big. It's almost too big for you to understand.
Thank you. It's almost too big for you to understand. I can hear that and not have my ego hurt. You know those people that'll hear that and get instantly offended? Shit, you don't know me. Ain't too big. Nah, it's the satanic elite. No. Maybe there's facts and information that you're not privy to. Maybe this whole thing is about facts and information that you're not privy to. So because of that, that's not my monkeys, not my circus. I see it. It's actually happening on some level, whether it's, Hollywood or whether it's actually stuff blowing up. I don't know. I'm not over there. And I don't care enough to find out. I
If you think,
sympathize with any suffering.
like back in the day, specifically medieval Europe, that was like a great time period to analyze how the stuff went down, where you'd have the kings, you have your entire court magician, but then you'd have your other kings, other court magician, but then you got like 400 kingdoms and they're all under the Pope. But there's this massive game being played. If you're just a potato farmer, what you got on the kings?
And I'm sure the potato farmers had their conspiracy theories. Did you guys hear about this, that, and the third?
Dracula eats people.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Which, yes, there may have been people dying and being slaughtered and things like that. But if all you've got is just the surface level, right? What do we call it? The essence and the expression. If all you're looking at is the expression, the surface level of a thing, that's not the essence of a thing. Correlation does not equal causation. Another logical fallacy.
And
That's
there
one
had
that
it was for like one of these big tests, but they had like a practice test you could take, and then I'll never forget. I forgot how it was termed, but it was like correlation. It was pretty much correlation and causation, but it's describing how this question would be broken down, and it's saying ice cream, like the amount of ice cream that's being bought in this month, the amount of drownings happening this month. And what you're really supposed to conclude is, given that it was a summer month, so it was June or July, you're supposed to conclude that both go up during the summer. And it inferencing because it's hot, or inferring because it's hot. But they gave the wrong answer on purpose. They said this is the wrong answer, which was there's a correlation between ice cream and drowning. Kid drowning because of ice cream. But that's the path we take as humans.
Mm-hmm. Correlation does not equal causation. It's
So George
hard.
Bush farted 2 days ago, and then 9/11 happened.
Right.
They think that's the. It's not even them. But they know they're selling it, so they don't believe it. But
It doesn't take critical thinking. Like that's just something given to you. That's not deep.
sounds deep.
Or rather, it feels deep. It gives you a deep feeling. Ooh. And a lot of times the mind, and this is another thing, these are people who are psychologists. They study this stuff before you even heard of it. So they know that the human mind hates to not have ends met. It hates open loops. The mind has to have the loop closed. It has to. This is another part of selling things. If you're able to open up loops. But anyways, we hate to have those open loops. So if we're given anything to close that loop, most people with a weak attention span will just take that and that'll be it. So any answer, for example, the president might get on the stage and say, oh, don't worry, the problem is solved because we've got toilet paper. Because that's an answer, you'll take it. Not because it makes sense, but because you hate having an open loop. It must be closed. We'll seek it. We'll seek for anything.
Stuck in cover. There's nuclear bombs. You're fine. All you got to do is just duck and cover. You're good.
Yeah, put your head under the desk. Go in the hallway and put your head on the desk. That logically, that's stupid. But emotionally, okay, I have an answer to settle on, so I'm good. Like, get out of your feelings. Don't get offended by that. This is literally human nature. Like, this is human nature. And this is an explanation for why this is why the news does what it does, because it understands how we work. So it gives us just enough to keep going.
In that Darwin documentary, there was a biologist and doctor and everything, separate studies as well. But he's noted for being very profound in his faith. And people ask him, like, how are you a biologist or an evolutionary biologist at that, but you're still going to church? And he said, because most people really go to church out of ignorance. They can't explain something, so it's God. People think they're leveling up. It's going to seem personal to a lot of people, but you ain't leveling up if you're replacing your religious ideas with, now it's Goetia and I'm fighting against the evil Jehovah. That's not a level up. That's not deep. That's a change in content. There's lateral and there's horizontal. That's just horizontal. You're on the same plane, different city.
Right. For some reason, some people get irritated if I say a phrase like "there are no enemies." Well, they get irritated because they just moved laterally, no, horizontally. They didn't move laterally. All right. When I say there are no enemies, I'm not talking about that there's not people who are doing, mean things in the world. What I mean is when you're able to raise above and see the playing field, you start to realize that the only reason you see an enemy is because you've identified to one side. You've attached to one side. Yeah. Level up.
That's ego right there. That's like in Star Wars. You saw how Anakin got manipulated. You're not with me. You are my enemy. But then Palpatine, he can control both sides of the war. There was no enemy.
Right.
He just sat it out.
Right. Come on now. Come on. And this is in your face. This is popular. But just like those gigantic ships in the Native Americans, we don't perceive it because we're not at a level to perceive it. We didn't see it until it was chunked it down to our level of understanding. But a key also to what you just said is that when you're on that playing field of us versus them and enemies, you're extremely easy to manipulate now because you're not in control of your thoughts. You allow yourself to be influenced by the dynamic of us versus them. Keyword I said allow. You allow these things to happen. Stop.
The attachable and detachable archons. Detachable. You could let them go. Just replace them, upgrade. It's like Iron Man when he took his heart out, he had to get another heart. It's an upgrade.
Upgrade.
We like the way our small little archons make us feel. Make us feel good on the inside in all the right places.
Man, I always feel so icky talking about this stuff because it's like, I can't say it should be understood because everyone's at their own level of development, but there's so much more to be talked about than melanin and the bad guys and the good guys eating adrenochrome.
The love and light and the chaos and darkness.
Oh, wait a minute now. We on this? Are we on the same plane but just a different side? Love and light,
And
chaos and dark side. Oh man,
I spill people's beans. There's entire brands destroyed now. That's the sauce. I'm gonna talk about waking up from the matrix. That's it right there.
Oh man, ain't no different. Amazing, splendid.
So I am a chaos being. Like, especially when I first heard that, I was like, oh, hold on, because I was in it for a bit. I'm like, okay, darkness, whatever. But then very soon after I got on that camp, chaos being, I said, hold up, how is this different from what these? I ain't gonna say what type of people they were, but what these people were saying about some light beings. There can't be any difference. You could say there's a difference, but that's just a name, a half of a name.
Right. Which implies that there's another half. It's a game. In the words of Dick Gregory, it's a game. Love and light. We're just changing the words, but we're talking about the same thing.
Can you define light? Well, it's the source energy. It's everything. Can you define darkness? Well, it's chaos. It's evil. It's darkness. Before light, there was darkness.
Oh my God. Well, what about it? What's beyond that? Is there a level beyond that?
It's no, man. It's just darkness.
It all came out of the darkness.
Well, I mean, if it works, if you're the top dog in your field, if you have your top brand and you're selling that, okay, but just don't be the average Joe Schmo. And nothing changed in your life, and you're still holding on to that belief.
It's a game. It's a game. You know, and also, as we were saying before, any context you can make it work. But now it goes back to the individual now, because honestly, these machines are oiled by your external viewpoint, by the fact that you're so focused on things that don't really matter to your development. Because you're so attached to these external things, the machine is oiled and it can keep grinding you up to consume more. The egregore continues. But if your intention is for personal development and growth, then you stop becoming attached to the words and the labels and the feel good, and you start examining how this affects you and how your relationship is to the rest of the world. You can use that dark side stuff. You can use the love and light. You can use the Christian stuff. You can use the Muslim stuff. You can use it all. But let's be real. Most people are in it because it makes them feel safe.
See, and you even broke it down. Like, for someone to even have it subjectively, if it works for you, then have it. And you could advance with those systems if you hone it out. But I'm on the lower side. At least have your basic needs met if you're going to be on it. It's just, they're all powerful tools. If you're going to make it work, make it work. Be the best. Like I said with Citri, if you're going to work with Citri, be the best Citri man out there.
Right.
You're going to work with, I don't know who else, like, really don't hear much about the Goish outside that. If you're going to be the King Paimon man, be the best King Paimon man out there. When people hear King Paimon, make sure they hear your name along with it. But no, I work with the 9 goetic kings. I have an infernal throne.
Oh, you have an infernal throne because you heard E.A. Coeting say it, right?
Say, nah, you see, I know I had it. It's my intuition.
Okay.
Spirit told me.
Then I have to be like spirit shrink or corporeal chaos, you know. Well, how do you know that? What is spirit, and spirit told who and what? Like, let's break these terms down. The devil's in the details.
It's too much. Because that's really like, I'm not going to cancel this game, but very reminiscent of the meta model. Start using the meta model on folks. I literally had an argument with a family member. One question, it was done. Before I would have reacted emotionally or not had an answer. I just asked the question. Just one, because they had a normalization. I just asked, just press that weakness. And it was a simple question. They just turned away, left.
Nothing to say. It was taken out of that realm where they at least feel empowered enough to put a fight. It'll be okay.
Well, that's when the just is out. They just say just. It's just that. It's just this.
It's just.
It's whatever, man.
Suddenly it doesn't matter.
Wait. You just spent money on this? Your Facebook bio is Supreme Darkness Master, but now it doesn't matter?
I thought you were all things.
But that just goes to show if you don't have it's really the smaller gears in the machinery that makes the thing work.
Yes.
You could have the fence. You might as well just walk around with giant gears around your neck. Make that the new trend instead of chains. Just get some giant gears and walk around with that. That's all a generalization is. You got the big ones, but can't do nothing with them. The moment you go after the small holes, and they're very exposed bare, you could say if you could still make a balloon expand with a hole in it, that hole is also going to expand.
Yes. And for someone who knows how to look, why am I going to attack the balloon when I can just go for the hole? I mean, that's what nature would do. And that's what nature will eventually do. Absolutely. Because the hole exists, it must be tested.
Come around me, I'm going to wait till you're in front of a lot of people. I'm going to show you what real Goetia we're about to be like.
Oh, man.
But I just like being a prick like that.
I really enjoy the original Dragon Ball Z series because I liked how Goku was able to have an enemy and be so non-attached that it wasn't actually his enemy. He was fighting for the love of the fight, for the love of... Actually, he took it personally. He was training himself to become stronger and better. Sometimes he'd even help the enemy rejuvenate so that the fight could continue. And it even got to the point where many of his best friends were at one time his enemies. I always thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. And even like the only person who kept up with him was Vegeta. Vegeta never got as strong as him, but he just that pursuit. Vegeta was on, this is my enemy, I gotta be stronger. He never focused on himself, but he still got stronger than all the rest of the characters. What the hell happened to Yamcha? He used to be cold.
He used to be integral to the series.
So, don't be a Yamcha. That should be a new slogan.
Don't be a Yamcha. But hey, if the characters were the balloon was expanding and the parts that were not put together just couldn't float to the top. That's how it is in life. We're always evolving into new levels. And the parts of you that are not don't have the integrity to withstand the forces of the new levels, they're either going to fall away or you're going to fall away with them because you're the whole.
Mm. That's the game that came out. It was the hot craze a few years ago, where it was like this ball, and even that website interface was a test for crypto. But there was this ball. You consume all the NPC balls, I guess, until you grow bigger and bigger, and you consume other players. And I remember playing for the first time ever, and there were some so big you didn't question it. I just didn't, like, I saw it, but I didn't question it. They're that big. And then once you become that big, you realize, like, oh, these are other players the whole time.
Damn, I like that. That kind of reminds me of that game, Spore, I think it was, where you would evolve, and like the stuff that you thought was just background shapes was actually other creatures. Wow, that's a lot like what's going on, you know? Imagine one of those small balls pretending like it knows what's going on in that bigger world, right? You don't even know the dynamics of what it's like to be that gigantic ball. Yet you're talking about, you got this theory that explains exactly what they're doing, what the elite balls are doing. Are you an
I always
elite
ask
ball?
people what those, I always say, when they have a theory, they're doing this. I say, what are you doing? Just,
It
but
hurts. It's hard.
they're, they're like, what you doing? What you doing to prepare? At least don't be a dummy and not prepare. What you doing?
It's like
I
what we were saying with,
guarantee, or go ahead.
you go ahead.
I would say anybody selling some type of thing based on fear, no matter what they're saying, I know they do not have that product. There's a very specific spokesperson. I was talking to somebody, I'm like, yo, why don't you buy Bitcoin? Because they knew about it for a long time. Now I'm not even a fan of Bitcoin, but it's, it's there. So I'm like, why don't you buy it? It was like $2. So, well, I was listening to that guy, and he said not to buy it. I go on that dude's website, the guy who told his audience not to buy Bitcoin. Guess what he's accepting as payment?
Bitcoin. Beautiful.
Master plays at work.
I had to learn that lesson the hard way with, well, I invested in a particular coin, and there was a guy, because I didn't know the game. He was really promoting this coin. His whole channel was about this coin. And I didn't realize what was happening until after these numbers went down and didn't go back up. Like, he's teaching you about crypto, and at the same time he's saying invest in this coin, it's about to be this really big thing, but he was pumping the emotions. If you don't know any better, you'll fall for it. I mean, I was talking to you at the same time, so I didn't fall as bad as I could have, didn't get hurt as bad as I could have. But I could see if I didn't know anything about this, I would have been all about it, because every night he went live and making a video, keeping you pumped up. And the whole
That's
time,
the worst.
don't sell. And also the people who did sell, because he would review the chart every night. Hey, looks like some people sold last night. Don't be like them. Those guys are losers. We're gonna iron hand it. I learned a bunch of new phrases too. We're gonna diamond hand. We're gonna go to the moon, right? And everyone in the chat's just yeah. But then something happened. There was and it was rising too now. It was going up. But a supposed event was supposed to happen that was supposed to make it take off. The event came, and the number didn't even move. That's okay. We're waiting for something else, because something else is coming, and they got these the apps and these other use cases that are gonna really, really push this thing forward. Now, if I understood now, these use cases have to make sense. They don't, not just having a use case, it has to make sense. Like, it has to, and also what I didn't realize was this use case did make sense, but someone else was already doing it and had a little bit more experience, development, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, the inevitable withdrawal of the whale happened, and he's saying, "Oh, I never sold, but I have reason to believe." You know what I'm saying? I have reason to believe, because now, for a while, like maybe 2 weeks after that, he kept the spirits high. Don't worry, guys, it's gonna come back up. But at the same time, hey, there's this other coin I'm looking at. There's this other coin I'm looking at. He don't even talk about that other
That's
coin.
the worst.
And I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, weren't we just all about this one, and now we're about this one? And the same people are in the chat, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, because he did that transition so smooth now. he gradually stopped talking about it and slowly introduced this other coin. Got to be careful.
Yeah, that reminds me of the back in the day, spiritual YouTube, the shift. The shift is gonna happen by this date. And so you need to buy my course, buy my crystals beforehand. Yeah, somehow they link that. I don't know how. I need to go back and look at that. But once that date would pass, well, you know, it comes gradually. It's not gonna come, you know. But the spirit, my spirit guides have told me by this date.
Yeah, next alignment. Next astrological alignment. That's
They don't even talk about it. It's like a week from then, and they're like 888 Lionsgate. This is the time to tap into the energy.
Yeah. 333. No, there's no 333.
I was about to say, I'm like, wow, that's cool. We just chime jump.
Mimic one, but it was about to be like
111 666. I remember that day.
I remember 11. That was cool. I was at work.
666. I went to the beach and got a henna tattoo. It was awesome. Wow. And then 2012, the world was supposed to end. Right. I was at the creek with some friends, and it didn't end. But I remember a bunch of people made a grip of cash on pet babysitting service.
Oh, wow.
They're gonna leave their pets? Damn.
Yeah.
What? That's reverse psychology to the max. How you can convince someone, hey, I know you think the world might end, but let me babysit your pet.
Well, you go and visit your family in these other places or whatever, I guess. Whatever the excuse was, people were having businesses just for that day to babysit your pets. Made a grip of money.
Remember that guy too? There was the old dude who was saying that you would disappear like a few months before if you were truly saved, and everybody else on earth would have to like live out.
Yeah, this pastor, right?
It was somebody. I don't even think it may have been a pastor. I don't even recall a pastor. I think it was like some normal dude. There was just some normal old guy who just made his brand off that. And they showed him like on a news report. They're like, imagine having to go to work the next day, and they're just showing him like he's just like he's just defeated.
Him. It was him. That's great. Now there's an example. Now do this correctly, right? Like, one thing I know about business is you can be successful without having to hurt people, without having to scam. Like, to scam people, you choose to do that. Like, you're being a shithead. You don't have to do that. However, just like with this market, if there's naturally going to be a flow of attention, hijack that attention, tap into that attention, utilize that attention. Don't scam people, don't fuck people over, but use it to your advantage, right? For example, we just had the 2-2-2-2. You know, maybe you can come up with something to align with that. Why?
What started the war in Ukraine?
Oh,
I didn't say that.
So
heard it from the grapevine. Somebody, hey, I don't know. Spirit told me. I didn't make that up. There's nothing.
Did I hear that? Okay, I guess I was not the only one.
That ain't good. Nothing to do with crypto. Nothing to do with changing how money works in your DNA. But hey, I didn't make that up. That's not me.
Tell them, Maestro. They don't see it. They don't hear it.
I tried all week. I'm done. I'm gonna secure my bag. Let y'all wait it out. Wait, I can't use dollars anymore. It's a little too plain as day for me. I'm seeing it.
Yeah. But that's okay, because with that shift comes another shift of relationships. With every crisis is an opportunity to attain abundance. With every crisis, millionaires and billionaires are made. It depends on where you see yourself. If you're able to zoom out. If you're having trouble zooming out right now, don't expect to suddenly zoom out when the fire gets hot. Come on now. I'm trying to show you. We are talking about stuff that's bigger than just the book, right? This isn't like the feel good channel where you kind of feel good. I hope you feel good, but it's more than that. I'd like to make you feel good as frequently as possible.
And what I learned too recently is that whales in the market. Most of what we conceive as whales, like brokers at Wall Street, they suck. Most of these firms like lose majority of their money. They make one big trade a year, and they're able to pay people's retirements and all that. But just think about the ones who are making moves above that. Like that's too massive. There's pairs people trade where they kill themselves, literally trading a currency pair. That's too powerful. I don't care how much money you think you make. go up against that, see what happens.
Trading a currency, what?
A pair. So like just like how crypto, you could trade like Bitcoin against ETH.
Oh,
it's
so
like the yen versus the US dollar or something. That's a pair.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's some too wild to be tamed. And they have like, not only would you have to have a good framework, but what I've learned is that news plays too much of an important part in trading that. Your mind has to be like so outframed with what everybody else is talking about to even touch that. And I'm a baller. I'm a big money man.
I'm gonna post something in the chat real quick. You don't have to go in detail, but what's it called?
Oh. Not totally.
What's my stance on it? The big one is see it going even how it has its own algorithm it works on, but I don't see it going much higher than where it is now. Like, or where its peak will be this cycle, I don't think the next peak is going to be that much higher. And then at a certain point, it's going to level out.
I decided to hold on to Bitcoin because I saw that there was a massive dip recently, and I was like, oh, this is a good opportunity. Let me buy some Bitcoin.
That's all it's for.
It didn't move for a long time, but non-attachment. And then just recently, it came up a little bit. That was good. Didn't go all the way back up.
It's meant to be traded, man. Like the hodl, everybody's telling you, hodl, you need to hodl this coin, you need to hold it. I swear, look, there's even some who give their wallet address. So you could literally look at their transactions. They are trading high volume every day. They are not just holding. Well, they'll get a bonus out of that, but they are trading. But they're telling you to hold it and telling you when to sell. When you sell, these giant dips happen. They buy up and they're like, no, that's when they say sell, 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 buy it all up. And then once it's like, or once it hits very tops, I don't care what YouTuber it is. This is I'm not gonna say some names, but there's some pretty big ones at the very top, always conveniently. Buy. You need to buy all while they're selling.
Makes sense. And just imagine, this is looking at it from a higher, zoomed out perspective.
It's been going on for literally 100 years. This is not new.
Okay. This is good information.
I just spilled the sauce.
That's what we do on this channel. The official sauce spilling.
There are a bunch of Satanists. Don't go watch that channel.
Travis Mages is an archon.
Satanic death worshippers.
Yeah, my kid watched Travis Magus' channel and they got a tattoo the next day. It's all because of this Travis Magus.
But don't worry, I killed him on the astral plane. He won't be bothering you anymore.
Yeah, those are the two sides of the argument. There are going to be people who would already be scared of this information, taking it one way, selling products. Buy your silver crosses now, and there will be the others. Buy my astral shields.
Uh-oh.
I was supposed to the whole game today. I'm not going to do this ever again. Every time I drop a game, I'm like, why the hell did I do that? This time. I'm giving us like someone has to run with this, please. At least make me happy by you running. Appease my ego by you running with this and making some money.
So for people who want their astral shields, go ahead and check out my channel and Instagram. Customized from information I get from the astral realm, along with the sigils that I use and my own menstrual. So
my private sigils that I've channeled from the Pleiades, and you'll get my third eye juices that I only make 100. So go ahead and buy them now.
Limited supply.
Limited supply.
Very limited supply. It's only seasonal. It's monthly.
Very pure. I have
and it's digital. It's digital, but also limited supply.
Yeah.
There's a limited supply of astral shield.
I can't keep making these.
And it's digital.
I made a contract with what was named Astra, the Guardian of the Light Council, that I could only make 100 of these per year. So go ahead and buy your astral shields now.
Yeah. Now
Just for you.
Have in mind that when it transfers, it is an energy transfer. So maybe you won't feel it immediately, but it'll come over like a week. You're gonna feel better. I guarantee there are no refunds.
And you're gonna need monthly tune-ups. You're gonna need monthly tune-ups, and those are gonna be 200 each time also.
I've seen this, the first channel ever that I've seen some cool information on, bro. They were selling like chakra removals for $300, alien implant removals for $500, and they had like re-ups for $100.
Stop it.
They live in a low-cost area too. That's bills paid.
Okay.
Check that channel.
And people buy it. Listen, fear is very loud and prominent. People buy that stuff. I just hope it's part of their karma journey and feeling had, and then going and really searching for the real thing. I mean, that's all I can sum up for them. You know, we've all been there. We've all bought that magic genie thing and realized, okay, this is not it. And then went on the search for the real thing. So I just hope that for them too.
Yeah, because really only I got the real thing. So I also remove alien implants for a discounted rate at this time, $50 a piece, depending on where it is. Again, it's energetic, so you may not feel it immediately, but with time. Go ahead and hit me
today.
Instagram.
For an instant Kundalini awakening.
An instant Kundalini awakening right away. Man.
You know, people they say you have to meditate and all this, but that's only because we're in Kali Yuga right now. But there are practices, and I sell this because I have to make a living here. There has to be some equivalent exchange, and we can
exchange.
You took that one right out my mouth, but that one has a little truth to it.
But look at what's happening though. This relates to what we were talking about before, right? I'm just giving you all those words, the energy exchange, the Kali Yuga, the limited time, you know, those are just words to soothe your logic, but you're already sold emotionally. Emotionally, when you hear chakra removal service, it's going to be two kind of people. It's going to be people like us over here that's like, you got to be kidding me with that shit. And there's going to be people like, oh, I didn't know that my chakras needed to be removed. I'm having problems in my life. This is going to solve them. But I don't want people to look, see, this is what Big Russell taught. It's when people have those impulsive thoughts, next they're thinking, well, I don't want to be judged negatively. I don't want people to I don't want my value to decrease in their eyes. This is where the logic comes into play. When you say we're in Kali Yuga, so it's hard to meditate, limited time only, this piece of data, that piece of data. Those, now they're giving you ammunition to use when someone questions you about your purchase. You bought a what? You spent $300 on what? On a chakra removal service. Why did you do that? Well, basically, we're in Kali Yuga, so it's very difficult to meditate. You wouldn't understand. Also, it was a limited time only, and it was an astral forged sigil that only they were able to download because they are a YouTube mystic. So, and also this is just words that we use to soothe the emotional decision.
So we have a reptilian brain, and we were originally made from reptilians, and then they're trying to take us back. So chakras are their implants.
It makes sense if you don't know any better. Well, we do it. No, some of it makes sense. We do have a reptilian brain, I don't know anything about chakras, so they must be telling the truth. I trust this person. They must be telling the truth. I'm not going to research it myself, so I might as well take his word for it. Kali Yuga. Yeah, that sounds good. We're in Kali Yuga.
So you have a secret mudra that I could buy for 50 days. I use it, and I'll have everything I want.
Well, I'll be. Yeah. This, like you said, just like the trading has been going on for 100 years, this hustle has been going on from the beginning of time. By the way, like you said, it's trading. It's called trading, not called holding currency, right?
And I learned something great from an expert trader. He said, you know, people say to hold, but like if a baby can repeat that information, you know, that ain't no sauce.
Likewise, the mass bulk of spiritual information is the basic stuff. It's new to you, deep to you, but the mass of this information
It's not
is
even
this,
deep.
this
Remember,
level one.
it's horizontal.
Right.
It's not even deep. You'd even pierce the surface.
You still on Malkuth.
I don't even count that as mouth. Like there has to be a certain realization here. I'm not going to give him that credit.
Oh, damn.
You in the clip off, and not the good side, not the dark vampire side. You in the literal gutter.
Part that stinks, that no one wants to be around.
But you got all the, you're like in a city where you got like the cool stadiums, parks, concerts, but you in the gutter. You in the hood.
I can't afford to even go into those places. You can look at them on the way to work.
You can say I'm from there. I'm from downtown.
Yeah, I'm from Atlanta. But yeah. Clip off, that would actually be more accurate because clip off represents the surface level understanding of just the expression of a thing. You don't get past that level until you fill in those shells of surface level understanding with content, until you start to penetrate. Because William Gray and the Ladder of Lights gave us a vision of the Sephiroth as spheres of concentric circles, right? This is how he described the four worlds. And I thought that was so cool because I never thought of the four worlds like this. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, the
So he showed us the
whiteboard.
four worlds. Oh, yeah. I got to find any excuse to use this thing. Trying to be like my favorite internet marketers here. From the world of Asaya. Like I said, we're looking at any given sphere. Asaya, Yetzirah, Bria, Atziluth. The essence of a thing, and it vibrates outward and produces the outer layer. But here's the thing, most people are on that fifth layer. I wonder what that fifth layer is.
All the way out.
All the way out. This dark, smoky, stinky layer known as the cliff-off. But you want to work with the cliff-off, not realizing this is the outer husk. Don't they call it a shell? A husk?
I don't even credit it as the clip. I shouldn't even say the clip, but you in the abyss. You're not even you're
in a whole other level here.
Too big for the board. It's not even on most maps. You're one of those countries.
I can only indicate towards it.
So you from where? Well, you know what's this? It's really the biggest place on the map.
Right. Hey, is this a picture of flat Earth? Just kidding. Let's change the subject before I get demonetized on YouTube also.
Demonetized, doxed, called an agent. I thought this man was a brother, but it turns out he was a full agent for the white man.
He's an agent. How about all the origin of the white man books? How about all of them? We're gonna do a book study. Origin of the white man book study.
Someone very prominent, or not prominent, but prominent to me. I know, just brought up Yakub. They were thrilled at the idea.
They were thrilled.
So learn these religious ideas are great if you don't have a cause. That's why framework is so important. You don't have a framework, anybody, doesn't matter if you're Christian, doesn't matter if you're dark devil man, Doesn't matter if they hit you with, I don't know what else, what other things people could hit you with, but you don't think it's soft horizontally if you don't have a cause.
What did I receive today? Okay, that's not so good.
Whoa. Melanin. What
This
makes
one's for,
black?
Yeah, Marius Travis, melanin. With the melanin again.
look, I cannot talk about anything unless I know something about it. So how to protect and nourish it,
That's good.
difference between black and white people, how it causes emotional behaviors and thoughts, how it is being destroyed.
Shit.
Gonna
You know that. You
take
should
our melanin.
Hmm?
want to know
Go ahead,
about that. Read some Check Diop.
Check.
Check Diop. Iceman Inheritance.
Oh yeah, those are on the way.
Oh,
They're on the way.
yeah.
I got all of them. I got all the
Me too.
origin of the white man books. Ah! So now, when the nonsense appears, I'll be able to direct them towards some scholarship. The subject keeps coming up now, and
Oh man.
instead of avoiding it, I'm now equipped. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head.
That's it. That's all you need to know. Not
No.
not everything else that comes with that. But man, Trav, you were really like a spelunker. You're cave diver. You're past, like, I just saw a video recently where someone's in an underwater cave and there's a sign that says like it's not worth it. Like you will die going past this point. Don't there's nothing here worth dying for. And they just gave 3 reasons why you don't want to die here. But professional divers, of course, explore all the time, but it's just these newbie folks. You're going, as you do with the circles, you spelunking into the outer circle, the fringes of the outlands. It's like the movie The Dread, the one with Sylvester Stallone. How they exiled him? He has to go all the way out and meet these hillbillies, these cannibals. That's what you doing right now. Oh man, all the way.
The way I see it is, the majority of the people of the planet and the internet sphere and the metaverse are very surface level. So although a lot of good subjects are brought up, I know that I can't trust them to have found all the gems. I simply cannot. So maybe there's some value to these things. I will know for sure if there's not.
Yo, in the movie too, they gave him one of the judges, they gave him a gun. Once they retired, they gave him a gun and like pretty much the Bible. And they send him out. That's what you do right now. Taking the melanin book and you going out.
Yeah. Got a gun in the Bible. The 2 tools that have changed the West, that created the Western world. It's no melanin. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head.
I don't want no foolishness now.
Right? Come over here with that foolishness. Y'all all right? Give me some questions.
Get the water. Yeah, y'all all right?
Ashe.
So, yeah, eat a bit of mango. I'll say. You must just start throwing words up there.
Yes, he was just naming stuff. He was naming each separate of the tree of life at one point.
The Elohim Agabor. I say.
Ein Sof Oda. Anasoda Oda. He was butchering some of them words now, but hey, he tried.
It's the action. He gave the action at least.
Yes. It was about the information. Adalderbra. I see.
All gods known and unknown. I say, thank you very much. So now we're gonna start to tell you what you want to do. You want to get this book, Mantra and Yantra. I'm selling for $6. I'm not asking for a lot now. That's for $6. It's called Mantra and Yantra. You need to get up on this.
Hey, he read the book. That's the thing. He read it though. Yeah,
Like, he said divine consciousness, which is Shiva, and whenever you hear talking about Shiva, that means darkness, which is melanin. Divine consciousness, Shiva. That's how he got him.
Look, this man knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. That means Shiva. That's your melanin.
Shakti is Kundalini. It's nothing but melanin too.
They're both melanin. Everything's melanin. Oh damn, there's no way out of it. Everything is melanin. Whenever you see Shakti or Shiva, that means your melanin. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head.
Oh man, he had that's a prophet. I ain't gonna cap. That's a modern prophet.
Yeah.
Didn't need to be. It's like V for Vendetta. Like didn't need to be. It's not. The goal is not to be known, but your fruits, the results of his work, are astoundingly profound.
Yes. Side ejects. See what we got here is. It's true. Like I think he does deserve his credit and praise for sure. The only thing is, most people doing the credit and the praise, they didn't watch the full videos. All they heard was melanin and got excited.
So yeah, you watch Bobby Hemmett's videos, talks about melanin, and then go on some complete other tangent. Synthetic chaos.
Stuff they already believed before watching the video. You didn't learn nothing. You just heard the word melanin and got excited. Back in my day, there weren't any clips. They uploaded the full 9-hour videos. Back in my day, we sat and watched them during a whole work shift. That's how I got through them videos.
In the background.
Oh yeah, the constant hum.
Mm-hmm. It's all right to get the zoom in, organizing his papers. I'll start out with this mantra and yantra by Swami Nirananda Sarasvati.
Niran John. You're gonna say it like a Laura. What did you say that one time? By Swami
Nirajanananda.
Najanananda.
I cannot even pronounce Prakriti. 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 Prakriti.
Oh, Prakriti.
Prakriti.
Put a prakriti on top of the spaghetti.
I know, like sometimes I'm driving and is that Prakriti? Prakriti? Prakriti?
Prakriti.
Exactly.
When you have the raw in Prakriti, they're really talking about the sun god. The sun god shining his rays on the earth, and that's when they're talking about the divine Shakti, which is melanin.
There we go.
And if he was a salesman, he would have killed it.
That's the thing. You wasn't selling anything though.
$6 books and a place to stay. That's all he wanted.
Right. But karma. Everything we do is a balancing of previous causes.
I want to know who was the white version of Bobby Hemmett back in the day that got white people on occultism.
Oh,
Similar circumstance too.
Bobby Hemmett of the like an occultist, like someone who's just an occultist.
An occultist, but you're doing the same thing pretty much.
I mean, I would just say the guy who wrote Iceman Inheritance would probably be the closest. Because in that book is, I actually really like that book because he talks about the concept of time and the development of time, and he brings in a lot of stuff that we're reading now in the yoga books, but it's not necessarily a cult. It's just like kind of a thesis that he wrote on it. But I would say that was but like anyone who's like specifically an occultist who was like,
how are you doing today, everyone? The original religion of Europe was not Jesus, and has his own catchphrases.
Yeah.
Oh, The dude who made Zeitgeist. Right?
Oh, true.
Don't forget about that era.
Oh, David Icke.
Yeah, there we go. David Icke, Mr. Icke.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Icke.
But isn't he an agent? I don't even have to look. I know that's a video. Probably with several thousand views. David Icke is an agent.
Study Egypt says it would be Bill Donahue.
Bill Donahue. Let's check this man out.
Bill Donahue. That name sounds familiar.
Is he a televangelist? Sounds like a televangelist name.
No.
You get a normal first name and then like a very obscure last name. President of the Catholic League. Oh boy.
There was a movie where Martin Lawrence went back in time as a knight.
That sounds like something from the late 90s and early 2000s. That's just like the sales
I remember
pitch.
that.
What are we gonna make this year? All right, how about this actor Martin Lawrence? We send him back in time. He's a knight. So, making a movie tomorrow.
Society Ejects, I've heard his name, but I have never seen Bill Donahue speak. I pulled him up here on YouTube. I've never seen Bill Donahue. That's crazy.
Oh, it's literally called Black Knight. 2001.
Black Knight. Creative. Okay. Bill Donahue looks interesting. I think I might look into this guy.
He got the look.
Yeah. I see him in front of the whiteboard.
So the Kundalini is really your steps to God.
Look, that's very Bobby right there. Angel of Orion. Oh Lord. Black Knight.
So the Angel of Orion, when you hear about Orion, that's really talking about a saw, which is black, nothing but melon. The hunter in the sky, the dog star, is Sirius. Right.
I don't know anything about Sirius or Orion. It sounded good to hear him talk about it, and I could connect with it somehow. Yeah, we're from Sirius, the Orion system. Yeah, and
I'm also creating it.
And I'll go ahead and say there's nothing wrong with that. The problem with that is developing this rigid ideology around it. The problem is stopping there. That's where we have the problem. I don't care if you believe in Pleiadians or whatever, like that's fine. But is it serving you? Are you evolving, expanding? Are you growing? Can you use it? Or you just replace Jesus with Pleiadians?
I think people are trying to replace human with it. Like they're not, I think one of the things that hangs me up on that whole starseed thing is that, again, they're searching outside of themselves. Like they don't think humans are capable of being psychic. And it's like, or humans are capable of having these connections to things. And it's like, actually, we can't. Like, like being human is not so bad. But I think these people like equate human race as like parasitic cancer, kind of idea generally. So they just attach themselves to a star seed so then they can feel different from it.
Okay, so now it's more of escaping. Now we're using this as a form of escape, as a crutch, not so much something that can help us grow.
It's not like real self-realization.
I sent a link of 14 movies or so of the entire breaking down of that whole Palladium argument. And when you said like it develops to be a rigid ideology, I find that part confusing because it's so, again, bringing up that balloon concept. or better yet, we're dealing with generalities. That's just a lot of empty space. It's like a giant shell around a small thing. It's weird to develop a rigid ideology around that. Like it could be broken so easily.
Yeah, but it's not logical. Does it feel? It feels good enough to keep up the facade. Because we're talking about this extreme spiritual stuff. It's people that have mundane ideologies that are easily shattered. I'm willing to wager that most people have a very fragile worldview that can be easily shattered.
Started a special group, and one of the people during our meeting said most people live their lives off of quotes taken out of context that they don't understand.
Oh man,
he was right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the white
true.
man. See, the white man is like the little prefix to the sentence right there, and you could just insert whatever. It makes sense. But you don't understand crypto, all right? But the white man invented paper money, so he should be in crypto. A black man really invented crypto in 1971 with eCash.
Prakriti. Can I get it one more time, Veronica?
Prakriti.
Wait, it wasn't so clear. I got to hear the rolling R's. That's the best part.
Prakriti. Prakriti.
Prakriti. Prakriti.
Esa.
You're the
Prakriti.
prakriti on top of the spaghetti.
With the
Yeah.
prakriti.
With the garlic bread.
Prakriti.
I'm driving at my job and I'm like, prakriti. 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 And then he say prakriti. I'm like, prakriti.
There should be a Mega Society soundboard.
Yes.
I need to buy myself, like how they have the "That Was Easy" button from Staples. We need a DOS button. Press it. DOS!
Oh my gosh, I love it. Zooman says racism is a crutch. It appeals to weak emotions, hate, and anger. Absolutely.
I see. That's too honorable. I don't even give that real hate and anger. Those things are honest. I don't know what racism is. I think it is the person on the crutch. It's one of those arguments you kick the crutch out from under them and they can't stand. That's that caliber. The adrenochrome, I don't care how complex, how deep, that kidnapping kids and putting them under pizza restaurants, how deep you think that goes, but it could be kicked out in one fell swoop.
Easy. Don't get me wrong. You can make it make sense. You know, Five Nights at Freddy's. Ooh, it takes place in a pizza restaurant and kids are being killed. That means, no, correlation and causation are not the same. Yes, it correlates, but that doesn't mean that's what it is. You got to understand, like, the people who create these scenarios, they know how you think. So yes, it's going to sound like it makes sense. Me working at Lowe's, you know, stocking paint all day, angry because I'm not getting laid. I don't have the necessary prana to break down a fucking societal conspiracy. My life isn't even in order, let alone me being able to see what the big fish are doing clearly, right? I might have little pieces, but what's happening is I'm filling in the blanks with what I think I know, not with hard experience. I'm filling in the blanks with imagination. Like you can't, am I telling a lie? I can't even get out of that damn job. I can't even get laid, right? I'm too wrapped up in my lower nature isn't even satisfied. So how the hell do I have enough time to sit there and ponder accurately and clearly what's going on in the higher realms?
This is what you do, man. You know, while you're working at this job, you want to imagine tendrils coming out your hands and you stealing energy. And at the same time, you want to go on your phone, look at a sigil of this demon called Citria. I know it's scary and all, but trust me, man, trust me.
That's where I was. But I'm not there anymore because it's something that worked apparently. And I'm also no longer talking about that. I'm talking about something that is a little bit more effective and a little bit more far-reaching, a little bit deeper, you know?
Lateral.
I remember walking through the aisles, projecting my tentacles into people, practicing. I remember doing that.
I could see that.
Probably looking creepy as hell in the cut, just.
It's like.
You all right? Oh yeah, I'm fine.
The back like this.
I lost two. What? Nothing.
You were doing that, bro? I can see you.
I wasn't doing the psychopath look.
Mhm.
I had a little bit more self-awareness.
So it was more like.
Oh yeah.
When I was very, very young, at a very young age, I was getting teased and picked on for a lot of unconscious habits. So that caused me to become extremely self-critical. So rarely, at least to my knowledge, rarely do I get caught like picking my nose and shit like that. Or giving the
I
psychopath.
get caught all the time.
Aurora.
Hey, girls do that too, okay?
Wait, next you're gonna tell the girls fart too, right?
Yeah.
You can't break that illusion. That's one aspect of Prakriti I can't let go. My Prakriti.
Not my Prakriti.
Not my Prakriti, my friends, yeah.
That's Prakriti.
No hot, stinky wind. Nope. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's our job though, right? It's for Purusha to observe. Like, what better way?
Oh, Laura, no. No.
Lord.
Please.
Go wild, guys. Go wild.
So good.
Gotta go all in.
That's one of those bitter truths that yeah.
Bitter.
So deep in.
You know that saying where you accept the metaphor, you accept everything with it. That's one of those things. Like, we have the tools now to parse everything that comes with it. That's just one of those things. Like,
hey man, like you said, you got
high science or some high science of mantra and yantra. Then you get that, and it's like you gotta highlight. You gotta highlight it too. Maybe I could get maybe. You try to argue and you're like, nah, let me just go ahead and highlight it.
Yeah.
That's not me. No, yeah. Oh.
Hell, I had a couple of them almost alive.
Maybe if I meditate. No, girls don't really fart.
Like you said, you got to dive all in, 100%. Go hard or go home.
Take me or leave me, man. It's the role of Prakriti.
Right. Maybe there's. I'm not going to incriminate myself. All of the abyss isn't useless.
Oh, definitely not useless. Yeah, just like how liquidity. Hold up. Like how? Damn, I gotta turn off the damn filter and everything. Just like how liquidity moves the markets. Price only moves by people losing money. The same way moves are only made by using the abyss.
Ooh.
Bigger moves even more so using the population. It's not about having. I don't want to start throwing shots, but it's not about the low things. Let's just say that people are not mass manipulating to get some, I don't know, because money is not even a factor. There's nothing in this immediate space that you could use that. What are you going to manipulate 2 million people for?
Right.
What you got going on?
Expanded perspective.
I'd like
cool.
to see. All right.
Bigger than money.
Structures, volume, profile, and order flow, combining the
Hey
logic.
man. Hey man. Shh. Hey.
I didn't drop anything too sensitive. I'm just reading out loud. That's all.
I'm one of those people who, whenever you read something, I'm looking it up. Tripping. Well, that's part 2. There's a part, or this is technically part 3. There's a part. Part 2 is the one that I used particular entity for, but part 1's a good introductory game that I recommend. If you go to that author, he has the 2 other books, and then part 2 is like the framework.
This is advanced.
Yeah, the last one I showed is the final, the Kenneth Grant level.
Oh, it's fine. This is what I'm here for. I must get it. I like analysis of systems and patterns like that, because literally we're studying prakriti, we're studying energy, we're studying existence. No matter what flavor, even in the blue book, even though he's talking about entrepreneurship and business, he's talking about life from an expanded perspective. Even in the purple book that you talk about, it's talking about life from an expanded perspective, although it's told through the medium of money management.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
And it's actually like a livable thing to sell fake trading. Like there's an entire world of it. People they look like they're living a rich lifestyle, which they are, but they're really just selling information you could have got for free. They just multiplied that amount.
Right.
And someone I know, I haven't talked to her in a while, but her boyfriend makes a lot of money. And I just looked at his page. I was like, oh no, selling fake Forex.
Fake Forex.
But it's an industry. There's people always that's literally when the sharks and minnows game. People think the shark and minnows game is something more sinister, but it's not. It's way more simple.
Maestro, my husband is a Forex trader too.
Mm-hmm. That's dope.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He started out I don't know how many years ago with this guy. He bought $100 program, same fake Forex type of thing. And he was just like, wow. Years later, and we're like, we understand why. If you can't do it, teach it or fake it.
I learned from a teacher at a university. In its field, it's a popular university. And this teacher, I don't know if he was on speed or whatever, but he's one of these people you learn from by learning what not to do by observing that person. And my friend, he gave me that perspective because I was like, oh man, I hate this guy. But also he said, people who can do, people who can't teach.
Yeah, it's true. People who can't teach.
Because really, it's about where you're allocating your energy. It's one or the other.
I gave too much keys and start my YouTube channel, Deep Dive with Maestro. Today we're looking at this company here, and I'm gonna break down all the things that they use. But before we start, go ahead and buy my course. I don't even know what the hell I'll sell. I'll come up with something.
Read the blue book; it'll teach you everything. But yeah, you very much can. I mean, it takes a while to get the ball rolling, but it's starting a social media presence or whatever. It takes consistency until it starts taking care of itself. Most people give up before it gets to that point that it's self-revolving.
I know how to expedite that process too.
Yeah. I'm just speaking from the mundane perspective. Of course, we know different keys to make things happen better, but a lot of times you'll see people stuck in the same spot. It isn't because it's not possible, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, it's really hard to start a YouTube channel and da 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 da, whatever excuse. It's not based on the machine. It's based on you as a human being and what you're doing. But most of the time, people that find themselves stuck is because they're attached to incorrect methods. All it takes is the correct method to boost you to the next level. The stuff like, for a long time, I bought courses, I bought books trying to like figure out how to do this whole thing. Not one of those books had the answer. But the synthesis that I experienced from trying out different things began to show me how this whole thing worked. And likewise with these occult books, this is how it's supposed to be. Like, none of these books are going to show you enlightenment or whatever, but they're going to offer you experiences and opportunities to expand yourself, to become aware of what exists outside of your five senses.
That sounds like a hook right there.
Go back and clip that out. Give me 45 seconds. I'm going to show you exactly how to expand beyond your five senses. Sex, penis, vagina, ass. Let's get started.
Step one.
Shoot, that can be a hook right there. Just sex. Well, they make the rules. And often also with like the rules of ads and advertising and stuff like that, some of these rules, I almost see them as like challenges to how to play, you know. I don't see them as restrictions. I see them as challenges to be more creative. Because you can't make ads about firearms or sex toys. But how creative would you have to be or like marijuana related products? But how creative would you have to be to advertise those kind of products?
So don't skip this ad in 45 seconds. I'll show you how to activate your melanin.
Man, shoot, just saying that. Whoa, I've never seen an ad about melanin. I'm interested. That's gonna work for a limited time. I might do it.
I've already seen an ad for that.
You have? Oh,
it was actually,
man.
I was working with I didn't work with it for a long time, but a specific entity, the gematria, to match the numerical value for a very prominent, or not even prominent, but a controversial tennis star. And then I saw an ad featuring that tennis star talk about some melanin, but it was advertising a whole nother product too. That was the game right there.
Cool. Open up an ad, just big black letters, melanin. Do you or someone you know have melanin? If so.
You can receive free compensation from the government.
Right. You can receive your due free compensation from God himself. If you give me 45 seconds.
And you can put that on daytime television and it's over.
Man. Be like Kanye. George Bush doesn't like black people. If they put me on TV, I know the buzzwords I'm going to say. With that kind of audience, I'm not even gonna speak on no deep stuff. I'm just gonna be spitting out buzzwords.
For Hurricane Katrina too.
Man, family.
So we're here on Good Morning America with Travis Megas. Good morning, Trav. So Joe Biden does not like black people.
Oh my God, did he just say that? Oh my God.
You're like,
I'm gonna let you finish.
There has to be a good reframe for that one.
Yeah.
That's already done at that point. Somebody already clipped it, memed it.
Mm-hmm.
I just gave somebody a master plan. You want to be a big shark. This is how you play.
Watch what the ones who are successful are doing. Model success. You don't have to create anything from scratch.
That's a sale on its own. They sell you this idea. Got to do it from or the Reagan term thing. By self-reliance, you pull yourself by your own bootstraps.
That doesn't sit well with my excuses.
Really, somebody already tied their own thing. It's not being a parasite per se. It's getting their process. Just copying the computer program. Not hooking on the back of it and be like, yeah, when they gain success, I gain success. Yeah, that sucks. Because what if they ditch that idea? You broke.
Right. Right.
The trend dies out. You can't make no more melanin. Imagine if the melanin trend dies out.
Working on it.
The black consciousness trend dies out. People will have no base. Man. The money they used to pay their bills is gone.
Man.
No more oils.
No more yoni steams.
Whoa.
Right. Then we're gonna really see what happens with Prakriti.
Because how can I get my monthly juices for the Astro Shields?
The juices.
The juices.
I only have 20 juices left. I'm sorry, guys. I have to quadruple the price order now.
Because of the crash in yoni steams, the juices are now at a limited supply.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to sell you each one for $1,100 or 1111.
Yeah, there we go. 1111.
We still made
I
it.
was just gonna say that. 888.
Speaking of these juices, remember Bobby Hemmett used to talk about those juices, right? He called them the kalas. He said those different vaginal secretions represent a different type of essence. Where he say he got that from?
I remember saying the OTO book. From the
Right.
OTO, talking about the Vesta Pisces. And you scared of it, and it's only some yoni.
Really?
When you get in, you're gonna find out about them juices, them 20 different juices, and what they do. Scary stuff. That's what had me shook, Tashika. That's what had me shook that night.
I see.
Yeah.
I was checking out those currents and those formulas, and I was like, oh, really now?
That's right.
See, and I could make my own archons with the yoni juice.
Yeah. But if you use citri on us, it's not going to work so well.
Oh.
Because then it becomes, dirty.
It's my citri. I got melanin.
Right.
It's the
Oh, I
original.
forgot. I'm sorry. You're right. That's
bags of
fine.
weed on the table.
It's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
The cover of that book is black. It's talking about melanin.
You got 72 motherfuckers in your head.
Stop. You have 72 motherfuckers in your head. You want to make a Goetia book? That right there.
Shoot, man. I did.
Better hurry up, Trav. The Mage's Goetia. You better start tonight. I know you got other projects you're working on, bro. You better work with the right entity. Get your coffee. You need to write that book in 2 days.
No, for real, you really do, because people keep asking you, "What about that Goetia? What about that Goetia?" Listen,
This
give
mantra
people what
and
they
yantra.
want.
I got this, but well, what candle do I use?
All this yoga stuff is cool, Trav, but you didn't answer my question before. What demon and what candle?
Yes.
I'm with you on this book study. I know about all that stuff. I know about all the yoga, meditation, Kabbalah. I know about all that, but what color candle?
72 espíritus goéticos. Diseñados por el mago Travis de Magestros.
Opa!
The audio book.
Audio book is Spanish. It's over.
Hell yeah, dude.
Stop. You think I'm joking? Start right now. You want to be good? Find it.
No,
Man,
for real.
start.
Yeah.
Ow.
I mean, come on, half of YouTube knows you for that, so you might as well. You might as well. They still asking. Yeah.
I've studied different cultures around the world, from Kabbalah to Vedic science, and I've honed the ultimate method for using the 72 spheres of the Goetia.
You know what though?
You know he's thinking right now when he's doing that on his chin, right? When he does that on the chin, that means he's thinking something in there.
Don't study my body language. Don't study my body language.
So don't chase
Come
you.
on, dude. We already know that.
Legal. That's forbidden.
Forbidden dark psychology.
72 espíritus goéticos.
The audiobook. If you're gonna read the audiobook, I'm gonna use a superfluous amount of the word prakriti in there. Chapter 2, prakriti.
Es capítulo 2.
Chapter 2.
Alora, that was a perfect pronunciation.
Chapter 2.
Hilarious.
That's like the old school Amazon. Chapter dose.
Chapter 2.
It's of Goetia.
En esta na español.
Disponible para usted en español.
Well, yes, Veronica can do the Spanish version. Yeah.
Exacto. I'm gonna have these darker crazy people hunting for Travis in there. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, that's an international. Oh, dude.
Bestseller.
More Goetia books after this. I swear.
You could probably have a lot of better illustrations of the Goetia.
No, use the same one. She tripping.
No.
You might have
the 50 cent.
That's funny.
Bro, I'm gonna start typing the rest of the components in the chat, because that's a little too much sauce. Somebody could actually run away with this now.
Mr. W. Ford.
Man, he ain't gonna touch.
He's already got plenty. He's already got plenty.
He's talking about making another one next year.
Well, now he is.
I don't know. After you come out with this one.
Well, I bought the one Travis recommended him on videos that you know, the Goetic from Michael W. Ford. That's a good book, bro. I gotta say, it did give me results. Because it's make it so dark, or this dude make it so like, well, you know, it's like you guys right. It's about psychology, because they make it look so dark, so like spooky, so like, you know, something that attracted us, like, oh my God, we're going to see these demons. It really did work for me. I gotta tell you that. It really did work for me. So
people I see on YouTube talk about this stuff, they never use it. Just listening to them, they repeat all the stuff. Harmonic yoga. Who else besides MW4 talking about some harmonic yoga? Right. Acting like you didn't get everything from this man, and only on the surface level too.
That's your source right there. Our harmonic yoga. I read the book too. I know where you got that from.
I mean, he got sauce, but like I always say, it ain't nothing but this. Nothing but there's somebody on the other side of the world or the United States who does not want to mess with this, but definitely when they hear the harmonic yoga, it's over. Pennies drop. Money in hand.
And you know, maybe that's all right. Maybe I think honestly though, we're talking about the Sattvic nature and this yoga. They work hard to spread yoga across the world. So maybe some people can only receive this information diluted because they're too dense to receive it in its purer state. We've gone through those levels, and we're at a level where we can receive it in its pristine state. It's pretty cool.
Damn. Now I'm thinking, like, what if MW4, Oz and Off Mason were commissioned by the Bihar school? Give us
Holy cow.
a told the dollar.
Yeah, I
I
believe
just broke it. They're gonna send some monks after me. I just broke it down their whole juice, their whole system.
The secret branch of the tantric system.
They gave us the sauce. Be like, hey, do what you do best.
Secret society in there, man.
And again, if we're talking about even on a higher level with these ascended masters, and that most definitely is happening. Ascended masters. Who's got a chapter on that? One of these books.
Satya Sagananda, Sister Shooty. Both her and Vimalanda. And then we got Dion Fortune as well. So information's there.
Oh my goodness.
Bruh, all right. This is a nice little macrocosm, microcosm thing. So just like how people say, I know the Kabbalah, I know the yoga, but which candle do I use? The same thing just happened. I'm in a Discord server for this class. And then everybody was scared about the test. So I just went ahead and did it. I said, study this, and they're like page long things, like read this page, read this page, read this page, watch the movie she sent, and then just write down the names on the last page. That's all you got to do. I just got a message right now. There's 75 questions. What should I do? I just gave the whole sauce.
Yeah.
I understand all that, but
yeah, you study and everything. That's fine, but like, there's 75 questions, so. What's happening? What is this dynamic? I'm gonna book on this dynamic by itself.
I just like missed all of that. You just got an email with 75 questions?
Because I gave the sauce on how to complete a test. I gave everything.
Okay.
That you need to necessarily complete that. They said, I know that, but there's 75 questions. So what should I do?
And as soon as I hear that, like, my brain is like, oh, I kind of want to stop talking right now.
I can't even
know all
reply.
that.
Like, bruh.
Oh, you know all that, huh? Well, what the heck are you asking me? If you ask me and I give you an answer, and you ask me that question, then like if you don't know, how can you reject my answer?
That's what
you asked me the question.
But that's what they were talking about when it came to the different types of booty. Because I believe it was in karma yoga, they were talking about, it was karma or mind management, but they were talking about how one person goes to someone for an answer and then finds unfulfillment in that, even though they get an answer. So then they go to somebody else, then they go to somebody else, then they go to somebody else. That's just their intelligence acting out. They're not even seeking for the answer at that point. They just want attention. They have this. Yeah.
I know all that stuff. These advanced magicians are
is that really
me.
attention? I have a friend of mine that's like that. Goes to everyone for the same question. And I ask, like, really?
But I open my third eye.
What are you really looking for?
Right. I do get those people from time to time in my inbox. Hey, and they'll tell me, hey, Trav, I asked Dreamwise, I asked Mook, they will sit there and name off all the different YouTube spiritual people. Hey, I asked all of them, and now I'm going to ask you. I don't even answer the question. Instead, I address this symptom of having to bounce around to everyone.
Yeah.
And the first answer is usually, yeah, I understand that, but.
Exactly.
Brother, there's 75 questions. There's 72 demons. Which one should I use?
Yeah, people don't like when I was just gonna say, people don't like when I do the mirror. I'm just like, well, what do you think?
People have gotten mad when I've said that.
Well, yeah, but I want to know what you think. But what do you think?
I don't have time for your philosophical stuff. Just tell me. Yeah. But again, this relates back to what we said a few hours ago. Like, most people have a difficulty facing themselves. It's hard. It's not easy for some people if they're not spiritually mature, mentally mature, emotionally mature. It's difficult to address your own behavior. It's easier to put that off on something else. I don't want to do the thinking. I want you to do it for me. That's a state of consciousness for some people. And I respect that, but at the same time, I encourage you to go a little bit further. And there's some who will not go further than that, and that's okay. There's a place for them too.
The abyss.
Now that you're talking about that, you got me thinking about some of the courses that I've been taking for teaching, and the weights of, I have wrote it down, the weights of learning domains. You have cognitive, psychomotor, and affective or feelings. So while some people tells you, yes, Travis, I get that, but here the teacher have to find a way which type of learning domains the person has and the type of modalities that the person has. So here you're going to see the type of learners where they're going to be visualize, auditories, and kinesthetics. So some of these people might interpret things, but they want the faster, you know what I mean? So they don't want to hear your theory. They just want to have that psychomotor, like they want to have something quickly, faster. And now you as a teacher, you need to kind of like express and say, well, you need to find out what kind of person this is, the person who likes visualization, auditory, or kinesthetic. Most likely people that are psychomotor and kinesthetic, these people are the ones that are not going to learn the way that it should be. It's going to be a very short term, just like the one that you're saying. You know what I mean?
You're absolutely right. That's
Yeah.
when the surgical procedure has to take place.
Right.
Because I mean, if you care, because again, it's not my job, unless it's my job to do that. Typically, for most of us, it's not our job to do that.
Right.
So, but if we do care about that person or care about that person's understanding, then we do take that extra step and begin the surgical procedure of analyzing who individually we're talking to and how this individual understands, if we have the equipment to do that. And like you said, the modalities would represent the equipment. Because the equipment isn't anything from our tool chest. The equipment is within the observer themselves and how they interpret the world. Now, instead of assuming how the person interprets the world, it's best to get them to talk a little bit so that we can get a map of how they see the world. What kind of metaphors are they using? What kind of language are they using? Like you said, what kind of modalities? And the more that we can take those different things in without judgment, the easier it will be to talk to that person. Did they see the bigger picture or the little picture? Are they motivated by reward or by avoiding punishment? Right? All these little things come into play. And the more clearly that we can see their decision-making process, the easier it is to communicate with them. What are they talking about? Right? When they say, hey, Trav, what do you think? What's your opinion on melanin? I don't just give my opinion on melanin. I ask them questions. What is melanin? Oh, you know. No, I don't know. What do you think melanin is? Oh, well, you know, it's the, sometimes they don't know. Sometimes they just heard the word and realize, wait a minute, I don't know what this means. Sometimes they have a solid definition of it and, you know, maybe it was challenged and they want clarification. Doesn't matter. The main thing is, just like we were talking about relationships and, you know, if a guy wants to talk to a girl, it's you have the wide understanding of the gender, we've got to approach this as an individual. Likewise, when it comes to what we're doing here, talking to other people, I can't talk to anybody effectively from a general perspective unless I really know what I'm doing. But to talk with somebody individually, it really, really, really helps to get a layout of their landscape. I find that really fun and fascinating. Echo? Do I have an echo?
Or it's like a echo from Ben 10.
It sounds like there's like a in the background. It sounds like an alien is coming through. It's like crazy. It's like you're and I don't know if it's coming from you, but whenever you talk, there it is. So
It comes out. Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
That was his Prakriti coming out. So, see, men have monthly Prakriti periods.
I'm on my Prakriti, all right?
The self-psychosis. Probably gonna, yeah, it's almost 7:30. I gotta head out, but love y'all. Love the chat. That's all I gotta say, man. For you, you don't need anything else.
Oh yeah, I love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later, bro.
See you, Maestro.
Have a very good time.
That was fun.
What a good time. What a good time.
Are we still on Zoom? I mean, on YouTube?
Yes.
Wow.
We're about to stop the live stream though, because for reasons. but I think that this was a very good discussion as usual, right? I don't think we ever really have one that's done. But it was, we wouldn't be on here this long.
Yo, we can't hear you, bro. Sorry.
Can you hear me at all?
No,
Man,
you sound like a robotic.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so the audio's messed up?
Yeah, dude, you sounds like robotic. It sounds so cool anyway.
Yeah, it sounds cool, but we can't understand you.
I'll have to look it up on the YouTube and see what it sounds like.
Turn into like RoboCop.
But that's not true. Hey, that's an old movie, right? RoboCop.
Yeah.
My uncle's in that movie.
One of the first cyborg films. So on a side note though, I found this chapter. It was in mind management. Remember we were talking about people asking different questions? Because there's determined and negotiable intelligence. And so yeah, so the firm buddhi denotes firmness of nature, idea, thought, and knowledge. You are not oscillating, vacillating, and fluctuating in your thoughts, ideas, or perception. The firmness and clarity is the decided intelligence, the stable buddhi. The fluctuating nature is, whoa, I can't pronounce this word, vavasayatmika buddhi. All right, and then most of the time, it is the really intensely long word buddhi, the negotiable buddhi that is active in you. There are people who come to me and discuss a problem. The next moment, they will discuss the same problem with somebody else, seeking their advice and guidance. Then they will go to a third person and say, I have this problem. Swamiji told me this, and the other person told me that. What is your opinion on this subject? In such cases, the person can never connect with anybody because they are only moving from one person to another. There is no faith, trust, or understanding. If there was a little bit of understanding, they would appreciate the answers and solutions that were given. In the absence of understanding, buddhi becomes the cause of greater confusion. Negotiable buddhi is like the bee, which goes to every flower to gather pollen. Some people may say that it is collecting the best from everything. If you collect the best from everything or everyone, which best are you going to use? That will be the cause of confusion. The negotiable buddhi has a bargaining quality. It is looking for the best buy at the lowest cost. The determined buddhi has a resolute quality. Its aim is clear. So that's where, like moving out of the like specific to just dealing with the types of intelligences that all people, I think, find themselves on, even when you're just gaining knowledge. But yeah, I was looking for that this whole time, that one chapter, but this one paragraph, but I thought that was super. So yeah, just to clarify, yeah, it's the negotiable intelligence versus the firm intelligence is when people like skip from one to another. It's because they lack a faith and a trust in things.
Your lack of faith disturbs me.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it goes into how it's managed through discrimination and detachment. The force to transform buddhi is viveka, the discriminative ability. There is a saying that the royal swan has the ability to separate milk from water. Perhaps it is only an idea, or perhaps it is a reality, but it indicates the application of viveka buddhi, the discriminative ability. Know what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. Allow that to be the function of buddhi. When buddhi is not used properly, it becomes clouded and confused. When it is used properly, it becomes sharp. Buddhi is also the source of all vasanas, passions, and desires. When vasanas become strong, then the color of buddhi changes completely. It is similar to ink being mixed into water. If black ink is mixed into a glass of clear water, the entire color of the water will change. If attachment comes up because of a desire, that will color buddhi. If aggression comes up because of some unfulfilled vasana, it will color buddhi. So really, when it comes to discrimination or like managing your emotions, right, and determining what's appropriate or inappropriate, it's a combination. It's less to do with a moral code, but it's a combination of elements. It's like mixing the ink with the water.
And how important to understand the different levels, because at least at that point you can identify where you are, where you stand. You know how else would you know if you had a firm buddhi or a what was the other one?
Negotiable.
A negotiable buddhi. I try so hard to pronounce the H with the buddhi.
Dude, it is so hard when you grow up with a language where buddhi means something so different.
It's karma.
It's karma. For sure. Earlier in the chat, though, someone was talking about like using anger and as a power source, or like if you can actually live a life without anger. And I think this is a way of how you detach, because because our intelligence, how we categorize our intelligence, whether it's negotiable or whether it is determined, we also that's how we have our passions and desires and expectations of things. That's where they all stem from. So if we can manage what goes into what through discrimination, then I don't think you will continue to feel anger in the same way as how it is such a problem for us now, or such a factor. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I think that like all emotions that we have, it's like any volatile chemical. They have a purpose and they can be used better in some applications than others. They can also cause harm to the user or to others, all depending on how we handle them. Same thing with anger. It takes a certain level of precision to deal with volatile emotions like that, because they can easily affect us and infect us. But they can be used and should be used appropriately. It just takes a little bit of maturity and training and wisdom even. Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Are we still on YouTube?
Whoa.
Okay. So I think at this point, it'd probably be good to transition to the next world. The womb of poetic silence.
That's what we get when we are at 5 a.m. in the morning. You remember 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning, man?
Oh, man. I'm trying to have another meditative experience, so I got to get off at some point.
Got it.
So yeah, as we conclude this Sunday book study, you know what? We do pretty well staying on subject lately. That's awesome. As we conclude this episode, because this is pretty much like a show at this point, isn't it? Yeah, so I guess we're gonna go ahead and move along. This week, make sure that you read chapter 2 of Mantra and Yantra, and take notes. Take notes on the things that stand out to you. At very least, highlight, so that way we can have some conversation points, and you can have something that you can work on practicing for the next time.
All right.
those of you who are interested in the Kabbalah book study, at this point, we're going to continue to move forward with Gareth Knight's Kabbalah book, which is a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism. Now, I got the first 2 books separately, but it's also sold as one complete book with the black cover, if you want to go that route. He was a contemporary of Dion Fortune, and also W.E. Butler, and the author of Ladder of Lights, William G. Gray. So all these people are connected, and they offer different perspectives. So it's not just the same perspective on the Tree of Life. They offer different perspectives, and these are from people who have worked with this system for a very long time, not just some author who just came up with a book. These are people who have been working on these subject matters through experience. That's why it's good to study these particular books. But in any case, hope you have a great week. Hope that life remains clear, and be happy. Love yourself. Don't deny any part of who and what you are, but learn to manage the parts that don't exactly fit in with your paradigm. Love yourself, though. There's no room for dissonance in your being, because that only causes complications. Push your boundaries. I remember Dreamwise recently put out a video, and he was talking about, going outside your comfort zone. He's talking about going to the grocery store, maybe stealing something, or running a red light when no one's looking. I wouldn't go to those extremes, but it's very healthy to try to do things outside of your comfort zone. My roommate is trying to write a book, a children's book. So I told her it would be good to go to the bookstore in the children's book section and look at the different kids' books. Get on the floor and read through the books. It doesn't matter how people look at you. She said she felt embarrassed. She thought people were looking at her funny. It doesn't matter. Get out of your comfort zone, and that's going to put you in a new space where you can take in new types of information, because the state that you're in has an effect on the type of information you put out there, or that you receive, I should say.
True.
So step outside of your comfort zone this week. Read a little, practice a lot. Don't jump to conclusions, but let things play out. Look, it might not look good right now. Probably looks terrible right now for you. But don't make a judgment just yet. Keep doing what you know is the right thing to do. Oh, this is me giving a little bit of advice before we part. Because I love you guys. I want you to be happy, at least to the best of your ability. And these are different things that can help you be happy. Right? So if nobody else said it to you this week, I love you. And I mean it, because I have an understanding of what love is to me. And love isn't so much like, oh, I want to be around you all the time because you make me feel good. No. Because I've identified a part of myself that is the same part of you, whoever you are. Same thing. The essence, right? It just expresses itself differently. That's all. So to love you is to love myself. Raise the roof. All right. Does anybody else have any parting words?
No. Prakriti.
Free your mind.
Prakriti.
Prakriti.
Alora, I think someone wants to take you up on your offer there in the chat. The
Need an Astro Shield.
The Astro Shield, yeah.
Customized Astro Shields. Go ahead and hit me up. I also remember I do implant operations to release you from the holds of those terrible extraterrestrial experiences that you might have had. So hit me up on Instagram, and much love to you and blessings, and talk to you soon.
And I do the closing ceremony, which is also part of the package and also separate, limited time only.
Yeah, we actually have a whole team that will help you. Team of healers. So
Yep.
just hit us up
We
on
will come
either
to
one of us
you.
on Instagram, and it's all part of the same package.
Yeah. We will come to you astrally, you know.
That's cool.
You'll come to you astrally.
Okay. That's good. I like it. You sold me out.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
All right, guys. I'll see you later. I gotta go and do my meditations. Me too.
Yeah, I'm
I
thinking
am
so
out.
too.
Peace, everyone.
Bye.
Peace. All right, YouTube.
Peace all.
Peace. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Love you guys. Peace. Don't worry, I'm peacing, I promise. How do I do that?